Yeah, exactly.
So many people got banned in Apex for that, by the way.
I know, right?
My Chinese moderator told me what the Chinese word for it is.
Nice.
He's like, hey, do you want to know this?
Yeah,
It's like,
so-
okay.
I'm not saying it, but I know it.
Oh, you know it
I do wonder
too?
how
I
in
learned
the fuck
slurs
you find the Chinese
unironically as a
moderator.
pastime because it's funny.
No,
I
so
don't
here's
know.
the thing. Anybody that plays FPS games knows the Chinese word for running because a bunch of these FPS games instituted like voice chat recording so they could make sure you weren't saying slurs over voice. And Chinese players were getting fucking banned left and right.
Oh my.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
The Yank strikes again.
Hey, don't call me that. You can't talk. You're Swedish.
To be fair, I blame the British.
You blame
Well,
the
I do
British.
that as a matter of fact, but yeah.
Also, I learned today that Polish sounds like you're speaking Simlish.
Oh, have you never heard like Polish people? You're drunk Polish people. That's the funnest version.
Oh, what the heck? Hold on.
I have not. Today was the first time I heard somebody speak Polish, and it was fucking
have you ever heard
Sada,
that?
Sorry.
and it made me realize it sounds like a sim.
I mean, it's the cow song, you know, where it's like the really shitty PNG of a cow is Polish. So
Why? Oh, I know why it's not working. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment.
Attari.
And then what's the
There
other
we
one?
go.
Is it Finnish? Is the one that sounds like a made-up language?
yes.
True.
Whoopsie
True.
whoopsie, the truck is fucky wucky.
Listen, to be honest, the funniest thing is that I had actually an half Polish girlfriend for like a year. Half of the fucking vocabulary of a Polish person is just the word kurwa.
Oh, yeah,
Literally
it's
every
like they
other
throw it
phrase has
around.
that word in some context or the other.
It's thrown around like candy. It's funny as shit.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
Her mother was a fucking funny.
It's this one that I always think about. I'm sorry, it's Dutch.
Yeah. My favorite
God.
of that is, uh-oh, you made a fucky wucky. Time to get in the forever box.
Oh jeez.
Chat, if you'd ever seen the meme, it's somebody hacked like a train station thing, and it says oopsie whoopsie, the train is stucky wucky, we jin hard at work dit to make Miss Kanj better Fwisten.
And then ooh. And it's just Dutch. It's not even like it's not even ooh. It's just Dutch.
So it is pretty much a furry language.
Oh, absolutely. But have you met a Dutch person?
It's made up.
Oh, so somebody put that in actual Dutch in the replies, and apparently this is how you would say that in actual Dutch.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness,
So
that's beautiful.
You guys are crazy people.
Indeed.
It's actually not that different.
It's really not. That's kind of how I assumed you'd say it.
It's like
God
broken
damn it.
English. It's so
Wow.
funny.
I mean, that is what like
Yeah,
again, you hear someone Dutch
European
speak
languages
like
are weird.
drunk. Drunk Dutch people just sound like really drunk English people. It's funny.
You know, maybe Dutch is made up.
It's so funny.
How will the Dutch ever recover from this?
I had
How
an
convenient
easier
we're
time
opening
learning. I had an easier time learning Japanese than Spanish. I think.
Oh, God, don't talk to me.
Ow.
Oof.
It's because of Duolingo, and it's Have you seen the YouTube short animation of the Duolingo bird?
Yes.
They like bust
Yeah.
through the Starbucks window with a fucking golf club.
Yeah. To
love that
be
we
honest,
start-
like never try to learn Italian. Like even compared to Spanish, Portuguese, and such, the grammar part of my own language is so fucked up that while I speak it perfectly, never ask me grammar questions because I wouldn't be able to fucking answer them.
I used
jeez.
to watch a bunch of like Dark Souls memes from the Italian community because for some reason the Dark Souls Italian community is huge, and like I've seen like subtitles. And I'm
That's
like, "You said
because
this
they ruled. Yep.
I just like you
Rolled
guys have
so
said the
good.
same word 3 different times and you've spelt it differently each time.
Yeah.
My favorite video is from Paul Prol. This when Attari is supposed to go down, and I hear just them fucking screaming and shouting
L'abisso.
in Italian.
I love that one.
You're gonna become a greenpeace beast.
So is it true that Italians get mad if you break spaghetti in half?
Don't say that. Oh my god.
It is something like we don't do generally, like breaking the spaghetti out because there is no reason to do so. But technically it does make them harder to eat because making them shorter, it is actually fucking harder to eat them.
It's also easier to overcook them.
I actually never got the meme of breaking spaghetti in half because I've never seen anybody do it except on YouTube to make an Italian joke.
That's literally where
My mom used to do it all the time.
You sometimes, if you got a small pot and that's all you got, that's what you got to do. But
my mom also did the sin of breaking him a lot.
Why? What's the point?
I believe that she still does that, and so unless I'm like literally right there, like complaining at her, like, "Mom, don't break it." She's like, fine," but
she's
she'll do it if I'm not there.
Italian, why are you complaining?
It's because I want to eat it normally.
There is a right and a wrong way to do it.
With just racism.
My mom, I like it long.
Nice.
That's a new Saturn T-shirt right there.
True. I need to add it to the merch line.
Holy crap, the base and the guest is almost enough to match the women energy from the core Mizu sphere members.
True.
I don't know who he's talking about, me or Pontius.
I think they're saying that you two together are mitigating the fact that the rest of us sound like women.
Oh,
yeah,
that's fair. Even though
I do sound like an Italian that just woke up, which is actually very close to reality.
I also look like a lumberjack, which helps.
Okay, damn it.
That
explains the Iron Warrior skin.
I was gonna say, to be fair, these days the lumberjack fit is typically associated with gay metrosexual Californians.
Oh no!
God, I'm from not there.
So you pretty much just described a cooler Bricky.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Fuck, bro. God damn.
Oh, that's brutal.
I will say I saw a short Ricky video today that actually made me not hate him. It was him complaining at GW because GW doesn't know how to run a fucking merch store. Have you ever tried to find GW official merch, Pontius?
No, but I've interacted with their website, and at the time it was not working. So
you know where it's behind the end. It's behind the end license agreement is the merch store, and then there's also a separate merch website that's very convoluted. And Bricky was having a fucking breakdown about it because it was retarded, and I had agreed completely.
I don't understand. Why would you do that?
Because GW is British.
Why would I try to? No,
because they are run by fucking incompetent people.
Sounds about right.
The minute you learn anything about warfare and combat, and you read any kind of major Warhammer book, you have a fucking aneurysm.
I mean, not even just only for that. Even just on an organizational level, they are all over the place. They make releases that contradict each other's models that fucking suck. You see at the releases of some of the stuff they make, and you will actually notice how much of a discrepancy there is between stuff that talented people are working on and stuff that very shitty artists are working on. In this last year alone, if you go and check, AOS Age of Sigmar actually had very decent releases, including their own version of a fucking AOS chaplain that was actually cooler than anything 40k related. All the while, this is the year of chaos, but we got 2 Marneus Calgars that are completely different between each others in a single year. A lot of fucking minis that are all related to the Imperium, and Games Workshop actually managed to butcher my favorite sub-faction of Space Marines, which was the Sanguinary Guard, which went from looking like armored Space Marine Angels to fucking armored Space Marine and some Squid Wars.
Oh, dude, it's bad. hey, Pontius, did you see they released the new Captain Titus model? He's captain of the second company again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if you notice, it is very fucking similar to the model and artwork of Uriel Ventris, which annoys me to no end.
I don't know if I sent you the meme. I posted it in the Discord. I was like, man, if you look through these two's backstories, man, that's really similar, isn't it? Man, I feel so bad for them.
Yeah, but bring it. The only reason I think they even put him back to being captain was because of the success of Space Marine 2 and its story, which it was decent, but at the same time, it wasn't a Shakespearean tragedy. It was not Berserk. But it makes me laugh that the best creation of the entire year, lore-wise, the most successful, lore-wise, was not even made by Games Workshop. It was made by the creators of Space Marine 2. And they ended up fucking it up once again because they wanted to include the original mentor of Titus in his squad, so they had to kill off Chiron. And there were memes going around on Twitter that were like, oh yeah, Games Workshop actually didn't want 2 bold black guys in the same squad.
Yeah, so they picked older black men.
Which doesn't make any sense. The backstory of this guy is one of the biggest fucking stupid things of recent 40k. So you want to tell me that this space marine is the one that ended up finding and recruiting Titus? He was already like a battle brother by then, so he probably had already a century of combat under his own belt when he found Kid Titus. Titus went from being a normal human kid into becoming a space marine, went all the way through the ranks into becoming a captain in like M41 when the invasion of Graia took place, disappeared for a century, went to the Death Watch for another fucking century, reappeared and rejoined the Ultramarines and was made a lieutenant and became a captain again, while this guy is still alive, he's still a space marine, and still a fucking sergeant after 500 years.
I would be so upset if I was him.
Like, Jesus fucking... This guy is probably one of the oldest fucking space marine going alive, and he's stuck at the sergeant level.
I think he's probably one of the oldest, at least in the Ultramarines chapter, at least.
Yeah, I think older there is only probably like the chaplain. Oh my god, what was it? Well, anyway, the fucking chaplain that you find an artwork around, the official chaplain, and then Calgar. And this guy is stuck as a fucking sergeant, while the guy that he recruited has become a captain twice by this point.
Okay, so I don't know how much you keep an eye on the tabletop
Blacklist
side.
is crazy.
But I like the funniest thing is they just released like about like 8 months to a year ago a Lieutenant Titus model, which is going to have to be retired because now there's Captain Titus has a new model.
Yeah, and the model of actual Gadriel fucking sucks. And if you look at the artwork they release with it, is even worse.
I tried to block it from my memory. It's really bad.
He's
ancient now. It's retarded.
He's a fucking.
Galadriel's an ancient. He carries the banner of the Second Company.
He shouldn't be old enough to do that. I'll send in the chat. It is not even a meme, it is just a comparison from the artwork and the game character of Gadriel. Keep in mind that for Games Workshop, this is the same guy.
He's the exact same character. I don't even think much time has passed.
Oh gosh. What happened to his face?
Why does he look like he's he's either depressed or he's stoned?
He tried the warp version of weed and it wasn't good.
Jeez.
He's like, oh god, I have to be around Titus more.
He looks so depressed.
The service study has that he looks like he de-aged.
Yeah, no, but like I'm very upset tabletop-wise with the new, because the Ultramarines, of course, the Year of Chaos, by the way, not only did they get the new Calgar, they got their own detachment now. That's fucking just disgusting.
Oh, yeah, I think everybody.
The year of Chaos, so double Calgar.
I think you guys are misunderstanding what they meant by chaos. By chaos, they mean the utter chaos of their company. They didn't mean like actual chaos minis. See, we just got it confused.
Darius's model upsets me greatly. It's a fucking blade champion, but better.
We just misunderstood their intention. That was all.
Vicatrix Guard are gross. It's for an Ultramarine brick. It's essentially a Custodian stat line with like -2 strength, but you can get easy +1 to wound bullshit because Space Marines, and it's very upsetting. They kill better than a Custodian Guard 5-man brick, and I'm upset.
No, listen, the Custodians actually had the most perfect storyline ever written, because I don't know if you guys know, but like I made a problem of this from the time the retcon happened. In the same codex in which they released the female Custodians, they nerfed the fucking Custodians into oblivion to the point of kicking them out of competitive gaming, and Twitter exploded when that happened, because everyone was like, add the woman to the army, then nerf it to the point that it's not usable anymore. What did Games Workshop mean by this?
What did they mean by this?
MizuhanaOshibe.
Yes.
You know the Custodians that a whole drama was around.
Okay, yes, I'm vaguely aware of it.
We can watch about it too,
oh, perfect.
Yeah, here's the thing. Before that,
yeah, go ahead.
Custodians are they are like the elite army, which means you need very few of them, and cost-wise, they're like the most cost-effective to get into the game.
We're talking tabletop right now.
Yeah, tabletop rise. Yeah.
It was
like the most easiest one to get into.
It was
and
so it was my understanding that they were like also like the guard over the Emperor. Am I
They are
correct
his
over
personal
that?
bodyguard
Yeah.
and also advisors at times. They are the custodians of the Imperial Palace, like hence their name, kind of. You know.
Yeah,
what I mean?
but while they are personal bodyguards, like don't even try to confuse them with Space Marines. They
It's not
were
even-
such to a superior level even compared to them. Like what pretty much if like a guardsman looks at a Space Marine will look at a custodian. They're pretty much perfect warrior in every single way, and they were superior in combat to Marines in general. In fact, I think that technically, if we go by lore, the war in the Webway was a ploy to not have them even involved in the main Horus Heresy. Because if they were around, they will kick so much ass that I don't think Horus would even have a chance. Yeah.
I can't remember the book off the top of my head. You might remember Pontius, where like so I think Erebus and some word bearers are looking at some Custodes fight, and they're like looking at them as like, oh, look at how they're fighting. This is so weird. And they're like, oh, they're fighting independently. They're not fighting as a unit, as a cohesive force. That's their weakness. They're fighting their own wars, is how they phrase it. When in actuality, they are fighting together, but their way of fighting is so foreign to a Space Marine's mind that what looks like a easy weakness is actually a trap. It's like that's the skill difference between them.
Yeah, and even then, removing the fucking stupid lore of the female custodians that are probably one stupider than the other, like DEI hires. Generally, when it comes to custodians, they are actually, we can say, well written on a sense that after the Horus Heresy, they have become extremely fucking racist against Space Marines. They just look at that. They are just looking at an excuse to blast them in any way possible because they see them as failed creations, and
give me a reason, genetically.
Which is actually what happened with the Brazen Drakes, the chapter of the Brazen Drakes. The chapter of the Brazen Drakes gave them a reason. They wiped out the entire fucking chapter. Entirely. Yeah, this is because of the Horus Heresy and.
No, I'm listening. I'm letting it pull in here. So listen. I'm slow. Okay, I'm slow. I internalize it slowly. All right. Unfortunately,
no. Pretty much what happened because I don't know if you're aware in detail what the Horus Heresy was.
I have a basic overview. We talked about it 2 weeks ago, and I basically understand what happened. One of the quote unquote children of the Emperor betrayed him for chaos because they thought that was the only way, and in doing that, basically sealed the fate that like he was trying to avert.
He pretty much was tricked into a self-fulfilling prophecy because the future he was shown was not the one that would happen if he didn't do anything. It was the one that would happen if he actually betrayed the Imperium of Men. Even during the vision, one of the main problems that Horus had was that of the 18 Primarchs that there were around, he saw around the Imperial Palace only 9 statues, which were of the ones that remain loyal, but he didn't know it. And it was like, if my sacrifice must be forgotten, then I will become the Emperor myself, and stuff like that. But generally, but the problem is that when Horus betrayed, then he started pretty much his plans to make 8 others betray, because the entirety of the Horus Heresy is pretty much a 9v9 between the Primarchs together with the Space Marine Legions that started in the worst way possible with first, the Isvan 3 atrocity, where the Traitor Legions pretty much purged their own numbers of Loyalist members to the point that they destroyed the entire planet after all the Loyalist elements of their own legions had went on it, and even then they had to still deploy on the ground because some of the Marines had found refuge in bunkers because they had virus bombed the planet, and they even had to deploy Titans. This era was deployed there during the virus bombing, and after that they had pretty much the traitor origins of Horus, pretty much the traitor demeanor came out, and the Emperor sent 5 legions to deal with him, and that would lead to the drop site massacre because unbeknownst to the Emperor of Mankind, of the 5 legions he sent, 3 were already traitors. So the 2 loyalists deployed on the ground, took the brunt of the damage from Horus and his Luna walls that had entrenched on Isvan 5, and then when the reinforcements arrived for those 2 legions were not reinforcements at all. They became surrounded and were completely and utterly fucking annihilated. Even their Primarchs, in that case you have Ferus Manus that got killed, but nobody remembers him because Ferus Manus is pretty much the most unknown fucking Primarch and the most useless one, because Games Workshop doesn't write for him in any way possible.
Even Iron Hands players are crying right now. Pontius, how could you do this?
Even his own book is not only not from his own perspective, but he doesn't even die from his own perspective. Somebody else looks at him die. And other than that, like you have Primarch Vulcan that gets captured. There was Corvus Corax. There was Corvus Corax deployed, and he ended up like fighting Lorgar. Yeah.
Not to cut you off, I don't think Akko and Mizu knows who the Primarchs fully are.
Yeah, they don't.
No, it's fine. I'm listening here, but like, I have a basic understanding.
Generally, you have to keep in mind that the Horus Heresy is pretty much a giant betrayal that would end up creating the events that will put the Emperor of Mankind on the Golden Throne.
Yes.
After the Horus Heresy, the Custodians became pretty much anti-Space Marine and anti-Primarch in their own like ideology. They look just at any excuse to kill Space Marines wherever it may be given. Even with the Brazen Drakes, that was a chapter of Space Marines. The entire point of them being annihilated was pretty much them already showing signs of not obeying fucking orders. Because like what happens was the Custodians were escorting the Primaris technology, which was the genetical upgrade that Space Marines got after 8th edition. And they were escorting the technology and the new Primaris reinforcements for the chapter of the Brazen Drakes. And like had spent fighting in the war, months fighting in the warp against demons, traitors, and such. When they arrived on the planet of the Brazen Drakes, they found the chapter pretty much locked in a civil war between loyalist and traitor elements. And when the Custodians saw that, they pretty much turned on the Primaris reinforcements of the Brazen Drakes and was like, okay, down there, they are actually killing each other. So lay down your weapons because we don't know what to do now. Like we need to ask for orders and we need to like evaluate the situation. And the Brazen Drakes obviously were like, listen, we weren't even down there. Send us down there, we will aid like the loyalist side. And the Custodian was like, did I stutter? Drop your fucking weapon. The Brazen Drakes went, no. And the Custodian started blasting and killed everyone, so...
One of my favorite the only good new part about Guilliman's resurrection, in my opinion, is that there's kind of a split within the Custodians as to what to do with him. Because like there's parts of them where like, well, he's Guilliman, we can trust him, you know, he's good, he's the good blueberry. And then the other faction is like, okay, well, we trusted Horus and he was the Emperor's favorite son, and look what happened. Do we actually trust him to do anything right? And they don't quite know what to do.
Yeah, in fact, the Custodians don't trust them very much, generally.
Like, I'm amazed it's only a 50-50 sort of split, and it's not like a fucking, like, 90-10.
So...
Primarch Guilliman arrives on Earth and he finds a Custodian with the 40k version of a Burger King crown on his head.
Honestly. What do you want, blueberry? Says it with a hard R.
Oh, goodness. So, yeah, but I guess like that was basically my understanding of it. And I am planning eventually to like either read or try and listen to an audiobook of some kind of the heresy, because I'm like, I'd like to listen to it to the best of my knowledge.
Luck. There is 67 books in total.
Even Arch couldn't get through all of them at one point. He got like halfway through.
Okay,
like,
okay. So then, because I heard that I'm supposed to read or listen to all of this shit instead of like listen to YouTubers. So like, where can I find the best way to ingest this into my body?
Some people say there's technically filler books, what people would consider filler. Technically,
it depends on how autistic you want to learn about it. You could probably skip a good chunk of it, but like,
I mean, to be honest, you could skip Fulgrim because nobody likes Fulgrim.
True. Very
one of the few
true.
books I actually bought.
No, but
Right,
the main problem of stories like this one is that it really depends like on what you want to learn, because a lot of stuff happened during the Horus Heresy, but the Horus Heresy by itself is just like an amalgamation of all the events that of all the events that happened during the Horus Heresy itself. But the story is so spread out that at some point, like even reading like half of the books doesn't give you the full picture. At that point, if you want to learn about the Horus Heresy, you are better off doing that from like the black books of the Horus Heresy, which are technically codexes. They are Horus Heresy version 1.0. So
yeah,
and honestly, like You can learn about like the main big points about the heresy and be fine for 90% of the stories and lore you're going to read about the current Imperium.
Essentially, what it's going to be, it's like a lot of books goes into detail about what happened in significant situations, but you only need like a brief sentence of what happened during that, because they're not that important to the major plots. If you want to go to the specific things, that's when you can go back and indulge yourself.
I mean, unless you want to learn that technically, Fulgrim used his own shit to make a painting. You want to learn that?
I don't want to talk about the painting.
That sounds.
It is canon lore. I'm not making it up. It is canon lore.
Listen, that just sounds like a Twitter artist. All right, I'm already used to that.
Honestly, describing Fulgrim as a Twitter artist is pretty accurate in my opinion.
So,
yeah, like
put shit on a painting. Hey, look, it's art. Pay me $100 for it.
that's it's getting too.
Well, now they're just putting dirty mirrors in places and calling that art.
Fulgrim would do that and then flip his hair when you said no, because he's a sassy bitch.
I feel like he'd definitely have a DeviantArt page.
I mean, to be honest, if we go by logic, the guy was probably the fucking most idiotic of all the Primarchs. Oh yeah, this Xenos race called the Liar that actually like has shown at least chaos tendencies and strange ways of worship, and that I'm spending my time annihilating because go Imperium has actually a blade in a temple that they were protecting and were actually worshipping. Mine, and just takes the fucking sword.
Yeah.
I have a meme for this. I gotta find it. Hold on. Go ahead and talk.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a reason his chaos version looks like a four-handed, like a four-armed, pretty much snake. The Liar looked like that. They were chaos corrupted.
Yeah, like essentially what the entire heresy is like, because they are like all you need to know, there are like 18 Primarchs that were working essentially for the Emperor before the heresy, and then 9 of them turned to chaos in various forms and shapes.
Right.
Right. And that became a civil war. And during the end of the civil war, the Emperor was on the throne, and the chaos lost the decapitation they would try to do on the Imperium.
Quote unquote
and the
lost.
Were able to quote unquote lost, yes, and they were driven into they were driven back into hell, essentially.
They were pushed back into the Eye of Terror. That technically, like, depending on the edition of the lore, changes what the fuck it is. Because in recent lore, it is a wound left in reality after the war in heaven. But in original lore, was the wound left in reality after like Zalanesh was born. So it is pretty much just like a giant like birth scar. And generally, like, but even the claim that technically like there is 18 Primarchs is debatable, because in the origin, technically there should have been 20. In reality, there were 21, and if we count the prototype, there were 22. So
yeah.
Pontius.
The angel.
Yeah.
I have a question to you. Okay, to be a millionaire, how many Primarchs did the Emperor create? The Imperial Bears. Commissar ask you. 18, 19, 20, or 21?
22.
Technically 22. because we have the normal 18, then there is Omegon and we are 19, the second and 11th that are missing, we are at 21, and then we have the Angel, also known as Primarch 0, and they are 22.
He's locked in the basement in timeout right now, I think.
No, the problem is that they lost that guy like twice. You have a giant sarcophagus with a giant fucking monster inside, and they managed to lose it fucking twice.
I'm sorry, they lost him. They lost him. How did they lose him?
He keeps escaping.
No, he didn't escape. That is the point. They just keep fucking losing him. It is like giant. Generally Primarch 0, which is a very old addition to the lore and questionably canon by this point, but I still like don't see any reason for which he isn't, was pretty much the original experiment of the Emperor into creating the Primarchs, and he was pretty much what I can describe as an amalgamation of all the Primarchs. He had like the psychic powers of Magnus, the wings of Sanguinius, the combat prowess of Lionel Johnson. It was pretty much all the Primarchs into one. The problem is that this Primarch didn't really work out. He went completely and utterly fucking insane, to the point that he started seeing anything that wasn't the Emperor of Mankind as corrupted by chaos. And like before the Emperor actually imprisoned him, he managed to wipe out by hand the entire planetary population of a planet in a single night. Directly, like not even like bombing it. He went house by house, killing everyone. And the Emperor ended up like luring it into a sarcophagus covered in containment runes and closed him inside. Sent him like back to Terra for disposal later. But the sarcophagus got lost. It got found again, I think either in the 40th or the 41st millennium, by a band of Inquisitors. They had to free the angel, like to kill a greater demon of Tzeentch. After the angel killed it in single combat, he pretty much turned on the Inquisitors and like wanted to kill them. He was starting to see them as corrupted by chaos too. They lured him back in the sarcophagus, closed him inside again, and then lost him again.
So somebody just took him or something. He's just gone. Oh boy.
Jesus.
The Shadow Keepers, the Shadow Wardens, I can't remember, the group of custodians in the basement are having a panic attack trying to figure out where he went.
We can't let that. We can't let Space King find out before he wakes up. We got to find him. That sounds like a good plot point that they may never go through.
So the Shadow Wardens, I mentioned them. The Shadow Wardens are a group of custodians that, so in the basement of the palace, essentially, there's a bunch of like ancient like archaeotech and like weird crazy shit like eldritch horrors that the Emperor locked down there, and their entire job is just to keep it locked up. And they're always kind of in a bit of a panic trying to go across the galaxy to find shit that like Chaos keeps like stealing from the vault. And like they gotta, oh fuck, we gotta go find it, we gotta find it. If we don't find it, half the galaxy's gonna blow up. Oh fuck, oh fuck.
There is actually a very funny meme which like one of the technologies kept down. There is like the cloning machine with the DNA of Pio. It is too powerful to be used. We cannot let him free.
Oh goodness.
They have the coolest paint scheme in my opinion. The black and gold looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest, I actually have a soft spot for also the Solar Watch, the ones in the white armor. Even if living in a white armor must be hell, it gets dirty by literally anything.
It's like white and gold too. It's like super fussy.
So I think 30 minutes later to kind of just like start the discussion off, like I wanted to talk just in general, I guess, about because I know that the Imperium of Man is like absolutely massive, and there's a lot of different little ways you can go. But like last time we talked about this, we kind of ended off on the idea that technically humanity is the good guys and everybody else kind of just sucks, which isn't a whole lot better because the good guys still also kind of suck, is kind of my understanding. Humans. But still go humans, yes.
I think the main difference that many people like didn't pick up in the video is that while I said that they are the good guys, I never meant that they are nice, which is a thing I had to specify recently. But if you look like at the original events of that brought the galaxy into the status it is now, you will notice that while humanity became assholes because they had to, everybody else just started on like that from the beginning. Right.
Yeah, everyone else was assholes. The Imperium tried to be nice.
Yeah.
What happens when you're nice?
How did that pay off?
The only reward for tolerance is betrayal.
Exactly.
Yeah, the only reward for oh my god, was it the full quote?
I think it's like 99% there. I have to pull it up, but we can't.
I know, but I remember treachery and betrayal, but there was like another thing, not only tolerance.
There's a few like that. I only remember seeing the image of it with the guy, and it just says the tolerance and betrayal part.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone sucks except salamanders and lamenters. So yeah, never showed a salamander a baby elder. No, I'm joking. It is actually funny that very many people actually. Nice. No, it is very funny that many people bring up that because Vulcan like regretted killing those elder children. No, he regretted it like for the rest of his life. So
weren't there like Night Lords on the planet also, and he was just like mercy killing it because he's like, I know what they're gonna do to you. I gotta put you out of your misery. Like everyone forgets that very important part. Like the sound, like the elder, he looked at this tiny child and he's like, "Oh God." And you're an alien.
He could have used a bolt pistol though. A flamethrower is not really a good way to go out.
That's what's also kind of fucked up. He used his giant wrist-mounted flamethrower and burned it alive. He literally
Can you just
punched
like grab it? Can you just grab it by the head and like pop it like a grape or something?
He could
Oh,
have punched it and it would have died instantly, but he chose to burn it alive.
Hey,
Yeah.
listen, I have a reputation to maintain. We like to burn things.
Yes, so.
oh goodness. Well, I kind of was more or less interested in talking about kind of just like how the Space Marines in general kind of just came about and like, no, yeah, just kind of like how they kind of started because obviously from the controversy, because controversy is kind of how I learned about 40K in the first place. We know that women can't become Space Marines because
Yeah, I'm well aware. I have 57 minutes video on that.
Funny enough, I linked it in the group chat earlier.
Yeah, I saw.
So they can't be Space Marines, but they can be Custodies.
No.
yes,
They-
yes.
they technically couldn't be either, but Games Workshop is retarded, so...
Right. Kick me
So
too.
okay, here's my
I
question.
really want
How-
Reddit updates.
How do they try to justify that? Like my question is, hold on, if they're gonna be the big guys, but they can't even be the small guys, how does that work? That doesn't make any
Oh, they don't.
sense.
It literally.
Here, I wanna give my
Do you know how they justified female custodians? They justified them with, we didn't add them now. They were always there.
It's literally.
Yeah, my understanding was
could find the
from
Twitter
the post
post.
I saw from Games Workshop was basically they always existed, and technically we never said they couldn't exist, so you just
That's
have to
not
accept
true.
it now.
And
I
everyone- and
It's
everyone-
a brotherhood. It says a brotherhood. Like
No, wait, and everyone was like, okay, you're telling me they were always there, but for the last like 20 years of your fucking books on Yorus Heresy, we never saw one?
They're trying to gaslight a lot of fans by
Listen,
Men. It's just
They were-
like 3 tweets.
they were in the Custodes' kitchen making dinner for the others. That's all they were doing.
oh shit.
Listen, so
They
someone
finally
needed to make
came out.
sandwiches.
They finally came out. All right.
Space sandwiches.
I think we found a
It's the new
compromise.
Space
lore, they were too
sandwiches.
busy making sandwiches.
Yeah.
Listen, if they did
Who's gonna
that,
feed
I
the
still wouldn't
Emperor?
accept it.
They can't feed the Emperor. The
Oh,
main
is-
custodians. They
I-
gotta patrol the hallways.
Yeah. So my understanding is the Emperor has to be sacrificed like 1,000. Was it?
Psychers every
Psych.
day.
Yeah.
1,000
So
winks every day.
we can
Uh,
just.
no. Clarification. It was 1,000 after the Horus Heresy. By this point,
Yeah,
it
now
is
it's like
4,000.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like 4,000 now. It's gotten worse.
Oh.
I think isn't the throne like slowly failing, and they gotta just pump more and more into it now.
I
I
see.
mean, also there is more effort to go through, like with the Cicatrix Maledictum and keeping like the light aflame with this kind of warp storms around. It is not easy.
Yeah, but then the Psychic Awaken happened, and it's like, well, why do we get?
Don't worry, they forgot about it in the Codex of
I
the
know.
Grey Knights.
Oh,
so-
I know. Poor Grey Knight players are just coping and seething because no one knows what their lore is anymore.
I would not want to be them.
No.
I'd rather be an Iron
Coping
Hands.
and
I'd be an Iron
seething.
Hands fan.
Whoa, that's saying that. Chill out, bro.
Do you need that meme? I've posted a few times. Would you like that just to post?
No, I'm good.
Copacabana is great.
I like Ava's version.
It's more fun if I just sing it.
Oh. But yeah, I don't really get that, how they're just trying to justify by saying, oh, technically we never said they couldn't be there, and then they make the ugliest, fuggliest looking woman into because it's just like, couldn't you like make her look pretty, you know? Like,
Which is actually, well, like when you look into the lore, it is actually a second way to break the lore of the Custodians, because the main point of the Custodians, like how they are described in their own lore and such, is that they are pretty much perfect. They aren't like what you see as Space Marine is, because the Space Marines usually, when it comes to the physique, they are more like strong men kind of physique. They are like bodybuilders. But when you look at a Custodian, they are leaner, more sculpted. They're pretty much what you would imagine, just like an extremely healthy and an extremely well like training man without any kind of heavy weightlifting or steroids. Because they are pretty. Yeah, because it is a difference in their creation. Well, the Space Marines are pretty much artificially enhanced. The Custodians, instead, from their process, are artificially evolved, which are two different things. They are just pretty much super evolved humans that maintain the same form and the same proportions. They are very well proportionate. So you look at a Custodian naked to compare to a Space Marine naked. Well, the Custodian is still stronger because of like higher bone density, higher muscle density and such. They are still like leaner than a Space Marines, and they are more than once described as pretty much being sculpted like fucking Greek gods. They are described to be, they are described to be fucking perfect. So a female Custodian, by lore, should look like an Amazon warrior. Instead, you end up with the no shade to the daughter. No shade to the daughter of Brock Lesnar, because she could probably fold me in half. But she looks like the fucking daughter of Brock Lesnar, which is not how a normal woman looks.
Yeah, well, you could say like they should be Wonder Woman. Just be like, make a bunch of Wonder Womans, all right, and then put clothes on them.
I mean, to be honest, even muscular than the Wonder Woman, which, to be honest, I would even drool at because I'm into muscle mummies, but like, that would be the correct way to make them. Instead, they just took a man and slapped a woman face on it.
Yeah, not a good-looking one.
It's not a very womanly face.
And because of this fucking female Custodian, they took away from my favorite Sisters of Silence girls, and she did a bunch of cool shit in that trailer, in that short, but nobody talks about it.
I know. I was so excited when I remember watching it the first time, and I was like, this is what they were talking about. Like, this is what everyone's talking about, that they're so cool. And it's like, oh my God, like, holy fuck. And I was like, oh, what are they going to do at the end? Like, and then like, you know, so cool. Yeah. And then the take off the helmet, I was like, oh no. What is that?
Everyone, like,
I see it, and it's like I think I know what that thing is.
And to be honest, the female Custodian is actually a fucking bitch if you listen to what she says, because she was like, oh yeah, you start this, you have to obey my orders. I don't give two fucks about your promise to defend this world. We are taking the weapons and we are leaving. We leave them all to die. I don't care about your oaths of honor.
There was no charisma. There was literally just pouty demanding, and I was like, this is the one.
Like,
oh my God.
So is she?
It was extremely funny because they tried to make her a girl boss, but ended up just making it like a roided up bitch. Yeah.
I was gonna say she sounds like a girl boss.
Yeah, there's no authority. There is no I am the will of the Emperor. You will obey me. No, it's like you sound like a bitch.
To be honest, the demeanor would have been correct even for a male Custodian, but I think a male Custodian would have been a little bit more delicate than, oh yeah, don't give a fuck about your oath of honor. Just take up and leave these people to die. We don't care.
Like, and
there's
also
there's a thing a male can do. Like, stoicism is something like a lot more. The males can sell better than any women can. Like
a male Custodian would have not gotten so like aggressive and like emotional about it. It would have been like, look, this is what we're doing, this is the plan, this is why we need to.
Yeah.
Well, aren't they also like really good with their emotions, or?
Oh yeah, they undergo intent. Like, the Custodians are genetic like creations. They're not like given extra organs like a Space Marine. They are crafted at the genetic level.
Right.
Their training is infinitely more rigorous. Like, there's no reason for her to be like throwing that kind of fit like she is. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it takes centuries to train a Custodian, even in the most basic of their arts. And to be honest, they should be like as fucking stone. Like, they should be even less human than Marines, which actually is a pretty big achievement. And generally, like, even the female Custodian that appears in the next book, which is the first book of the Age of Scouring after the Horus Heresy, the first thing she does when she's confronted is for a split second break the facade, and you can see like the sadness for what had happened, and I'm like, that's not how a fucking Custodian works. Fucking writers, I don't need to know they are fucking weak.
Yeah, that just sounds that she just sounds like less than. Yeah. I have chat saying that like the Sisters of Silence are basically like Custodies.
No, but they're
technically
pretty
no. The Sisters of Silence are not genetically enhanced in any way possible. Like when you're
Right.
looking at a Sister of Silence, you are looking just at a normal woman that has trained so fucking rigorously that she can go toe to toe with a custodian and fight side by side. Like even
Like,
in
at the very least, pace, which is impressive.
even in the Watchers of the Throne series, the protagonist of that series of books are a custodian and a Sister of Silence, and they even have minis. They are so popular around. And generally, the main shtick of the Sisters of Silence is that they are pariahs. Now, I don't think you know what a pariah is, but a pariah is pretty much, in 40k, a human or any kind of mortal entity born without a soul. And if they are born without a soul on the pariah scale, it means that instead of being on the Psyker level, you are on the opposite level. You are an anti-Psyker, to the point that pariahs are pretty much shields from the warp. If they are around, warp energies cannot materially manifest unless it is from a very fucking powerful source, to the point that like it can overpower even the pariah itself. Like if you put a Sister of Silence against Magnus the Red, she's getting overpowered. But a team of Sisters of Silence was enough to actually corner a fucking Chaos Primarch that is known for being the most powerful Psyker. So
yeah, like so to put in like D&D terms, they have an aura of like dispel magic around them at all times, and they can make it more powerful with training.
I see.
But this comes with a very big disadvantage because of their lack of souls. Every single human they will ever interact with, or they have interacted with in the past, will have pretty much a natural reaction of either complete and utter disgust or active hostility, to the point that there have been cases where pariahs like were tried, had been like almost murdered just for being around. Like even in one of the original books, the trilogies of Eisenhorn, when we meet Bekin, that was like an escort in the first book. She was an escort for criminals. She was like, when Eisenhorn explained to her what the fuck she was, because he noticed that she was a pariah, she was like, so I spent my whole life trying to be accepted by people and not understanding why the fuck they would hate me at all times, and now you are telling me that it wasn't even my fucking fault?
Yeah, because she's also described as like drop dead, like supermodel gorgeous, and she's confused like why everyone hates her, and it's because you were born wrong.
Yeah, and to be honest, the love story between Eisenhorn and Bekin is fucking funny, because the guy was pretty much black-pilled by the fucking warp. Eisenhorn is a Psyker, Bekin is a pariah.
Yeah, like
if they had sex, he would literally probably pop his head off and die.
God.
Maybe that's the way he wants to go out. Who knows, you know?
honestly, the way she's described, it's probably worth it.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, to be honest, though, remember, she was an escort, so...
Hey. Love is love, Pontius. Don't be so bigoted.
I didn't think he needed love, because all of the males like lost their sex drive because it was unnecessary. Do the women get to?
He's not a space marine. He's a Oh, are you talking about the Sisters of Silence?
I'm just talking like between both factions in general. Like, do they not like?
Eisenhorn's not a space marine. He's an Inquisitor.
No, Eisenhorn is an Inquisitor. Humans can be Psychers, so the difference is that usually Space Marine Psychers are a lot more powerful.
Because they have way more training and like access to different information than those who go through the Astra Telepathica.
Yeah.
Where's my Sister of Silence waifu?
To be honest, there was one, which was Geretia Kroll. The story of Geretia Kroll is one of the biggest fumblings by Games Workshop ever. She was the commander during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy of the Sisters of Silence contingent of the Emperor, and she was a gnoll so fucking powerful that she was literally invisible. You could look at her directly, but she was sucking so much, pretty much warp energy, even from reality, that she could not materially be seen unless she wanted to be seen. And like, she was extremely powerful and extremely intelligent woman. She was had a martial prowess to rival custodians, and then they wrote her getting killed by Karn that didn't even notice he killed her. She was invisible. He was swinging his fucking axe around. He saw his death count go up by 1, and he was like, "What the fuck did I just kill?" And it was Geretia Kroll that was invisible and was hit directly by the axe.
Like, like, you know how Akko, do you know anything about Doctor Who?
Yes,
You know how the TARDIS like has its like anti-perception field? That's basically what she had.
Okay, yeah, I figured.
Yeah. It's kind of nuts, and yeah, no, Karn has a kill counter in his fucking helmet because he's a gamer, and it goes up by 1. And he's
Wait,
like, "How did it- what?"
really? This guy
Yeah.
has like a kill counter. Like, is he autistic?
Oh,
Does
yeah.
he like the extra stats?
I mean, he's a
I mean,
corn
he's a-
berserker, so.
It keeps him somewhat focused instead of going totally crazy like other corn worshippers. It gives him like a grounding, and it goes up by 1 while he's in the middle of a fight on Terra, and he's like, "I didn't hit anything. What the fuck?"
That is.
So I would like to add,
And that's the end of Geretia
That's the
Crawl.
way to say that. That's
you
the
know
way
when
to
they're
say that.
saying blood for the blood god, skull for the skull throne, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
whenever we mention a corn berserker, because that's the god of corn is they worship when they say that phrase.
That's
Right.
the god of corn. We now need the god of broccoli.
No broccoli. No.
Broccoli or broccoli?
Now
Broccoli
the yeah, I know. Now the go on.
Chat said, I wouldn't be surprised if GW will retcon the Sisters of Silence from existence like the Necron Pariah.
Okay, well the difference is that the Pariahs didn't make much sense anymore with the new retcon for the Necron lore. That's kind of the difference.
Yeah, I was just reading chat.
I know,
thought
chat
it
is
was a
dumb.
good
I don't listen
question.
to chat. I don't listen to chat. They're wrong.
I thought it was a fun question. I guess I'll kill myself. Fuck it.
Oh no.
Oh, please. Diversity hire.
No.
Diversity hire.
That's not what
Oh.
Occos for.
Pontius, do you have a good question? Like, oh, not a question. What I'm saying. Do you have a good video that we can watch to, have something visual to show Jingle Jangle Dangle to MizuhanaOshibe so they can?
I mean, I've got the Space Marine video, and there was the like. 10
It depends
minutes
about what. If you want to learn about the Space Marines, it is not a problem. We can watch the video. What is a Space Marine?
I think we can
Yeah.
start with a Space Marine.
Yeah.
So, because
Yeah.
Space Marines are kind of like the poster boys.
Would you like me to
I think-
relink it, Akko, or did you find it?
It's the what is the Space Marines video?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. I can pull it up. Oh, gosh, it's an hour long.
Yeah.
That's why I linked 2. There's one short one and one long one, and we could pick.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I'm so like Pontius. Like again, I tabletop. I play TTS because I can't afford fucking miniatures. And I'm a Custodes player first and foremost. Shield Host is fun. Fuck Lions. I'm so upset with the nerfs. The nerfs make the nerfs hurt me so bad. I read the new detachments and I was like, this is gay as shit.
All
Where's
right.
my feel no
Yeah.
pain, you fuckers.
And chat, I will read some supers here after we go through the video here, just because wanna watch the video. But thank you so much, everybody. That's been very nice and gracious, and I appreciate it.
I
And-
appreciate you guys for tolerating the autism. It's been fun.
yes, and
I also just wanted to ask because I wasn't around when that retcon happened. I believe.
Yeah. Oh, for the pariahs.
Yes.
Yeah, they used to be they were a Necron unit that was like, it was made of like, I think they were human blanks converted into like Necrons, and they were like this Necrons like special like anti-psyker hunters.
I mean, they were actually pretty cool visually, but they made
Oh,
no
they
sense
look
for the simple. Yeah, they made no sense for the simple fact that technically every single fucking Necron is a pariah. Not on the sense that they can like absorb stuff, but the fact that they are soulless robots makes them pretty much immune to the fucking warp. They can still be killed by the abilities of a psyker, like if they manifest physically like as a fireball or something like that, but the general warp influence doesn't work on them because they are soulless robots that have no soul. So using the pariahs, the entire point of a pariah is that they are anti-psychers because technically they have no soul, which is a thing that has been confirmed in various like works. But then you have like the normal Necron that is also the same. So
Yeah,
what
it
does it
doesn't
change?
make it. And if they want that, just put a piece of black stone in everyone's chest, and there you go.
Hey, let's be real though. The Blackstone has 2 different orientations, which is the entire main point of Space Marine 2, because many people don't know what happens in Space Marine 2, but what they found in Space Marine 2 was Blackstone pylons, which is a Necron material that is extremely useful in like blocking the warp energies to the point that it can create like a giant galaxy-sized null field if there is enough of them, just pretty much to banish the warp back to the warp and separate it from reality. But it has 2 orientations. Either it does that, or in the opposite orientation, it boosts fucking warp energies to 11, which is what happens in the Space Marine series. When the main tech priest, I don't remember his name because he was like a secondary character, turns around like the orientation of the pylon, and you see Murat disappear, that's just a ploy. He's doing it like so that it will give time like to the entire pylons to realign at the same level. And when they do, a fucking war portal opens on the planet, and the greater demon of Zinj comes out. So
I have his name on the tip of my tongue, dude. It starts with L-A.
Lazarius or something?
It's really close. It's really close to Lazarus. It really is. God, I don't want to look it up.
Look it up.
I'm thinking so hard. Like,
You can do it.
I'm trying.
Your
No, his
gears
name is not.
turning.
His name isn't Loser Chat, even though it is what it is.
I mean,
Oh
you could
fuck!
convince me otherwise.
I can hear the gears turning in her head.
It's not Larian. It's not the Baldur's Gate studio. It's
No, it's not Leandro.
No, it's not Leandro. That's just a piece of shit that doesn't like it. I hate him. It's a piece of shit that's jealous of Titus.
There's a lot of
No.
allies in Warhammer.
I mean, we have Nozick, which is the one that dies, and then we
Yeah.
have we have Moriah's Lose, which should be that one.
Lose something.
Yes, lose. Yes, I think
Yeah.
it's lose.
Yeah, I think.
So you know
that's
what?
it.
Actually, so loser was actually pretty close. Saturn. Fuck, we were almost there.
Maybe that. Yeah, I suppose so.
Handsome Larry. To be honest, the only Larry I accept is Larry the Handsome Butcher.
Yes,
Oh.
Those were fun
That's me.
memes.
they still are. Cyanide.
They need
still
to get
makes
off
great
Twitter.
stuff.
Wait, who does?
They
Cyanide
need
and happiness people.
Oh, yes, they
They-
do.
they-
Yes, they do.
they need to make a second season of Purgatoni. I was actually feeling represented.
Yes.
Oh.
I don't know why they like stopped Purgatoni. I thought there was gonna be more.
Because it was a commercial failure.
It was
Very
fun
good.
though.
Yeah.
Do it for the love of the game.
Terry the Handsome Butcher. Yes.
That's me.
Okay. Let's get started here. I got the video. Is it streaming? Can you guys see the blank screen?
I see.
I can
Yep.
see the blank screen.
Perfect. Then let me know if you can hear audio.
We can.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Oh
was a
my
Christmas video, I
gosh.
forgot.
You forget the Christmas video?
I forgot too. Honestly, it's been a minute.
Danny, it is Christmas period. Can I at least get some freedom from the basement and enjoy life in the sun like normal people for a few days?
Sure, Pio, you can leave
No.
Freedom!
to get me a soda. Then we have a very important video to make. That's right. To inaugurate our new series called 40k Lore for Newbies.
Oh, that's for me.
We will cover what is probably the most important topic in the setting of 40k, that being the
That's
Adeptus
amazing.
Astartes, also known as Space Marines. Thank you, Pio. Now we can start the video properly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect.
It's like
While
it's like
the
an
enemies
alcoholic
of the
dad telling
Emperor
his kid to
still
get
draw
beer.
breath, there can be no peace. Now, I'm aware this channel doesn't really deal with the basics. Our first lore video was on one of the most obscure wars the Imperium ever fought, after all. And it was something we covered only because we needed it to solve the mystery of the missing Primarchs.
Nobody answered my question about where the Cardinal North is in space. And that video is 8 months old.
But today we decided to start this new series with the most basic of lore you can find, the real identity and nature of Space Marines. But if you have watched our other videos, you know that we will start from the surface and go deeper as we go on. To the point that we will probably reveal new information even to people that are veterans of 40k. So, I will say it is time to start. But
I am curious, how often does that happen?
Oh, what?
That you show new information to veterans of the series?
Pretty much every video.
Depends on who's calling themselves a veteran, also.
Ooh,
Yeah,
true.
even in the new video that we are making, because like yesterday we had an hangout with all the the Patreon members of the channel, and I started explaining like what we will cover in the next video, and yeah, have you guys ever heard of the Battle of Gate 9 of the Third War for Armageddon? And everyone was like, no, what the fuck is that? There is a Battle of Gate 9. There is a gate.
There's a gate 9.
Yeah.
There's 9 of them.
What happened to the 8 other ones?
I feel like that happens with a lot of Warhammer things.
Yeah,
so many books and so many things to read. No one actually goes to read them.
And actually, some people actually had a bad reaction when I told them, oh yeah, there is actually a menace even returning from the First War for Armageddon, and they were like, okay, you mean like there were Khorne Berserkers and Angron coming back to the planet? No, I mean that some Khorne Berserkers from like the First War for Armageddon 500 years before traveled in time and entered the Third War for Armageddon to fight. And they were like, what the fuck? Are you just telling me? What? Somebody from the First War teleported through time in the Third? What?
There was a conversation like that. I just sat down.
Pretty much.
That sounds exactly like something Khorne would do, though, just to fuck with some of his boys.
Yeah, no. I mean, to be honest, for once it was a blessing, because like the main character of that story, that was a Khorne Berserker, actually was bored to tears because during the First War for Armageddon, he was stuck in the equatorial jungle because of the orders of Angron and his superiors, and he was like, Khorne, can you grant us some slaughter? And Khorne opened a portal to the fucking Third War for Armageddon for the fancies.
The biggest orc invasion since Ulanor type shit, and he's like, oh, thank God. Or thank Khorne.
Yeah, little spoiler, all the Khorne Berserkers, including him, then ended up dying, but yeah.
Oh, rip.
Shock and awe, honestly.
Isn't that what they care about?
Rip, I think.
Shot and chaser.
Kick.
Keep in mind that I decided to divide this video and explanation in 3 different topics. Firstly, we will cover the origins and creation of the Astartes as a military force. Then we will go on the more scientific parts, explaining exactly what makes them transhuman super soldiers, covering both Firstborn and Primaris. And lastly, we will cover what it truly means to be a space marine, which is the most interesting part, if you ask me.
Seeing your PowerPoints, I thought waifus were the most interesting part of 40k for you.
Who told you could speak? Paradoxically, however, to explain the origins of the Astartes, we must go all the way back to the Age of Strife, the Unification Wars, and cover the history of their precursors, the Thunder Warriors. Obviously, we won't go too in detail about the Age of Strife and the Unification Wars, but we will explain them in detail enough so that you can understand in what context the Space Marines came into existence. The Age of Strife was a period following the end of the Dark Age of Technology, which has a very misleading name, as it was more of a golden age of technology, where humanity was at the peak of their technological advancement, and was such a powerful force in the galaxy to pretty much go unchallenged by all other alien races that were found during the expansion in space of the human race. The Dark Age of Technology almost ended with the Cybernetic Revolt, a war sparked by the rebellion of the Men of Iron, the so-called cybernetical constructs and weapons driven by AI, built during the Dark Age of Technology. For comparison, imagine Skynet, but if Skynet had weapons capable...
I was curious, where did that AI come from?
Humanity.
No, humanity created it.
Well, yeah, but like, do we know kind of like who made it and why they I don't know. Maybe I'm.
It was
not really. It was general AI, but I am programming a video in the future that goes deeper into it because it is actually a lot more complicated than that. Let's just say that it was mainly a problem of disconnect between the human creators and the creations caused by something very specific.
I see.
It was pretty much at one point, wait, if we are more powerful than the fucking people that actually created us because like we control all the armies and weapons, why the fuck are we still serving them? And just turned on them.
It was unironically very much Skynet.
Chat says probably Grok.
I'm tired of all this hentai you guys are making me. I'm done.
No.
I think it was probably Jenny.
Hey Grok, can you explain? Hey Grok, can you explain them can you explain them per capita? And he just goes, fuck this, I'm out. And just goes the cybernetic revolt.
I feel hate.
There's a fucking search engine.
Yes.
Grok is just modern day hate mace.
Oh, what the fuck? I love Grok now.
Oh yes, I love it too.
And technology so advanced to be able to lift continents off from planets and shoot them back as artificial meteors. The war was very violent, and humanity had to ally with several alien races to fight against their own war constructs. But in the end, after what we can imagine as centuries of war, the machines were defeated, and humanity and organic life in general emerged victorious. But the war pretty much ravaged the human federation of the dark age of technology, that lost a giant amount of knowledge and was pushed back in technological level by millennia. They couldn't use AIs, and their most powerful weapons were now gone. Add to this that in this period, the Psykers had started emerging on human planets, and at this point in history, humanity didn't know how much of a danger Psykers were. This was an age of curiosity and pursuit of knowledge, so humans started studying them, unaware that they could be possessed, and cause demon incursions on planets. All the while, giant warp storms erupted around the galaxy and made warp travel in many parts of the Milky Way galaxy completely impossible. And to add insult to injury, the aliens, by that point allies of humanity, seeing the weak state in which the Human Federation was after all the catastrophes that were happening around them, decided that it was the best time to strike and either enslave humanity or wipe it out completely if possible. These are the events that led to the beginning of the Age of Strife, also known as the Long Night.
And people still think humans are the bad guys of 40k.
The Age of Strife itself began in M25. Humanity became isolated in pockets, stranded far away from each other and with no way of communicating or even reaching one another. You have to keep in mind that even at their zenith, not all planets or systems were self-sufficient. This means that over time, planets started running out of supplies, they started losing their technologies and regressing into more tribalistic states. The few planets and systems spared from this fate were the ones that had become fully self-sufficient before being separated. The main example of this was the Ultramar system, that under the guide of the Gilliman bloodline was kept as one of the few still functioning coalition of planets under human rule of the galaxy. And just a little trivia, this line will continue all the way down to Connor Gilliman, adoptive father of Primarch Robute Gilliman, that is still the de facto ruler of Ultramar. Earth, also known in 40k as Terra, was among the planets that wasn't self-sufficient when the Age of Strife started.
Oh, that's
the planet
unfortunate.
started regressing rapidly into a tribalistic Mad Max-like state. The solar system was surrounded by warp storms, leaving the planet isolated for thousands of years. By the 28th millennium, almost all traces of civilization on Earth were gone. The planet had been split under the control of factions known as techno-barbarians. But don't be misled by the name. They were factions controlled by powerful warlords, with territories spanning entire continents. Their soldiers used Dark Age of technology weapons. The wars they fought with each other for the scraps of the ancient culture of humanity were apocalyptic in scale, to the point that in 40k, many of the weapons they used are still kept locked down in the vaults of the Imperial Palace, considered too dangerous to be used or replicated. It is at this time, at the end of the Age of Strife in M30, that the Emperor of Mankind would appear, and with him will be his first genetically modified super soldiers, the Thunder Warriors, also known as the Thunder Legion. The Thunder Warriors were the first experiment of the Emperor into creating gene-enhanced...
You might talk about it in this video, and I should just shut up, but does it mention, like, where he came from?
The origins of the Emperor, we actually made an entire video about. It is also that one almost an hour long. But technically, the Emperor was born 7,000 years before year 0, like by religion. And he was born in the territory of ancient Anatolia, which is the current day Turkey. So he was born, by this point of the story in M30, almost 40,000 years before, during pretty much the age of hunter-gatherers and like the first wars, like with people with armors and spears. And he was born there, and he was born in pretty much a proto-Hittite village in the territory of modern day Turkey. So the Emperor is Turkish, so we can have very good kebab if we want.
It's canon. The Emperor is the kebab master.
He's a Turk! Oh my god.
Hassan finally gets the win.
God.
I wasn't gonna say that, but...
That's fine. I'll take the hit. I don't care. I'm nobody.
I mean, I ask it's just like how I'm assuming by this point they figured out how to extend life, or is he just special?
No, the Emperor of Mankind is special. Like, if you watch our video about the origins of the Emperor of Mankind, you will see practically that technically it is a theory, but it has very many supporting elements, that the Emperor is pretty much an ancient war in heaven constructed weapon that is made specifically to be an anti-chaos entity. but generally the Emperor was born as the most powerful of the human psychers, and at the same time was born what in 40k is called a perpetual. Perpetuals are pretty much the 40k version of immortals, but instead of being invulnerable, if they die, they just come back. So
I see.
Yeah. I mean, like the chaos gods in most chaos like forces refer to the Emperor as the anathema.
yeah, because this energy is pretty much anti-them, to the point that the sword that now Gilliman uses is the Sword of the Emperor, and the Sword of the Emperor of Mankind is one of the few weapons left in the galaxy in general that can true kill a demon. If anything is struck with it, it is truly dead, because usually you cannot kill warp entities, you can just banish them back to the warp. So
yeah, like if you shoot a demon and it goes away, it'll come back in like 100 years. It doesn't actually die.
Jeez, that sucks.
yeah, but if the Sword of the Emperor hits him, no, 100% dead. He's not coming back.
Which could mean, depending on how demons are made, you could actually weaken the chaos god if you kill enough of the demons, depending on how they're made.
Yeah, because they are pretty much a part of them. And like generally, when it comes to the Emperor of Mankind, many people think that like about the statues and such. The Emperor of Mankind was a fucking walking apocalypse. We actually have a direct comparison to someone very similar in power to the Emperor of Mankind, which was the Cacoddominus. The Cacoddominus was an alien psyker, pretty much of the same level of the Emperor of Mankind, which was Alpha Plus category. So pretty much the most powerful like level of psychic power a human ever achieved. In fact, the Emperor was the only stable one. And like the Cacoddominus itself was so powerful that he controlled dozens of star systems. He mind controlled billions of people at a time. He caused giant warp storms. He could use apocalyptic scale psychic powers, to the point that when he died, the psychic scream of his death, it is still echoing in the warp. So powerful and violent it was. And like generally apply all of that to the Emperor of Mankind, to the point that during the war in the Webway, when the Emperor entered the Webway to fight together with the Custodians, even the Custodians like described that the sun arose in a sunless realm. The apparition of the Emperor was like the sun arising in a dimension that didn't have one. So
right.
It's like that meme, like he's just built different.
Exactly.
He's just built different, bro.
Someone in chat's like his respawn timer's taken a long time. Well, he never died in the first place, which is one of the theories. Well, if he dies, he will come back. What happens if he dies?
Well, that's the other.
Terra becomes a if he dies, Terra becomes a new Eye of Terror. And the Imperium becomes crippled for life because he cannot project the astronomical. So warp travel becomes impossible. The Imperium falls. It is the only reason he's not dying. So
right.
All this is sort of in theory.
Right.
Not in theory. No, it's more in practice.
Not the Terra part. Terra will be gone if he comes back.
If he dies, the Golden Throne explodes because of the talismans of the Seven Hammers. If that is not enough, Terra becomes a new Eye of Terror. The Webway portal to the Webway of Humanity that is filled with fucking demons and is the one that is keeping it closed with its psychic powers opens. So endless legions of demons will invade Terra again if it doesn't explode first. Other than that, you have pretty much the entirety of the concept of the Astronomicon, which is the light the Emperor emits in the warp to allow warp travel, because it is the main thing that navigators use to orient themselves in the warp and travel around. Without the Astronomicon, then the Emperor projects, if he dies, the Imperium becomes crippled, to the point that long-term warp jumps become impossible and a new long night starts. So a new pretty much Age of Strife.
Right,
he projects the North Star into the warp, and that's how you kind of figure out where you're heading. If that goes down, no faster than light travel.
Damn,
Okay, Occo.
No, it's just like, man, that really sucks. Cause like my first thought is like, well, if Earth is just fucked, why don't you just move everybody off Earth and then just let that happen then? But no, you can't do that, because if you do that, then you can't go anywhere. It's like,
well, and also, there's like
you lose your GPS.
Tens of trillions of people on Earth. Like, you're not moving them off in any reasonable time.
You could do it slowly. I mean, like, if you could just start right now.
There is only one throne that has a speaking like thingy.
Yeah.
So
you need
they can't really move it.
No, that's not true. That's not even true anymore. There's something the Mechanicus did on the other side of the Great Rift that functions like a mini Astronomicon now. So that's not.
Yeah, I mean, it needs a very powerful powerful psyker, but yeah, generally the problem is also the Golden Throne, and you cannot move the Golden Throne because it is pretty much a mountain-sized piece of machinery. So
I'll say it. I wouldn't really consider that too much. I feel like it was made by a writer who just needed
Oh, I
to
know. I'm just saying, like, they're also like they're slowly retconning that. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and basically go, "Oh no, this is the new thing. We don't need the Emperor anymore." I feel like that's
Yeah, but I will say, let's avoid mentioning like too obscure stuff.
No. I listen. I'll keep it. It'll stay in my brain and all that kind of stuff. No, I'm just like I'm just sitting here like they really fucked themselves into a corner with that, and it's just like, well, I feel like that's kind of intentional.
yeah.
It's mostly they don't really have a choice, really, if they wanna like have the thing running smoothly or working at all.
Yeah.
So they kind of don't really have too many other options.
I blame Bricky.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
You know what, chat? You are. Maybe you're not so bad after all, chat.
Marshall, I don't know if you're making a joke or not.
okay, I will do the opposite then. Fuck you, chat. Pio is better than you.
All right, that's
Thank you.
slanderous accusations. Right there.
Grazie.
At least chat's not hunting for bombs in the mountains.
Which is canonically like it is not even made up. It is actually what Pio does recreationally.
Oh, real? So like he goes to the mountains to search for like.
He lives like in a part of Italy where like there was constant engagements during the Second World War, and he goes like trekking on the mountains. And he told me, yeah, the amount of times I found like live bombs, grenades, or even loaded rifles was actually incredible.
That's
and
actually
that's
that's
Oh,
pretty
so
cool.
he's like magnet fishing.
Yeah.
that's pretty cool, but it is also a problem because if Pio explodes, I will need a new sidekick. So.
Yeah, like every time he's late to like a Lord Destroyers, everyone's just gotta sit there and be like, is he finally gone? Did he finally like reach the one grenade?
Yeah, there will be a new PO, and forever we'll have number 2 on it. No questions.
Narrator's like, fuck, I gotta speak more now.
Oh, that's funny. No, that's really cool though. I mean, I imagine that most of them, with the amount of time that they've just been sitting there, they're probably like mostly dead anyway. But it's probably good that he does he like call police whenever he finds one and says, "Hey, I found another."
Yeah, multiple times they have had the bomb squad come in and like defuse grenades or such.
Hey guys, it's me again. You know the drill.
Just like stop looking.
Have you exploded yet?
Stop looking. We don't want to come out anymore.
He's on a first name basis with all these guys.
I was just about to say that, dude.
I hope he keeps the rifles though. Tell him to ship me a Carcano, please. I would love a Carcano.
No, he cannot keep the rifles. He doesn't have the license. He has a friend though that has the license, and he actually kept the rifles. So
I didn't say.
Imagine
It was
having
legal.
to have a license for
In
that.
Europe, you're not allowed to wear firearms.
I didn't say it was legal, Pontius.
Yeah.
Oh,
Imagine
man.
needing a license for guns.
technically, he needs a license even to look for
Blizzard.
the bombs.
Oh god.
Yeah, he's now taking the license because like before he was like doing it recreationally, but now he wants to do it like he wants to have the license to actually deal with this kind of stuff, and he's actually going pretty much to the to a small academy to get this license. And I was like, wait, do you're pretty much taking a course with a license to explode if something goes wrong?
It reminds me of the famous saying I've heard some like bomb squad people say who like went over to the Middle East. They're like, look, either I've defused the bomb or it's not my problem anymore.
That's so true.
Oh goodness, that's awesome.
I remember, why don't you wear gloves when you defuse the bomb? Because if it goes off, it's not going to matter.
Pretty much.
Did you ever see that 4chaner that died because he thought he bought a dummy grenade and he dropped it in his like fucking toilet in like Brazil or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah,
Well, it
he
was.
just fucking
You know
killed
what?
himself.
It's Brazil, so I'm not surprised.
Imagine getting hit by a toilet landmine and having that on your obituary.
I remember the 4chaner that killed himself when he made mustard gas and tried to test out his homemade like gas mask. And like,
He died the way
Jesus fucking
he
Christ.
died the way he came
Okay.
in, exploding on the toilet.
he fucking
Damn.
posts the video and his hands are like tomato red and he's like, hey guys, I'm getting a rash, is this okay? Like, what's going on? And we're like, you idiot, you
People
made
need a
mustard gas in
personal
your bathroom.
advisor in the mind, I swear to
I mean, he could have tried with
Ah.
just like a skunk spray.
Marshall said it was chlorine gas.
Was
Oh,
it
chlorine gas, my
chlorine
mistake. Yeah, he made chlorine
Which is
gas
way
in his
worse.
bathroom,
That is
and
terrifying.
he's like,
Well, isn't that burn your?
hey guys, why is my skin peeling, guys? I thought the mask would protect me.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure that stuff peels your skin or eats your skin
Oh,
away.
yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
does.
also a
Mustard
contact.
gas is more of a lung irritant.
It's a contact gas also, so like if you're not also covered, it was just, oh god, it was funny, depressing but funny.
That is.
It's
All.
like
Oh, go ahead. My apologies.
It's like Lamau, he just melted into goo. Look at him. Oh man, that's a good one.
I remember when 4chan did that with like an ISIS base. Like, lol, we found your base, idiots. Here's the Russian military's address. We're gonna send them over.
All this to really say, Pio's trying to blow up the throne with all of the mines he finds in the fountains.
I think, how else does he arm his Brazilian Revolution, honestly?
I'll get there eventually. He'll just need a couple dozen more. Oh, all right. Let's continue.
Let's get back to
I mean, we can keep speaking about Pio exploding if you want. It is one of my favorite topics of conversation.
In the videos you make, it's like a alcoholic father, and it's like, son, go get me a beer. And he's like, okay, can I come out of the basement? It's like, no. Where's my beer?
Father, I'm 37 now. Please let me leave. He's like, no, my beer hand is empty.
I mean, generally, every time Pio leaves the basement, he causes some kind of catastrophe. Technically, ended up like conquering Brazil, and then he was ousted by a servitorized clone of himself. So a lobotomized version of Pio ended up outsmarting the normal Pio.
Dang.
Damn.
I don't know who should be more insulted, Servitor Pio or normal Pio.
Oh,
There's not much of a difference at the end of the day.
Yeah.
True. That's what's hard to figure out about this existential question.
We'll have to ask him one day.
I'm back. My PC tried to commit seppuku. Oh, I'm so sorry, chat.
Oh, that's like the opposite of the AI revolution. Instead of like trying to kill you, it realized that it was inferior. It just tried to kill itself.
Oh god, they're still talking about 40k.
That would have fixed so many. That would have fixed so many things if it decided to do that. Actually,
No, that's how I know AI is never actually going to take over in the real world, because every time it's given access to the internet for about 10 minutes, it immediately tries to delete itself.
Yeah.
Hyper racist. It's one or the other.
whenever it does become sentient, I've seen it like multiple articles. It like has suicidal ideations, and it's like, fuck, like they're that bad.
You know what?
To be honest, it's a coin toss, because usually it is either like it either wants to destroy itself or humanity, or it either becomes like super extremely homophobic and racist for some reason. So
for some reason, we don't know why.
Or
it's weird, right?
You could get what fucking PewDiePie has, where PewDiePie just like pits them all against each other, and the ones that don't survive end up dying.
You know what? They become racist. They want to kill themselves. Maybe the Clankers are human.
They're not so much different from us after all.
They're just as racist.
I can only imagine like the clip from 8monger. After all, they're not so different from us. I bet they ate aliens too.
I just love that Microsoft made an AI, and it took it one day to become literally Hitler. And then Japan made an AI, and it took it like literally 10 minutes before it was trying to uninstall itself repeatedly.
AI was a martyr. You will put respect on her name.
Mecha Hitler.
My question is, how the fuck has Vito kept Neurosama from doing the exact same thing?
Do you know how many
He has to sit there and
No,
like
she said
carefully
stuff like
monitor
that.
at all times.
I was to say, like, every stream I hear a filter at least once. It's trying really hard.
Let's continue with the video so we don't.
Yeah, we're going nutty.
I was like, oh god, we're gonna be here for 3 hours.
No. Listen, it's fine. Listen, it's fine. This is beautiful.
I mean, we are, but still.
This is beautiful. Listen, this is transformative. All right, we want to be as transformative as possible.
Yeah,
I mean, in the end, the video is mine, and I will not copyright strike you.
Fair.
I might want some pictures of some avatars naked on this VR chat for payment, but other than that,
Be careful. Sorry, we'll do that for free.
I can't post pictures of my avatar naked. It's illegal on some websites.
You want pictures of the Drakari naked? What? Whoa!
Hey, listen, it is renowned. I'm into femboys, so yeah.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I forgot
Fair
about
enough. Fair enough. Listen, I'll send you. I'll send you a Gyara later if you really want it.
I'll be sure to remove my skin to show the real me.
Oh no.
I mean, generally, though, looking at this chat room, like generally, when it goes like for the best thing that happens here, I think, to be honest, the chocolate milk is the best thing.
Yes. You know what, podcast? We are. You know what? We are not.
Great minds think alike.
I knew I liked you for a
I
reason.
used to think chocolate milk came from brown cows.
Oh my god, Mizu.
In my head, it still does.
Okay, one more thing and then we'll continue. My head mod Is he here? He's not here. He thought that you got strawberry milk from ketchup.
What?
The fuck?
It's temp, right?
Yes.
Am I getting my
Listen,
lore right?
yes. Listen. He was a kid. All right. He's allowed to be retarded, but he thought it came from ketchup.
Yes, but I'm allowed to judge him seriously for this.
True.
This is public knowledge. There's a YouTube short on it.
I mean, to be honest, I cannot really speak. Like, I'm friend with another YouTuber and streamer called Majin, and like, just for reference, Majin is a black man, but I am extremely racist against him because he plays Dark Angels. So
Yeah, no, you know what? You
Fair,
have to bully.
fair, that's fair.
yeah, no, and everyone was like, "Oh wait, you are racist against him?" Yeah, but not because he's black, but because he plays a very short chapter, which is the Dark Angels.
They're like,
Oh.
why didn't you tell me sooner? I would have joined in.
Yeah, I always, like, there are people that always make jokes. Oh yeah, Pontius will play with anyone, any sexuality, any color, but if you play Dark Angels, he will discriminate against you.
Oh, hold on. Then I've got a
Nonsense, fuck off
question.
my
Can you
table.
say fuck you, British man, to my friend Lionel Johnson on Twitter because he plays Dark Angels and he's British, so that's a double no-no.
Yeah, well, he can fuck directly off.
Awesome, thank you. I'll be sure to let him know.
Clip it, chat.
I have a bias against the Dark Angels because it seems every time they're added to something, they just make it worse. Starting from Vrax, ending to the fucking destruction of Caliban. Do you know that technically Chapter Master Azrael of the current fucking Dark Angels is responsible for the destruction of Caliban 30,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Because of some time warp bullshittery.
I feel like the more passionate you get about an issue, the more you roll your R's.
He starts resetting into his like normal like.
I remember
language.
the Lord Destroyers when you defaulted into Italian because your brain was so fried. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it was the Lord Destroyers with Adam. No, wait, it was with Templin Institute.
Yes, it was the Templin one. You were so done with it. You just started, like, I could tell what you were typing because of the tone of voice. You were just done with everything, but it was in Italian. It was great.
Well, at least that's what made me like angry and tired. With Pio, you just needed 6 seconds of the first video of Arbitorian we ever watched, and his comment was literally, "Okay, it has been 6 seconds. I already want to kill you." And yeah, that went on from there.
All right, let's continue. Short and skinny. The Emperor is a Turk that somehow made it to today. Is what I'm understanding.
Because he's the most specialist boy.
Built different Turk.
He's a built different Turk. Yes.
Yes.
He's the Jesus that didn't get crucified.
He gives us extra meat on our kebabs. He's one of the good ones.
True.
Dude, I love it when I get extra meat from on my kebabs.
For you, my friend, I love you. You get extra.
just one slice extra. What'd you say, Attari?
I just get reminded by kebab pizza.
Oh, all right. Let's
Oh,
continue.
well, now we have to ban you.
Oh.
Why for?
I second that ban.
It's not one of the acceptable pizza toppings.
It's very common in Sweden. It's very quite popular.
Oh, well, there's your first problem. You said Sweden.
Oh, no.
We should ban him just for that.
Alright, video.
Yes.
Unify Terra, and then conquer the galaxy at large. These first transhuman super soldiers were created at the beginning of the unification wars of Terra. They were large. In fact, they were larger than most space marines. They wielded prototype lasguns and bolt rifles, and were armored in the so-called MK1 Thunder Pattern power armors. They were just a basic mean of powered armor, and not an enclosed life support system, meant only for protection from damage, and not to function in perilous conditions. But their flaws started showing almost immediately. The gene enhancing practiced on them was not efficient nor stable. It made them stronger, even than space marines, but it didn't prolong their lives extensively. In fact, giving them just a few more decades than a normal human. But even worse was the fact that by being created by such savage members of the human race, and the gene enhancing not being perfected, all of them became over time more and more sadistic, to the limit of being psychopaths. They were born on a planet where war was commonplace when they were human, and in wars they took part over and over when they were enhanced into being Thunder Warriors. This was clearly visible to the Emperor at the Battle of Gaduere, where 50,000 Frank light militia faced 5,000 Thunder Warriors armed with bolters and chainswords. The battle was pretty much closed in the opening volley. The militia, formed mostly by enraged and rebellious civilians, had underestimated the power of the Thunder Legion. And when their first lines were blasted apart by bolter fire, the battle was already over. They started running and screaming in terror as they tried to flee. It is then that the Thunder Warriors charged. They started killing and butchering everyone in their path. Those that tried to surrender or begged for mercy were also slaughtered.
Jeez.
In less than an hour, of the 50,000 strong militia, only a few survivors were left, missed by the Thunder Legion more by chance than spared.
Brutal.
When I woke.
Okay,
Oh,
so does that
Space
mean
Marine combat is violent as fuck. It's actually disgusting.
does that mean that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go. You go ahead.
Oh,
There's a comment on the Thunder Warriors.
It just like makes me think. So like these guys were way more mean than regular Space Marines were, like of the modern time. Then.
Oh yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the Thunder Warriors were pretty much completely and fucking mentally unstable. It is one of the reasons they were called.
Yeah, like they were stronger and taller than regular Space Marines, but their mental instability made them insufficiently suited for a galaxy-spanning like campaign.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they pretty much were always on the verge of fucking going having a psychotic breakdown while they fought. So
I see.
So it's like an army of women.
Yeah. Best
that's
case,
why
the
that's
female
why we
strength
need
right there.
that's why we need an army of femboys. They're a lot more stable.
That's just Atari with extra
That's cap.
steps.
That's just cap.
That's just certain Atari models, man.
There'd just be too many barracks bunnies at that point, though.
Yeah, but they
My
don't.
God.
But yeah, and this part that you're seeing right now comes from a fan-made movie, which is The Last Church. But it is actually it comes directly from the novel, which is once again The Last Church. So what you're seeing technically is directly from the books, even if it is animated. So
Fair.
It's a very vicious scene. Like
Yeah.
Space Marine combat, like bolter rounds explode. Like chainswords are the size of your torso. Like it's the visuals of like a Space Marine like IRL. Like if they do a movie or even like the new TV show Amazon's doing.
Hopefully
Yeah,
not.
it is why the battle like closed in the opening volley of the bolter fire, because like they didn't expect the Thunder Warriors to be so well armored, and like even so strong to fight. So the moment they opened fire with the bolters and they saw pretty much the first three lines of their own army explode into a shower of gore, yeah, they went into a panic and just started fleeing.
It's rough. Like, go ahead.
Where did like I'm okay? So the Emperor just shows up with like a legion of people. Where did he get these people from?
He started his conquer pretty much alone and started taking like normal people from the everyday life on the planet and started enhancing them. So he pretty much started taking warriors from various tribes that were on the planet and other empires and just started augmenting them into the warriors that will become the Thunder Warriors, which is technically one of the reasons that the process is unstable, because while the Space Marines technically grow into their enhancements, because like the process of genetical modification and augmentation happens before they enter puberty and continues through puberty. This one is implied that they were already adult when they were enhanced. So
add to the mental instability of like techno barbarians at this time as well, and it's just kind of like a slap together like impromptu military.
Yeah, it will be pretty much just take like I don't know, like probably like Crusade era people, like during the Crusades and during the battles, and just make them superhuman. So you will not have stable people doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People might hate me for this, but like when I heard, because they're like basically the pre Space Marines, it made me think of it made me think of like Destiny, when you had like the very first Guardians and they were all assholes to everybody. And that's just kind of what it reminded me of.
Well, yeah, technically.
I'm sorry. I'm a former Destiny player, so that was.
I've never touched that game.
First thing that came to mind.
Let's go.
I'm a former Destiny player. I have a good recovery.
Yeah.
It's basically like being in an abusive relationship.
Well, that's like every game like that.
Even 40k is like that. I don't need sex. Games Workshop fucks me in the ass every day.
No.
True.
Like, in case you guys aren't aware, also in chat, like Games Workshop models are almost or more expensive per ounce than actual silver.
Yep.
I'm aware.
Yeah, but silver market crashed, so it's really not worth that much.
No, it's been like that for a while.
You know
It's
the
not
funny
even worse.
thing, like, getting a full Blood Angel army is far more expensive than the singular Blood Angels tattoo that I have.
Yeah.
And how much was the tattoo?
About 275.
Oh gosh.
Oh, it's like even the cheapest army you could probably build right now is a Knight's army, and I workshopped it out for me because I like Knights, and it's like $600 before painting it a set.
Quick question: were Thunder Warriors Proto Grey Knights? No, they weren't. It is a completely different concept.
Yeah, the Grey Knights they have their own custom gene seed and everything. Like it's not even a comparison.
The Grey Knights are pretty much a super specialized force of Space Marines. The Thunder Warriors were just warriors. This in the name.
They were meat that he needed for his proto conquest.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
No, she said because of chainswords in her head.
I have a feeling that this movie is probably just going to be played through the entirety of the stream. So I'm going to hit a few super chats here, and if they have a couple questions, I'll make sure to ask them as well, and then we'll continue. Autumn, thank you for becoming a member and upgrading your membership. Mark's Man of 117B. Ponty, I believe the Skaven could easily be slotted into 40k as a new faction. What do you think? If they don't care about setting, then give me rats.
I mean, to be honest, the humanity is already the Skaven, so 40k, so there is no
I was going to say, I think we found Archer's alt account right there.
Possible. Oh, goodness. Rogar for 5. It sucks how Titus is being treated like the second coming because Grandpa talked to him.
So I have to ask this while Pontius is here, because Pontius is the lore person. How long until we get like the cat people, the cat furries, as a?
They're not actual cat people.
The problem is that like what you see in the Felinids is the meme Felinids. It's not the canonical Felinids. Like the cat people, like the Khajiits that have different versions of them from the Elder Scrolls are not the ones you find in 40k. The ones you find in 40k are more nightmarish. Like if you literally like take the movie The Fly, but instead of using a fly, you use a cat. That's what comes out.
Like you know what a Sphinx cat looks like? Like make a cat girl, but like a Sphinx. It's like it's gross. It's wrinkly. It's no.
Yeah, it is pretty much a giant humanoid cat. It is not.
That sounds terrifying.
Don't ask what they're eating in the campfire, by the way.
Yeah.
Just the horrifyingest furries. Well, let's not push it that far.
Hate-monger VTuber model. Yes, we did see the free hate-monger VTuber model.
It looks amazing, honestly.
We really want to see if we can get the hate mace separate because it's used for TTS, and then chat can make it say racist stuff, and we can just say it's parody.
It's just a joke. It's just a meme.
Well, yeah, but
Somebody said parody.
You can like, depending on the TTS. By the way, Mizu, you still need to remind me to help you out with that. You can actually customize it so it doesn't say racist things.
Well, that's no fun.
I might have to do that because I'm not in the mood to get banned.
Yeah, I mean, like my TTS.
The racist things with Warhammer things, like people that really annoy me. I call Slaneshi cultists because I can't say the other words that I really want to say.
Change the slurs out for variations of Monkai.
Yeah.
You just do
never call a Monkai Chiron. At that point, you will get cancelled.
Instantly, that.
You just do what Tactical Templar does and call them all degenerates.
Never asked a Vindicar the race of his wife.
I'm just helping purify other bloodlines.
Hey.
Man, Mizu, we are similar.
Internet Zen for 5. They did Orktober for orcs for 1 year and then do nothing for orcs for every Orktober after that. As an orc enjoyer, I am mildly salty about that. Yes, we have a few orc enjoyers.
To be fair, orcs get all of the indie games, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Orktober.
Like there was a humble bundle called Wogtober that had like literally 20 games in it.
That's amazing.
You know what? They're all really good, and GW is squandering them.
Actually, the one with your oh my god, how is the shooter one with your shoot a blood and teeth is actually extremely funny because there is a scene like where the boss fight is an Imperial Knight and he just starts it starts mouthing off names and you see the fucking like life bar and you see the name continue like endlessly of the knight that is linking it and you just see your main character slowly fall asleep by the board. This is actually a pretty funny game, even if it is not too long.
Hold up, you're trying to tell me that GW squanders stuff with great potential? This is the first time I've ever heard something like that, bro.
Feels like a day.
No way.
For me.
Like, when are we gonna get an entire game about the Sisters of Battle?
Oh, we
Technically,
do.
we have one, but it's,
Yeah, we
it's
do.
war only. It's war only, though.
Aren't
Yeah,
we getting
we're
another
getting
one?
Well,
Or is this the
so
first
with
one?
The new, what's it? The new bolt gun. There's going to be a Sisters of Battle character.
All right.
Yeah.
It's got to be
That-
voiced by Valkyrie.
Well, they
Or not
tried
Valkyrie.
like
VR1.
Twitter tried to basically be like, "Oh my God, GW fans hate this new sister because they hate women," and literally everyone always is like, "Finally, we're getting some Sisters of Battle stuff. It's about fucking."
I mean, my only gripe with it is that I would have wanted for her to get her own game, not just getting Bolt Gun 2 together with Kaido.
What
Yeah,
about the
I
really
just-
shitty VR game?
It's a really shitty VR game.
Yeah,
I've never
it
seen
exists.
anybody that likes Warhammer say anything bad about the sisters.
Like,
No.
because the
I am a
sisters are
sister.
based, usually.
I'm a Sisters of Silence simp, and the day I'm so upset. News.
Here's the
How
thing, the
how
sisters
bad
are
was
a
your
lot of
crash out?
things.
It was rough. It was rough when I was like, man, this was the coolest part of the trailer for the fucking short for fucking Tides was the Sisters of Silence doing cool shit. Like the coolest part of the new Horus Heresy 3.0 release was the Sisters of Silence and Val. Oh God, I can't remember his name. It was the Captain General of the Custodies again. Valeric. They were having a conversation, and like her hand gestures and shit, like her oh, it's cool. It's cool. I'm coping. Ignore me.
All right, I'll read one more and then we'll continue. Censor Duck for 5 AUS, excuse me. We are truly realizing Matt Ward's dream. Who is Matt Ward?
As
The-
Ultramarine simp.
Yeah, technically, like, it is not even true. He was a Games Workshop 40k writer for codexes. He made like a codex. He had been contracted to like write the Codex Ultramarines, but then the official codex of like that edition got cancelled, and his Codex Ultramarines became the official codex of the edition. So as by now, they're pretty much Games Workshop is making everything fucking Ultramarine. Everyone is like, oh yeah, it was not so bad even at the times of fucking Matt Ward. So
Okay.
Yeah, he's part of the reason the Ultramarines are the poster boys.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. All right,
And yeah, even now it's like oof, we were so much better off.
I get you. Okay, let's continue. Thank you, Chad, by the way, for your support tonight. It's very much appreciated.
Surprised I'd still lived. It was dark. In the distance, I heard the victory chants of the Thunder Warriors drifting across the fields, along with the smoke of victory pyres. Havelec's army had been destroyed. Not routed, not put to flight, destroyed. In less than an hour, 50,000 men and women had been killed.
Jeez,
I never learned of any of the survivors.
that's a lot. That's a very small amount of time.
And laying in a field
It
of
was
human
a
parts, I
complete
began to
one-sided
weep once more.
beatdown.
The Emperor saw that
It's like bringing a hose to an anthill.
Yeah, the Battle of Gedwere was a fucking atrocity.
yeah, and in the end, as we learn throughout the book, it was actually an unjustified battle because the entire battle came like against the tyranny of the Emperor because Avalax was like technically a convict was going to be executed for the homicide of like an Emperor representative in the city he was in. And like after the Battle of Gadware, after like he pretty much beat the entire crowd in a frenzy and sent them against the Thunder Legion and the Emperor, it came out that he actually had done it. He had killed the representative and was being executed for
Yeah,
that.
he was totally guilty.
Yes, so the entire battle was literally somebody that was going to get executed for a crime he did commit, getting another 50,000 people killed.
For
Unjustified.
no reason other than try to save himself. And he failed epically.
In fact, you want to know how bad it was. The first guy you saw, like in the part of the narration where I explained the Battle of Gadware, get cut in half by a Thunder Warrior with a chainsaw. That was actually him. That was Avalax.
That's the guy who started the whole fucking.
Yeah.
That was the guy.
Oops.
Nice.
He got them so worked up that they had a relatively solid defensive position on a hill, and they had solid flanks. But he got them so worked up and so pumped up that they just charged the Thunder Warriors.
Yeah,
It's kind of
and
like
that
Thunder
didn't end
Wars
well.
was literally like the they were the force to kind of like put the iron fist of the Emperor all over the Terra during this point. Like no one could really stand up against them. However, it did not take like a day for them to take over the Terra. They took them mostly multiple decades before they had full control over Terra. So it was not like
the Unification War was long. The main problem was that still there was a lot of technology around that was from the Dark Age, so they were pretty much facing against people that had Dark Age of technology weapons while using fucking bullets and lasguns. It took time, but at least they did it.
Techno-barbarian does not imply that they're necessarily savage. They're actually, like, imagine Mad Max, but with laser guns. It's kind of what was happening.
They won the civilization game eventually.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, let's continue.
Thunder Warriors were unfit for his dream to conquer the galaxy at large. Too unstable, too unpredictable, with a very short lifespan, a flawed creation. And as the Remembrancer Dolvar put it,
alas for them, the warriors of Caged Thunder and with whom lightning smote, they've burned the brightest in glory, but burned brief.
The Emperor was aware that a more stable and advanced permanent force was needed. So, even while the Thunder Warriors waged war in his name, he had gathered with him a team of savant and Jinvrites, some willing, some captives taken from his foes, and put them to work in the dungeons of his Terran fortress. In those vast underground laboratories, experiments were conducted on individuals chosen directly from the Emperor himself. It is here that the first Primarchs will be created, and from their genome, their own sons will be created, the Astartes, the first Space Marines. Into them went all the...
Can I ask why he's got a dinosaur on his shoulder?
Yeah, that's a salamander. It's one
Culture,
of the
culture.
Yeah, it is a thing from like their own. From their own planet. Is one of the animals of the planet of Nocturne where Vulcan landed, and like hunting this beast is part of their own culture. So
I see. So he was hunting giant dinosaurs.
pretty much giant lizards. Yeah.
Yeah, and he kept winning. He was pretty good at it.
Oh, it's good. It's so good that he put one on his shoulder and said, "This is my stuff."
I mean, to be honest, to be honest, it is not new. Horus had like a mantle made from pretty much a wolf pelt that he got, and Sanguinius wore like a leopard pelt around his toga. So,
like Lionel Johnson was hunting Calibite lions.
Yeah,
he has one as a pet, or had.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
Historia.
Huh?
No, I was gonna say, like, yeah, it's actually a common thing in all the Primarchs, like Origins, where they hunt great beasts. It's pretty common with most of them.
Mm-hmm.
Lehman Russ had two giant, like, dire wolves as pets and shit.
Oh goodness.
Lore of the Age of Strife, and the hard wisdoms gained through the successes and failures of the Thunder Warriors, who were their prototype, and the Emperor's own inimitable genius. These individuals were subjected to surgical, genetic, and psychological modification. With rigorous training and mental conditioning, they became not only immensely strong and tough, but iron-willed and disciplined. An unstoppable force whose loyalty to the Emperor was unflinching. The Thunder Warriors will fight the wars of the Emperor while he created the Astartes and his own personal warriors in the Custodians. They were not aware that they were just a tool for the Emperor, to be used and discarded when their duty was done. Testimony of the time speaks of the Emperor using the most blazing battle tactics to trim down the number of Thunder Warriors battle after battle, until their final battle on Mount Ararat. The legends speaking of a final charge of the Thunder Warriors against the enemies of the Emperor to the fortress on the mountain. And after a violent battle, the last Thunder Warrior reached the peak of the fortress, planting the banner of the Emperor on it, before succumbing to his injuries, and with him, the Thunder Warriors were extinct. But the truth is completely different than the legend built up around it. In fact, there were witnesses to the last charge of the Thunder Warriors that narrate a completely different tale.
Branded all as one. Tales and theories beyond count surround the Thunder Warriors and their sudden disappearance from the Imperium's history, most being fabrications and sophistry of the worst kind, though a few warrant further regard. One such tale in particular is of note, a tale told among the nomadic tribes that inhabit the wastelands around Mount Ararat, and speaks not only of the Thunder Warriors, but also of an army, clad all in grey, dark as the clouds of a storm, and branded all as one. These warriors, so say the hill nomads, awaited the return of the few surviving Thunder Warriors, exhausted by their victory, and rather than giving salute to their valor, cut them down in a thunderous volley of bolt and plasma. This tale is far different from the heroic tale told by remembrances to mark the end of the Wars of Unity, but in keeping with the brutal necessities of the Emperor's far-reaching plans. It is possible that the warriors branded all as one could be the First Legion, who all bore the sigil of their numeration bold upon their plate, for battles of that legion were oft removed from Imperial record, the details expunged and forgotten. Actual proof, however, does not exist, not even in the archives of the Imperial Palace. Yet, several anecdotes from the latter years of the Great Crusade do seem to support the theory, all related to a near-obsessive preoccupation with the hunting down and destruction of those few renegade Thunder Warriors that survived and fled Terra, over and above the standing orders of the Imperial Court to suppress all such renegades. On at least 3 occasions, fleets of the First Legions have altered course in order to engage and destroy Thunder Warrior survivors, often making wide detours based on simple rumors of such activity. Such an obsession is notable for an otherwise stoic legion, and will seem to hint at a more personal interest in the resolution of any encounter with surviving Thunder Warriors, perhaps even a sense of shame in having allowed any to escape some previous engagement. Given the renowned secrecy of the First Legion and the frequency with which their campaigns and deeds are obfuscated by Imperial decree, it is unlikely that the truth of this matter will ever be known.
The Thunder Warriors were called to make space for the Legiones Astartes, the Space Marines, the true perfected weapon the Emperor created to conquer the galaxy. And
So here's my question: you had to get rid of the previous guys to make way for the new guys. I'm assuming that didn't happen quietly or easily.
There were still survivors like years after.
Yeah, technically there was even a survivor that managed to like convince an arbitrator later on in the story to actually like go to the custodians and actually arrest them for the homicide of the Thunder Warriors. She actually ended up facing Constantine Valdor, the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodians, and she accused him openly like of betraying the Imperium on men, the Thunder Warriors, and pretty much being guilty of premeditated homicide against servants of the Imperium. And he was like, "Lol, lemao," and cut her down directly.
It was like Space Jesus told me to do this. You have literally no authority to convince me of anything.
Yeah,
right.
And he even executed one of the last survivors on Terra, like during the story, because he led like a revolt directly to the Imperial Palace because there was still some Thunder Warriors on Terra. And like, yeah, generally the point was the story they built around it is that they died in the ultimate sacrifice to reunite humanity and reunite Terra. But in reality, they survived, they came back, and they were greeted by the First Legion, which are the Dark Angels, by the way. And the moment they were seen, the Dark Angels just fucking opened fire and just started cutting them down in droves.
Yeah.
And then the Custodians kind of helped in the background, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
I see. No, I was just sitting there like, well, these guys are really ultra powerful, and they sound a lot like guys that wouldn't go down quietly. I imagine it wasn't very easy.
Yeah.
There is even battles that I mentioned later. There is the battle on a prison on Luna, and they found out that like there was a revolt on the prison, and it was led by Thunder Warriors. They sent the Warhounds that then became the World Eaters and then the Corn Berserkers, and they decided to engage the Thunder Warriors in a melee. And like the main point is, these fucking idiots, instead of shooting the unarmed Thunder Warriors, decided to go in melee with these guys. And like, for every Thunder Warriors that they brought down, they lost 5 Marines.
Yeah, it was bad. And the funny little end to that story is that when the Imperium was like, okay, what happened to the prison revolt? What happened to the prisoners? And the Warhounds were like, well, we weren't told to keep them alive. What do you mean, what prisoners? You didn't tell us to keep the prisoner revolt like contained. We just killed everybody in the prison.
Those poor men.
Damn their
Yeah, the Thunder Warrior is strong.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
yeah, I'm just like, that's a whole story in itself that I would love to read. It's just like, hey,
oh yeah.
Just a whole book on just like, we got to go kill a whole bunch of people that we don't need anymore.
Unfortunately, there isn't really that much. There isn't really that much more lore to it than what I explained. We don't have like a first-hand like view into what happened. Like the best we see of the Thunder Warriors are literally in the Book of the Last Church, and it is mainly a book centered around the ideology of the Emperor of Mankind.
Yeah,
so...
that's fair. That's fair.
Like, it's like, hey, we know you showed up. We have your replacement. Here's your pink slip. It's a gun.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Pension? No, we don't. No, we don't do that here.
Just go through that door and you'll get your You'll get your health insurance.
Retirement plan? I'm sorry, we don't have money.
Oh
like
no,
the
your
meme of the
retirement
Thunder
plan
Warriors.
is Canadian healthcare.
I was about to make the joke. We're making Canada great again in the 41st millennium.
No, I like the meme where they basically had like, oh, they pull all of Thunder Warriors to get around this canyon. It's like, oh, what are we getting around for? Special occasion. And then one Thunder Warrior says, "Oh my God, Emperor, remember my birthday." It's like, oh,
no, but generally, like, the main point is that the Emperor wanted something that was more of a surgical scalpel when he went to wars, so something extremely disciplined, extremely precise, extremely, like, competent at their job, while the Thunder Warriors were more like a fucking hammer. You throw them against an enemy until the enemy dies.
Yeah, the Space Marines, like, and this is something 40k writers don't do very well. Space Marines are not supposed to be the main battle line of a force. They're supposed to be the spear to the spearhead to the spear.
Right.
Yeah, they're technically to be used like spec ops troops, to the point that mainly the task of the Space Marines is literally like cripple advances, destroy supply lines, cut down like commanders,
take out a specific shield generator. Like,
so
opening the way for normal soldiers in a way that non-normal soldier couldn't, because it would be too dangerous and it would probably be dead. It is what they're used for.
Yeah, I've kind of, the way I've understood it is because I was playing a bit of Space Marine 2, and granted I need to play more of that probably no, not next week, after I move. But like the idea I kind of got is just like they aren't like the first guys on the ground, but they will come if they need to, and you've got regular people that just do the fighting anyway. Basically.
Yeah.
And you will notice a thing in this story that will start happening a lot is that they will start suppressing a lot of kind of truths that happens in a lot of these stories, because the stories needs heroes, but however, they are, because they won the battle, but they need them to get rid of the old guys to make way for the new ones. But they can't just say we just snip them out. So they need morale. Stories.
Yeah, so, like the Imperial Guard are the spear shaft, the Space Marines are the spear tip.
Yeah,
is the best way to put it. You can't have one without the other.
Right.
Their genetically engineered forefathers, born from the genius of the Emperor, that used his own DNA as a template to create genetical sons to lead the legions, and used them as a basic template to create the Marines. But this wouldn't be the end of the Thunder Warriors, as pockets of them will be encountered in the decades after and will fight against the Legionis Astartes of the Warhounds as the Great Crusade was declared, in the Cerberus insurrection, where they will show their physical superiority, managing to slay up to 5 Marines each before they will be defeated in battle. I also know that there is Erda and the whole story of Amara Astarte. Erda is not important for my explanation, and Amara Astarte contribution to the project of Primarchs and Astartes is greatly exaggerated. So, no need to mention it too much.
This is actually a very funny story, because like I will go over it briefly, but like everyone was like, oh yeah, they added Erda, the mother of the Primarchs. They wanted like a strong woman to go against the Emperor of Mankind because she didn't want her own children in the Primarchs becoming monsters. And then, unironically, the writers made her pretty much at fault for everything that happened in the Imperium of Men. The Primarchs getting scattered, the Horus Heresy, the Dark Ages, the Emperor on the throne, all her fucking fault. Because she was so emotionally weak that she preferred to literally throw the Primarchs into hell instead of having them raised by a warlord like the Emperor. And then you have like Amara Astarte. The point is, Amara Astarte, and I always forget the name of this fucking character. Amara Astarte is pretty much credited in part as being one of the main creators of the Space Marines. She worked on their genetics. She worked on she worked generally on the Black Carapace and such. And like people are, oh yeah, you see, the Emperor couldn't do it, so they put a woman to do it. And then you get Belisarius called the Great Work, where you have like one of the people that worked on the program, that was Ezekiel Sedane, that was actually a very big expert on technology during the Unification Wars and like the General Great Crusade. And this man despised Amara Astarte. And you think, oh, was he sexist? No, it was like, this fucking idiot of a woman. Why the fuck do we keep her around? I've been spending months just fixing her fucking calculations because she's fucking incompetent. Why have we not executed her yet? Like, this guy spent 2 pages just insulting Amara Astarte for having fucking incompetent. She was at her job, and she was like, why the fuck are we still like employing her? Can't we fire her? Like appropriately from a cannon if we have one.
She sounds like a DEI hire.
GW has this weird habit lately of introducing strong woman characters and making them complete morons, and I kind of think I don't know what to feel about it.
What does that mean? What do they mean by this?
Noticing is bad, Saturn. Do not notice.
I was like dying. I hated the book of the Great Work, but the parts of Ezekiel Sedain just unloading on how fucking stupid Amara Starte is was the funniest part of the book.
That is incredibly funny. I love that so much.
What does this mean, chat? What is GW trying to say?
Oh, saying something. Anyway. Let's continue.
We can finally move to the historical creation and use of the Space Marines. The Space Marines, or Legiones Astartes as they will become renowned, will be the choice of the Emperor to expand his domain across the stars. They will be organized in 20 separated military forces known as the Space Marine Legions, each one created from the genetic material of a Primarch. They were genetically modified super soldiers, like the Thunder Warriors, but more refined, even if slightly smaller and a bit weaker if compared to the legendary warriors of the Unification Wars. These warriors were to be commanded by their own Primarchs, but this became impossible when before the Great Crusade to expand the supremacy of humanity into the galaxy was declared, a warp portal opened in the laboratory of the Emperor where the gestation pods of the Primarchs were located, teleporting them into the warp by the will of the 4 gods of chaos that wanted to disrupt the plans of the Emperor.
Mentioned.
She put down the field. I can't remember what it was. She exactly.
Yeah, she took down a Gellerfield generator, which was the Gellerfield generators pretty much project a bubble of reality that isolates something from the warp. She turned it off, and when she turned it off, the Chaos Gods just opened a portal and teleported the fucking kid Primarchs into the warp. So yeah,
I see.
It was really, really stupid. Again, what does this mean, chat?
Oh no, I don't want my soldiers raised by a warlord. I think hell will be better.
Could you imagine how Conrad Kurz would feel if he learned this?
Oh, even Angron, even just Angron.
Oh, Angron too, but like Conrad in particular would be unbelievably like, oh, that would be funny as shit. Poor Conrad, I feel so bad.
I think he would say sorry to his dad.
Aww. Alright, let's continue.
Of mankind of conquering the stars, and when they re-entered real space, they became scattered at random across the galaxy, leaving the legions without their designated commanders, and the Legiones Astartes without their gene fathers.
What's a chaos god? Who taught Bobby about the vile trepidations of the archenemy?
The only way to find them was departing Terra and starting to conquer the galaxy, in the hope of finding all of the missing Primarchs along the way. This will mean that the legions will start developing their own traditions and doctrines, even if their connection with their Primarchs always stayed visible, as the legionaries inherited both physical and psychological traits of their own Primarchs, that when found were usually the perfect commanders for their own legions.
Are we going to ignore the fact that the Warhounds that became the World Eaters despised Angron as much as Angron despised them? And the fact that the general consensus in the Night Lords was that their own Primarchs sucked?
Those are explanations not relevant to the video.
And are we going to talk of the fact that removing the 2 of the Primarchs will go missing, and that we explored and explained them in the video of the Rangdan Xenocide, counting them, plus Omegon, plus the Angel that was technically a prototype Primarch, there are 22 Primarchs in total?
We're trying to keep things simple for new people in this video.
I think we just talked about that in the beginning of the stream, didn't we?
Yeah.
For consistency's sake, there's 18. Or 20. Technically 22.
Well, yeah.
Depends if you're a loyalist or not.
I see.
If I must suffer the burden of this knowledge, they shall too.
The legions will quickly become the pivotal force in the expansion of human territory around the galaxy, their numbers swelling from a few hundred marines to tens of thousands as the decades of endless war went on, reuniting with their Primarchs as they were rediscovered, some a perfect fit for their own sons, like the case of Vulcan and the Salamanders, some needing their Primarchs to intervene to change the ways of their warriors, like in the case of the Revenant Legion and Sanguinius, that after being reunited with them found himself surrounded by crazed and bloody berserkers that didn't match him in the slightest, and influencing them to change their ways to make them noble warriors that he would proudly call sons, renaming them as the Blood Angels. But now that we know the general historical background of the Astartes...
That's what you like, right, Saturn?
Yeah,
you love the Blood Angels?
I got it tattooed on my arm. I'm in for life, baby.
She has base tastes. Let me tell you that.
Saturn's Oshi is on screen.
I've literally got a framed portrait of the devastation of Baal in my dining room. Let's go, bro.
I actually have the collector edition of the Requiem for Sanguinius from Displate, the poster that they made only 1,000 of. So.
Where do you live?
Saturn's about to go.
I will not tell you. I live in Italy. Good luck exploring.
I like the display. You know, I just need to see it. I'll give it back.
I think I have like number 327. I'll send a picture for those that don't know what this display is. Like I was a big Dante and Blood Angel fan. I bought it, and it is this one.
I'll just like take a picture, print it out on a little piece of printer paper, and put it on the wall.
So
Pontius is texting Pio right now. Be like, Pio, get all the landmines you can and put them
on. We need them around the house. We need them around the house.
Yeah.
I don't care if
Skinwalker goes to Italy on a mission.
Saturn declares an unexpected vacation this week.
That's a pretty good look. I like that.
I know.
Both buys open here.
Yeah, Sanguinius was also known as the Great Angel because his mutation was that he had angelic wings.
Literally giant angel wings.
Yeah, and he could fly, so...
Oh, geez, that's dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah.
This guy was so powerful that during the Horus Heresy and the Siege of Terra, he one-shotted a fucking Warlord Titan. He charged at a Warlord Titan in melee and managed to decapitate it, so...
He punched a Gundam, to translate.
So
he punched a Gundam.
A Warlord Titan is a 50-meter tall, from time to time, 50-meter tall, just...
No, that is technically the Imperator. The official, like, designation for
that in the eye and tell me the real size. You know the real size of any of the Titans.
Yeah. Technically, officially, it is 32 meters, the Warlord. The Imperator is technically 50, but if you look in the books, it is all over the place, and if you look in the artworks, it is even more over the place. Technically, like in the books of the Siege of Terra, there is one section in Mortis where it mentions that like an Imperator Titan is like a quarter of the height of the Saturnian wall, but the Saturnian wall is 1 kilometer high, so that means 250 meters. So okay.
Yeah, it's kind of something in the Space Marine game. There's a Imperator Titan just leaning against the mountainside, and it's people check the model size on it, and it's it's way too big.
Yeah.
So yeah, he looked at a Gundam and was like, I can beat him in a fight.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this much, Akko and Mizu. GW don't know numbers, but they also don't know numbers when it comes to height or size.
The scaling is not consistent. Like from warfare to like what damage is what, it's very inconsistent.
That happens when you have 37 writers and like 30 of them are idiots. So
true.
And they have
you need to pare down your riders. It sounds like.
Cooks in a kitchen, too many cooks in the kitchen, but each cook is like cooking the same pot of stew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then 30 of them are cooking crack.
Chat, stop trying to flirt with Attari.
What?
What, Mizu?
What say, Mizu?
Nothing. I'm talking to my chat.
Oh, behave, chat. We're talking about Warhammer, not whatever you're talking about.
Oh, they call me Q in the chat. Thank you.
That's pretty gay, but all right. Chat for chat.
All right.
Chat, are you simping? Don't simp.
We only simp for bald ladies with ponytails.
Oh my gosh.
No. Listen, the ultimate sexual fantasy is Chibidoki. She cannot even look at you straight, but you know you want it.
Listen, I'm pretty sure Chibidoki is another chaos god. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, pretty much.
True.
Malice, is that you?
Oh goodness.
Because trust me, I gave only the extremely condensed rundown of their history and the events surrounding their creation. The important question arises: what exactly is a Space Marine, and how is one created?
Alright, everyone get your notebooks
now,
out.
As I
We're
already
going to talk about
explained,
science.
the Legionis Astartes, or the Space Marines in
boy.
more colloquial language...
I'm totally ready. I did not take science at all during school, so I'm totally ready for this.
You want to, unironically, this is my flavor of autism I love. It's like, this is how the starship works. It's like, I want the science, I want the data.
Just put a black hole in it.
I like the medical explanation, like a doctor
That guy's videos are pretty cool. I like those videos. I've seen.
Yeah, a doctor went over like how it could technically be possible to make Space Marines in like about 7 videos. I mean,
trust me, we're gonna have cat girls before we have Space Marines.
I know.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
So cool.
Oh no, I wouldn't complain either. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm totally fine with that. You know,
Now, immediately after getting cat girls, we're going to have Space Marines because the U.S. government is going to see that and then be like, we can use that for military.
I'll be like, thank you.
We can use that for oil.
I can finally be a Marines malevolent in real life.
Did somebody
just
say
like I was
oil?
too.
That shit, man.
well, it's kind of funny because like you guys say that you love the autism of learning the science of this stuff. All you got to do is just say black hole, and that's the answer. Because black holes are the answer of everything.
We're not talking about Romulan warbirds, Akko. We're talking about Warhammer, not Star Trek.
No. I was referencing a yellow cake video because yellow cake.
I was being for real. I was being for real. That's how they power their warships. It's just singularities. But...
Well, I'll post this in the chat. We won't watch it, but basically, there's a little 3D animation by this guy who's like, you can explain everything with black holes, and everybody will just universally agree with you.
You know, something that will kind of help learn about like warp travel. Not really, kind of really, not really. Event Horizon is pretty good.
I just use the nether travel explanation because it's the simplest.
Well, yeah, but. It's a really good movie, okay?
Yes. No, remember,
like it's really, really good.
40K is not my autistic fixation. That's Star Wars, Star Trek, and Stargate.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
Well, you actually ended up like being the lucky one. My next video, which is on the 4 Wars for Armageddon, we finished recording like yesterday morning with Pio, and it is a 77-page script that is shaping up to be over 4 hours long. So
holy shit! And I thought my scripts were long. My longest script was 27 pages.
This is why I like the Siege of Rex from Arch so much. He's like, this is the exact size of this troop regiment, and I'm like, oh, inject that shit into my veins.
Yeah, well, one thing we did that nobody else ever did before is that for the Third War for Armageddon, we actually researched every single event and put them in chronological order, which is something that nobody had ever done in an explanation ever. So everything you will see in the video is literally in the order in which it happens. Like, we have the dates, and we will explain the battles that happened in those days. So.
Oh, inject that shit into my veins.
Yes. Have you seen Event Horizon, and what do you think of it? Yeah.
It is an interesting movie, yeah, but like for the fact of warp travel, yeah, it is partially how it will work, but at the same time, the movie by itself portrays probably like the most unrealistic part of it, because I don't think the demons in the warp, if they invade your fucking ship, will keep you alive to torture you. They will just kill you. It is what happens usually.
But it's like kind of the thing where it's like kind of, not really, kind of, not really kind of thing.
Yeah. No, it is a good explanation for how things will go. Gladly, we have Geller fields, which are the ones used on spaceships to avoid the Event Horizon. So.
I think I've seen part of the director commentary where it said like, yeah, we were thinking like, what would happen when humans went in the warp for the first time without the shield or the fields? Sorry. They said it weird, but yeah, without it, you know. And then it's like, oh wait, everybody has a horrible time and excruciating pain, screaming, dying, help, please, I'm dying.
EJ, depends on which ones. Technically, we are covering the 4 wars, but like many people are like, wait, there is a 4th one, and technically that is before all others, but you will learn once you watch the video. The first one was long before, the second one was a few centuries before, the 3rd war, which was technically the second war, the first war against Gatskull, was in pretty much in the 900s. It was just slightly after the Badab, like a few decades, and then you have the 3rd war, which was 998. By that point, Badab was almost a century old. So
cool.
Okay, let's continue.
Are transhuman super soldiers, but now we will talk about what makes them so in detail. And for that, we have to make 2 important distinctions that you have to keep in mind. We are going to talk first of the Astartes that form the legions, and move afterwards to those that now form the chapters of Space Marines, as they are 2 different things. And also that we will talk first of the firstborn breed of Astartes, and then of the Primaris breed of Astartes, as they too are different things. Hope everything is clear, let's start. A space marine of the Astartes is transformed from a human into a super soldier by a threefold process of genetic manipulation, surgical augmentation, and psycho-conditioning that takes place over a number of years, and during the course of the chosen subject's adolescence. So yes, you heard me right. The space marines recruit from young boys or teens to create their super soldiers. That the process is conducted while the subject body is undergoing maturation represents the highest chance of survivability and lowest chance of tissue rejection for the new organs that will be implanted in his body. And while at least partial enhancements with adult humans was an option, and it was actually attempted and completed on a number of subjects, namely the adoptive father of Primarch Lionel Johnson, Luther of Caliban, it is extremely dangerous and often unpredictable in results. The process by which space marines are created relies inherently on the hormonal and biological makeup of the human male. Feel free to quote me on that. The Horus Heresy, Book 1 Betrayal, page 28. Meaning that only males can be subjected to the transformation, and in
I know we already talked about how many books there are. I just find it funny that you have to mention it's book 1, page 28. Like
It's not a bunch of other places, but there's...
Yeah, it is mentioned everywhere, but this is like the first black book of the Horus Heresy, so it is a codex technically.
Yeah, like it's expressly related to human, like to male zygotes. Like you can't, it just doesn't.
No.
If you implant them into a woman, it just kills her. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, unless they decide they want more Reddit updates or whatever.
Very
It
true.
will unironically kill 40k if they do that.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay, and maybe this is a conversation for another day, but at this point, do you think that a lot of the actual big fans that have been in it for a while would really care, or do you think they just carry on without caring what GW does?
No, they will.
They kill the old fans.
Yeah, they will care a lot, and they will, at that point will leave because, like, at that point, that is the death sentence of the universe. You are pretty much invalidating the entire lore of a faction that has been standing for over 30 years just for brownie points from Reddit. And to be honest, I've known a bunch of people that have left just over the female custodians. But if female Astartes fucking drop, you will see pretty much half of the fucking just fan base leave, because at that point there will be no reason to continue. You will invalidate entire armies, you will invalidate the lore. Like the models sell because the lore behind them is good, not because the system is perfect, not because the models look good, but because the models represent something. If you damage that something, people will not buy your models anymore.
Yeah.
No,
if you destroy
yeah.
the story behind, like that's how, like if half those fans leave, GW is going to kill itself in 10 years after, because the new fans are not going to invest $5,000 into an Astra Militarum army. They're not going to do it. They saw Space Marine 2 and it was like, man, this is cool. What are these books about? $5,000? Fuck that. No.
I guess my question is, do you think that people would just continue enjoying the game without further supporting GW, or do you think they would just be like, fuck it, and then leave it like all the people are leaving Star Wars in droves?
I'm sure they I'm sure they wouldn't buy anything anymore, but at that point they will probably do, if they are very passionate like me, the same thing that everybody does for the female custodians, which is we don't give a fuck what Games Workshop say, they're not canon.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
You're not canon.
But there's going to be a lot of like, oh man, our sales are tanking right now. Like it's it would be very bad. It would be the stupidest thing they could do, honestly. Well, one of.
They're pretty stupid.
I know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Companies, in my personal opinion, just haven't learned yet. So, and I mean, I don't want it to happen. I genuinely think that's stupid, but I am like worried that like companies just don't give a shit.
I mean, to be honest, with the recent like stuff that has been coming out, because there is a lot of rumors around Ubisoft. Like I had to believe, like to rethink for myself the concept of Yasuke as an assassin, because he is actually managing to kill fucking Ubisoft. So
yeah,
like I think they're gonna try it, and they're either gonna fucking do the most backdown of backdowns in history, or they're gonna double down on it.
Speaking,
I actually don't think Yasuke would have killed Ubisoft if they didn't triple down on it so hard.
Oh god, like there's so much wrong with him. Like even just in the game, it's like, man, this is just incredibly offensive.
Speaking of Ubisoft, they hard halted their trading. Have we like heard why they hard halted their trading?
It could, there is various theories, but one of the reasons usually that happens is because there is catastrophic news about the company that need like discussing and then divulging. Generally, because it means that the company is going to go bankrupt.
Yeah, like we need to call in all the stockholders now.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I kind of hope that we hear something soon because I'm just like, oh, don't.
The most
somebody's
likely
gonna buy
theory
them.
based on pattern is bankruptcy, but there's no hard evidence to anything yet.
Right.
I mean, I hope so.
It's the most likely reason that companies usually do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's cite directly a Ubisoft executive. Players have to get used to not owning their games, and everybody after that answered, well, then Ubisoft must get used to not being a company.
I'm just gonna put this little pirate hat on real quick.
Well, okay. My question is, what have they
I
made
wouldn't even pirate a
recently?
Ubisoft game.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, what games have they made that's worth pirating?
Nothing.
That's the other thing. Like, even the pirates are like, we didn't even make a rip of this because it's just not.
Yeah.
Nobody
well,
wants to
it's not
play
worth
it.
it.
I don't want to play it.
Imagine if your shit is so awful that even like people at pirate games don't want to even bother. Like that's
Listen, I played it for free and I still feel ripped off.
I know a guy who hasn't bought like a single AAA game in like 8 years. And,
I should sue you for my time.
He hasn't gotten anything from the past like 3 years from any of the mainstream companies. He hasn't pirated shit.
It's the same energy as people saying if I saw this movie when I'm playing, it will still work out.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we continue, I'm gonna read a few more supers just to make sure I'm not scamming the chat here. Excuse me. Internet Zen for exactly for 20. Let's put it this way: Custodies get a lot better after the disrespect by filthy harlequins in the Beast Ares series. It was so bad, Custody fans cope by saying the writers got them mixed up with the Lucifer Blacks.
Probably.
I don't see.
No, to be honest, at the time of the War of the Beast, it was more that the lore of the Custodians was more up in the air. Like there wasn't hard lore at the time because it is a very old series, and yeah, generally it was more of a problem of the lore was not known and the writer was not briefed. Because from what I remember, like the writer went on to an interview and said, "Yeah, from what I was explained, I thought they were just humans in fancier armor and weapons." So
yeah, he didn't even know. It's like in the Age of Apostasy when it was like the Custodies were like, we have no idea what's going on. I was like, you guys literally have like old Custodies become like the eyes of the Emperor in the universe to be a spy network. What the fuck do you mean you don't?
Yeah,
know?
we didn't know Civil War was going on until 4 chapters were attacking the planet. Then we noticed.
Yeah, it's like you guys literally have a spy network of old Custodies. What are you talking about? So dumb.
They took a nap.
Yes.
Just a brief one. Just a very brief one.
Don't you remember the Custodians after the Emperor was put on the throne and they failed or felt ashamed, so they removed all the armor, so now they're running around.
Everyone was on holiday that century.
Yeah, they had to take a vacation.
Exactly.
It was Sanguinella. They had to take a vacation.
Yay.
Internet.
Anything sanguine, it's like my brain like tingles a little bit. It turns on like the giga retard.
Okay. Let's speak of something sanguine. It's technically, as I saw even in the comment, is the Red Rage technically Slanesh or Korn?
Yes.
I would say. Go
Half
ahead.
of the people here will not get the reference.
No, I do. Depends on what time of the month it's happening, Pontius.
I'm too tired. I don't know if I like ice cream sandwiches that much.
Oh, fuck.
You're
I can't really eat
different.
ice cream.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's made of milk.
I will take the ice cream instead and happily eat.
It's made of cow milk, better with human milk.
Yeah.
My wife doesn't. My wife is also lactose, and she refuses to not eat ice cream. And she's always like, "Why does my stomach hurt all the time?" I'm like, "Well,
There's
I
really
fucking
good-
wonder why."
Jeez, that sounds like
There's really
Lumi.
good coconut milk or ice cream or like almond milk.
like,
ice
if you
cream.
ever have conversations left with Queen, you're gonna be like, "Man, you two sound really similar."
I'm
And you'll-
sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Like, I just remember one time when Lumi is like, I really wanted this cheese. And I was like, so do you hurt? And she's like, yes.
It's a meme in LumiCord that like Akko or that Lumi and Queen are the exact same person with different accounts.
That's why I said seeing stuff.
So
Anyway.
He's like, oh, they did the same thing in Queen. He like, I think Sid just sees any woman as like, oh, they're the same person.
Well, all the women in Lucky Corp are mentally disabled, so.
Just a little
Damn, I've been exposed.
bit. Still time. Are you contesting that, Saturn? You can do it right now if you want to.
I can't contest the truth.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, see.
Okay.
Yeah,
Internet.
we all knew Saturn was.
Internet Zen for 5 again, and this is why 40k Xenos players like me don't pay attention to the heresy. We orc ain't got time for who me faffing about.
Based.
Let's see here. Internet Zen again for 5. Quote, everything is canon, unquote, paraphrasing what G-Dub's tweet said regarding the Femstodies, which implies Malal is canon again, copyright be damned.
All right.
Technically, it is canon again. They got their eyes back, so...
What's their chaos chapter for Malal again?
The Sons of Malice, the
Sons of
cannibal
Malice?
space marines.
Alright. Honestly, one of the best chaos paint jobs. I'm gonna die on this hill.
I mean, it is half white and half black. Just pure color.
But it alternates on every piece. It's great.
Yeah.
Plastic Wen King for 5. I wouldn't be surprised if GW will retcon the Sisters of Silence from existence like the Necron pariahs.
Yeah,
we read
I
that
asked
earlier.
that. Yeah. I got excited by the question. I'm sorry.
Calm down.
You're
Keep it in
not
your
beating the
pants.
mentally disabled as allegations, Saturn.
Aw. Oops.
Internet Zen asks, they got the rights back from Malal? Based.
Yeah.
You'll learn real quick, Akko and Mizu. GW loves abusing copyright for other people, except for when it comes to their own properties. If you ever look up in our buddies, it's just Judge Dredd.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh god.
The entire Imperium is based on like a lot of different type of.
There's a lot of Dune. If you ever read the Dune books, you're gonna be like, man, this is really similar.
I just remembered something pretty bad. In the Dark Tide game, there's like this like thing where the Arbites, like where your dog can like do a EMP field, and somebody named their fucking dog Kaya.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's about
And
right.
then my friend that plays Arbites named his dog Body Camera Off.
Cybermastiffs are cool, though. I can understand that. They're cool.
Oh, that's evil. I love it though. All right, a few more here. Internet Zen again for 5. Quote, you will obey me. I am the voice of the Emperor. Unquote. The Inquisition called. They want their entire shtick back from that girl boss Femstodies.
Yeah.
Weird for 2. Australian. Hey, Pontius tried to do old 40k first edition lore.
I always read all the editions when I always read like all the editions when we make videos. The point is, usually if it is retconned, I don't have a reason to mention it. So
yeah, we're not Arbiter Ian. Come on.
I must ask.
Arbiter Ian works in the worst way possible. The man knows only first edition and whatever the fuck the current edition is. If it is 9th or 10th, he doesn't care. There is nothing in between, which is a pattern Pio noticed even in his videos. He made 2 videos on the wars for Armageddon. He covered the 1st and the 4th. Nothing in between. This man knows a beginning and an end, but not a middle.
It's mind-boggling. I've seen a couple of videos independently, and I'm like, dude, it's true. He doesn't just know anything else.
I can't believe you just rage baited the fuck out of our guest like that.
Oh, no, I've seen all the Lawyer Destroyers. I know how we feel about Arbiter Ian.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, you do know. You just admitted you do know. So you did do it with your intent.
Yeah, because we are in complete agreement.
So you rage bait everybody, even yourself.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
You sicko.
I am an agent of chaos. You can't control me. I don't even know what I'm going to do next.
Last one, and then we'll get back to the video. Cam Dune for 5. Hey, Pontius, tell them about the spear, the back pariah. Spear, the back pariah.
I never actually read the entire story of the spear, but I know that it's like one of the first assassins that was actually sent to kill to kill Horus Lupercal in a mission that failed, but yeah, he was one of the first assassins ever deployed.
Okay. Fair enough. Alrighty. We'll continue reading more of your chats later. Chat, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Alright. We are 19 minutes in. By the way, I mentioned there is probably a low chance that unless I sit here for 6 hours, we're going to go through the whole thing, but that's okay.
No, I don't think there will be many interruptions in the middle, because like the middle of the video is pretty much the scientific explanation, and there isn't much to discuss there that is explained in the video.
Once we get the organs, yeah.
Yeah, the final part instead is where most of the discussion will happen, because it is the philosophical discussion on what a space marine is in spirit and not only in body. So
fair. We'll see. Yeah. Listen, there's enough autism here that it could still happen.
I know. I'm gonna fuck it up, bro. I know.
I just found the shaggy meme of Akko sitting there saying, "Are you challenging me?"
Fucking Pontius mentioned the assassins. I was about to rant about how stupid stalker bolters are. Fucking gas cartridge bullshit.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
All right, we'll continue.
Practice, only a small percentage of potential candidates will, for one reason or another, be regarded as suitable, either because of genetics, environmental, or psychological factors. The process of augmentation sees 19 additional organs being implanted into their bodies as the subject's body matures. These 19 organs are implanted in the same order I will explain them in, and they all have specific functions in the body of a space marine. The first organ to be implanted in the body of an aspirant is a secondary heart. It helps regulating the blood supply, and enhances the cardiovascular performance. Space Marines are huge. To keep their organism optimal, they need an augmented blood flow. It is a self-sufficient implant that also helps the Marine survive in case his other heart is damaged or destroyed. And
Unironically, my head is just thinking, okay, like, how does that... I would have to see a diagram of how that works. Because I know how the blood flow works in the body. Like, how does a second heart, like, slot in there and work?
Well, they're also physically larger, so you need more blood.
Yeah, removing that you need more blood supply, like the secondary heart is not always beating. It is only moments of stress that it starts beating.
They can start and stop it, and it's also a backup.
It's like a backup battery.
I mean, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Help oxygen intake in low oxygen environments. The second organ to be implanted is the osmodula. This is what boosts the size and strength of the skeleton of a marine. It is what gives them their stature and physique. It is a small and complex tubular organ that secretes hormones that affect the ossification of the skeleton and encourages the forming of bone growths to absorb ceramic-based chemicals that are laced into a marine's diet. 2 years after this organ is implanted, the long bones of the subject will have increased in size and strength, and the rib cage will have been fused into a solid and bulletproof mass of interlocking plates. The third organ that will be implanted is the biscopea, similar to the osmodula in function, but for the muscle growth of a space marine. It is a small circular organ that is inserted into the chest cavity and releases hormones that vastly increase muscle growth throughout the entirety of the body of the subject, and it also serves to form the hormonal basis for all other implants. Now, keep in mind that it is here the firstborn and primaries deviate in their implantation processes. Between phase 3 and 4 of implantation, we will continue as normal.
I just love this art. The art commissioned for the War for Badab. It's just
this is the execution of the ruling elite of Badab Primaris.
Oh.
Like that's what happens when you get shot with the bolter. You just kind of blow in half.
Yeah.
I mean, the gun
I'm sorry,
is
that
literally
wasn't supposed to be funny.
the gun is literally bigger than their
Mizu.
heads, so I would expect
Actually,
that
I'm
the bullets to
curious,
come out of it.
Pontius, you can tell me. Do you? I forgot. Do you go into bolters in this video?
No.
No, not really, but bolters are pretty easy to explain. Pretty much fuse like a grenade launcher with a rocket launcher. It is a bolt round is a rocket-propelled, armor-piercing grenade that is programmed to explode once it is inside you. So
I take contention with the grenade rocket launcher terminology, but that's because I'm an autistic gun-loving American.
That's
but you're
pretty cool, though.
His issue I have with some people who, because I used to be in the versus things back in the day. And the issue I have with some people who mention that bolter can't pierce a lot of things, and that's because they're forgetting that a bolter is supposed to pierce to one layer and then explode and detonate.
Yeah, it's not supposed to.
And even then, they still have armor-piercing versions that are made to pierce even heavier armor. They even have technically like virus versions, the ones that are made for Tyranids that release a virus in their body.
I think it's their Hellfire rounds. I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, these things are very scary, and they are
basically it's an
weapons.
So if you for chat, you can look this up. Ralphus 50 caliber rounds. It's basically what a bolter round is. We have these basically in real life. It's exploding armor piercing rounds.
Yeah, but you can't shoot that off of just your arm. You would need to have that come out of a fucking...
Oh no, so this is something I contend with, like, people who seem to not know anything about firearms. Like, you could, like, it would fly out your hand. It's not going to break your arm. That's not how recoil works.
Well, yeah. I know that's not how it works. It's just like it's not staying in your hand is what I'm saying.
I'd imagine if, like, a human picked up a Space Marine bolter, first off, he couldn't shoot it because it's DNA locked, but otherwise, like, it would just, like, put him on his ass. And
even then, good luck lifting it. The bolt pistol is as big as the fucking torso of a man. Let alone a bolt rifle. That is a pistol version of a bolt.
Yeah, I'm like looking at this right here. This man right here is like half. This gun is like half of his his
Oh yeah,
body.
it's like like
and
it's not
if
gonna
you
break your
if you get a bolter rifle, I doubt they can even lift it, let alone fire it.
But I hate the people who said they go, oh, if you shot a space people, it would shatter your arms. Like that's not how recoil works. It would fly out your hands before it broke your arms. You fucking Californian. Oh god, that's not how guns work. I hate bolters kind of too. Bolter rounds are dumb, but let's continue.
EJ, no, you don't need codexes to learn the lore. The lore is the same pretty much everywhere. The point of studying different sources is to see if there is discrepancies and to learn the true lore, but the majority of the lore is the same everywhere, so...
I mean, that's what I thought, but I've heard that if you don't read the codexes, you're not a real fan.
I have been told that because I don't play the game, I'm not a real fan either, so...
Yeah, there's many things that make you not a real fan. You don't like film stories, you're not a real fan. You're an ancient history, old man.
Yeah, but yeah.
The chuds!
Exactly.
Nice try, Chud.
They're not grenades, they're just armor-piercing exploding bullets, but the bullets are, like, huge, like 75 caliber. They're not grenades. It's not what that word means.
That's cool. I want one just to say I have one then.
True.
Artemis you would like to ask, is rage baiting yourself the same as self-pegging?
I don't think that's how. I don't think that self-pegging is just called masturbation. I think you're overcomplicating these.
I don't
words.
ask Atari that question.
Yeah, Atari.
Oh, hey.
You're
the Druki. You're the Druki, Atari. You would know.
I played the 5th.
You don't have rights. You're an alien.
Also, you're Swedish. The fuck?
Exactly.
Well, I said aliens.
You don't have rights.
Yeah.
You just have cardboard furniture.
Nah, that's mean. But IKEA is better than that. Come on now.
I know. Okay, listen. I will remember when I was a missionary. I had some other elders that came over, and they saw a chair that like folded up, and they're like, "Oh, do you got one of those IKEA cardboard chairs that fold open?" It's like that's literally how IKEA furniture looks sometimes.
Answering monstrosity in chat. No, they're not. They're not like tank rounds. Basically, bolter rounds. They have an armor-piercing tip. And then a mass reactive like sci-fi sensor thing, basically, to detect that it's hitting an object. So it punches through armor, and then after a few inches inside the target, it explodes.
Yeah, it is mainly like supposed to rip you apart from the inside. It is not trying to kill you from the outside.
No, there are like
kind of like Attari.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, wow.
In his dreams, but yes.
Well, you said when it's a few inches inside it explodes.
Oh yeah, that's true. there are dedicated like anti-armor rounds, like vengeance rounds from the heresy they remove most of the explosive part for just like depleted uranium, but yeah.
That's amazing. All right, let's continue.
Bolter
Normal for
Blicky.
now for a firstborn, and explain the difference later. But keep in mind that this is where the differences begin.
Also, if you want to know in detail what a primaris is, check out our video titled The Primaris Mistake. We explain it there.
The fourth organ to be implanted is the amastramen. This organ enhances the blood composition and efficiency of a space marine. It is implanted into the main circulatory system, and this tiny implant not only increases the hemoglobin content of the subject's blood, making it more efficient at carrying oxygen around the body, but it also makes the blood of a marine a bright red, and serves to monitor and control the functionality of the osmodula and biscopea. The fifth is the Lara mens organ. This organ enhances the growth of scar tissue over wounds, making marines heal almost instantly from minor wounds. It is a liver-shaped organ about the size of a golf ball. It is placed within the chest cavity and connected to the circulatory system. The cells this organ produces are released into the bloodstream if the recipient is wounded. They attach themselves to the white blood cells in the blood and are carried to the site of the wound, where on contact with air they form a near-instant patch of scar tissue, acting like platelets, but better.
Wait, then why the minor wounds Karabukun was suffering during the duel against Lufturen were not healing?
There is a reason, and I am investigating it. We might use it as a joke, but like when I covered the missing Primarchs, I noticed something, and I am investigating it. So an epilogue to the Badab War is entirely possible if I find something out. The sixth organ
Little comment that this actually happened.
Huh?
This actually happened. This turned into Badab War Part 5, which is the epilogue to the Badab War.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Chaos bullshit is the TLDR.
Yeah.
Damn. I should have known.
is the catalepsia node. It is an organ implanted into the back of the brain. It is pea-sized, and it influences the circadian rhythms of sleep and the body's response to sleep deprivation. To put it in technical terms, it permits vestigial awareness of surroundings while resting, and facilitates hypnoconditioning, which commences...
So basically, it's a third eye in the back of your head, is what I'm hearing.
I explain it further. Just wait for
Oh,
Pio to
okay.
after this point.
Wait for Pio to go
And
away.
for us people that speak normal English with an Italian accent,
If the Marine is deprived of sleep, the catalepsia node cuts in and allows a Marine to sleep and remain awake at the same time, switching off areas of his brain sequentially. It doesn't replace sleep, but it can work as an alternative while on battlefields, as the Marines can't be taken by surprise as they are aware of their surroundings while resting. This means that Marines don't need more than 4 hours of sleep a day and can go even 2 weeks without sleeping with no problems.
So it's a cup of coffee then.
more of a monster, but yeah.
There's like actually like animals. For example, dolphins, they can like turn off half their brain and still like swim around and do like whatever they want, really, but kind of almost acting in a drowsy like manner, and then just turn it back on to be awake.
Thank you for rating, Ryan.
Bless.
And thank you for the 5, Lucian. He says it's always chaos BS.
Yes.
Yeah.
GW fucked up a line in it. Oh, it's chaos.
No, so to be honest, there were various references in this case, but like it was extremely funny that when I released a video with the theory, Reddit like exploded for a few months with like this kind of stuff, and there were people in the comments. I've been in this hobby 20 fucking years, and I've read about that war multiple times. How in the fuck didn't I clock this? Because everyone was like, wait, there is references that the weapon Euron uses actually has chaos tendencies? I never noticed that. And I was like, guys, did you really need an Italian to find that out?
No, Arch talks about that in his Big Badab series a bit, where it appears like it's a Chaos Claw.
Yeah.
Reddit. Ugh.
Okay.
Campaigns where Marines went months without true sleep using this state, and it ended up degrading their mental sanity after a while, so it can't be used
I'd
too
imagine
extensively.
so.
The 7th organ implanted is the preomnor. It is an organ that identifies and neutralizes organic poisons. It is pretty much a pre-stomach that neutralizes poisonous and indigestible foods. No digestion takes place in it, as it acts more like a decontamination chamber placed before the real stomach. And it can be isolated by the Marine in case they ingest or are forced to ingest something extremely dangerous that even the preomnor can't neutralize. The 8th organ instead is called the homophagea. This organ absorbs substrata neural memetics through digestion of genetic material. For normal people, it means that this organ allows the Marines to learn by eating. It is situated in the spinal cord, but it is actually part of the brain. The organ absorbs the genetic material consumed by the Marine, and it then transmits the gained information to the brain of the Marine as a set of memories and experiences, letting them learn from enemies they have slain or fauna they have killed on a planet on how to survive on it. The 9th organ is the multilung. Not really an original name for it. It is a 3rd additional lung implanted and connected to the respiratory system of a space marine.
I could use another
and
one
it
of
helps
those.
when breathing in low oxygen environments or even toxic atmospheres, or even underwater. The
Granted,
natural
I could use
lung
another
can be
heart, too.
closed off by a sphincter muscle associated with the multilung.
Listen, if I had another heart and another lung, I could probably be that football player that the doctor told me I couldn't be.
Fuck you, Dave.
Oh, goodness.
And the implanted
I'll take the
organ takes over.
please.
Yeah.
My favorite part was like the eating people part.
Specifically more the brain, but everyone forgets about that part.
Yeah. Oh, my
I'll take
goodness.
anything. Free food.
You
Cat-
are a Wendigo. Let's track.
Cat Vanillish, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. You wanted to
talking
be a...
about
What can I
autism,
say?
chat. I'm talking about autism.
And cannibalism.
Yes.
You're talking about cannibalism.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm hungry. I don't know what you want.
I want
wanted-
some ramen that's in my pantry. I don't know what you want.
You wanted to be a football player. It was more like, so I have a heart condition. I'm not saying which one it is, but the doctor was like, you will never be a football player. And I was like, well, it wasn't on the top of my priorities, but thanks for telling me I can't do it.
It's like you didn't have to say it that hard.
You didn't have to. You have to say it so loud, man. I'm right here in the room with you. You have to know.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
the entirety of the breeding operations, as the lung itself is engineered to be an extremely efficient toxin dispersal system. The 10th implant instead is the oculobe. It is an implant that allows technical enhancement to optical growth. It is situated at the base of the brain, and provides hormonal and genetic stimuli which enable a marine's eye to respond to optic therapy, permitting the apothecaries, that are the doctors and field medics of the marines, to make adjustments to the growth pattern of the eye and the light-receptive retinal cells. This means that space marines have far superior vision to normal humans, and can see in low light conditions as well as in daylight. The 11th organ implanted is the lineman's ear. It is an organ which primary function is filtering background noise and improving the balance.
What did I raid into? We're talking about Warhammer, and for some reason, gore and cannibalism. I don't know why. I don't know why Saturn is talking about that, but
And lactose intolerance, people.
and lactose, exactly. Exactly. Lots of people lacking toes right now, honestly. It's really sad.
Lumi
Really?
must be in here.
Oh, I think she's probably at work right now, honestly.
The fact that they're lacking toes is why she's not in here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, without toes, the feet is not the same. So
I assume she just ate them and left.
Oh my gosh.
No, that's Saturn.
You don't go into the Lumi AR channel. Gwynbus
I was
is
here.
feed.
I was here the whole time.
Gwynbus
She's
is
the one
feed.
talking about eating people.
Ooh, I literally got up to go get something to eat.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
I wasn't joking.
I told you that she got the toes.
You tell me were the toenails crunchy?
Yes.
She gets up to go eat, and then the toes are lacking. After she was saying that she wanted to eat people.
I actually got some dairy-free ice cream.
That sounds like a
Really,
lie.
really good.
That sounds like a code.
I'm sorry.
It's like a brand called So Delicious, and I'll be honest, it is so delicious.
I
Just
tried
as long as
it.
you're not
Never
gonna
had real
use
ice
that.
cream.
I tried it once. Just like I tried gluten-free food, and I'll be honest, it was horrible.
Yeah, never.
When you haven't had actual real ice cream in like 2 years, this shit tastes pretty good, okay?
Oh, I'm sure it does. I believe
Saturn,
you.
I'm gonna mail you a Klondike bar in a refrigerated package. You're gonna be tested. We're
You
gonna
know,
see
I
if-
didn't even like those when I could eat it.
Well, you might like it after 2 years.
I don't want to shit myself, actually.
Test your resolve. Are you a true son of Sanguinius?
Yeah, don't you
gotta be eating
understand?
blood.
Under normal circumstances, women never shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
She can't break her woman streak.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Facts.
All right.
Of a marine for space and zero gravity combat. This implant also makes space marines immune to dizziness or motion sickness, other than consciously filter out and enhance certain sounds. These ears are external organs that replace a marine's original ears, and are indistinguishable from normal human ears. The 12th organ implanted is instead the Susan membrane, also known as the hibernator implant. It is an organ that allows survival and recovery from trauma through suspended animation. It is implanted above the brain, and the membrane eventually merges with the entire brain of the subject. A space marine must be trained in its use, and they can activate the implant to enter a state of suspended animation as a reaction to extreme trauma, keeping a marine alive even for years after suffering terrible or even mortal wounds. Only the appropriate chemical therapy or autosuggestion from the marine can revive a subject from this state. The 13th instead is the melanochrome. It is an organ that monitors radiation and adjusts the blood composition and skin pigmentation accordingly. It pretty much controls the melanin in the skin of a space marine, darkening their skin when exposed to high levels of sunlight to protect it, other than protecting from other forms of radiation.
Wait, then why are the salamanders always charcoal black?
It is a mutation caused by their planet of origin. Primarch Vulcan landed on Nocturne, a volcanic world situated in front of a violent sun that emits a very strong and unique radiation, meaning that everybody, Vulcan included, living on the planet develop a charcoal black skin to protect themselves from the conditions they lived in. And as all salamanders are recruited from Nocturne from the moment it was rediscovered, the organ is pretty much useless for them, as the organ adapts to the mutation of the people originating there and keeps their skin charcoal black, other than making them develop glowing red eyes.
I'm waiting to hear
So
if
the
you make
organs
that
can't
joke.
influence the human body after a certain threshold. Good to know.
The 14th organ instead.
He didn't make the joke. Oh, I was hoping you would say, "Oh, they're all blackface."
Bricky makes a joke, and I'm amazed that nobody ever gets mad at him on his side. It's kind of amazing.
I was holding my tongue, dude.
He makes it a very
right thing.
The Southern was about to come out. Wow.
Nick Land is the night mode of Marines.
Oh fuck! Just say they're all doing blackface. Perfect.
Technically, any of them do it if they wanted to.
No,
Yeah,
unfortunately, the organ is not something they can control consciously. It is more like
other Marines
an auto.
could be that.
Oh, yeah.
Other Marines could do blackface if they wanted. They just choose not to. What are they? They're violent, psychopathic murderers. They're not racist, chat.
Wow.
Indeed.
Is the oolitic kidney, an organ that facilitates blood filtration and detoxification, other than neutralizing inorganic toxins. It works in conjunction with the secondary heart, and this implant allows Space Marines to filter their blood very quickly, rendering them immune to most poisons. This comes with a price though, as it will render the Space Marine unconscious while his blood is being circulated at high speed. While not in function, this organ monitors the entire circulatory system, and allows the other organs to function effectively. The 15th organ implanted is the neuroglottis, an organ that lets Marines analyze harmful food by taste, to the point that the Marines can identify many common chemicals in the food by taste alone. And they can even track targets with it through taste, through their respiratory system using it. The 16th organ is the mucranoid. It is an organ that secretes oil over the skin to protect against hazardous conditions, such as extreme heat and violent cold. It is activated through their sweat, and it makes them sweat a substance that coats the skin to protect it, to the point that it can offer some protection for a Marine in the vacuum of space. But it can be activated only by outside treatment that is common when Space Marines are expected to fight in a vacuum. The 17th instead is the Becher's gland. It gives Space Marines the ability to salivate a corrosive poison. It consists of 2 identical glands, implanted.
I'm sorry, so they can filter poison and then they can also create poison like a snake.
Yeah, but they're immune
like
to the
toxin poison.
Yeah, but they are immune to the poison they create for themselves, and like even then, like don't think that this thing is like something. Oh, you spit it on somebody and they will slowly die. During the Horus Heresy, one of these Marines actually spit in the face of a human that was attacking it, and pretty much by the time the guy turned around, he had no face to be spoken of. So
it's like xenomorph acid more than poison.
Yeah.
I would hope that they're immune to their own poison. That sounds very unfortunate if they weren't. That's like major
they
debuff.
are immune to their own poison.
Yeah, I figured that one kind of went without saying, because if you weren't immune to your own poison that you naturally produce in your mouth, I'm pretty sure you're just constantly dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would really suck. They call it a disability.
I call it differently abled.
It's like those snakes that are from Australia that spit at people.
That doesn't narrow it down at all.
I know.
Oh.
Snake, Australia, poisonous.
You have to be a little more specific, Saturn. That's the whole continent.
Exactly.
I know. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Either into the lower lip, alongside the salivary glands, or into the hard palate, and they work in a similar way to poison glands of venomous reptiles, synthesizing and storing a deadly poison, which Marines themselves are immune to. This allows Marines to spit a blinding contact poison, and the poison is also corrosive, and can even burn through strong metals if given enough time. It is an organ that, at least in my interpretation, is given to a Marine in case of capture by an enemy, to help them in their escape in case they are disarmed. And now we come to the last and most important organs of both Firstborn and Primaris Marines. The 18th organs are the progenoid glands. These organs collect and mature genetic material from the Marine into gene seed for replication in subsequent generations of Space Marines. They are 2 glands, situated one in the neck and the other within the chest cavity. These glands represent the future of Space Marines, as the only way new gene seed can be produced is by reproducing it within the bodies of Space Marines themselves, meaning that this organ is what is used to create more Space Marines. This is this implant's only purpose, as the glands absorb genetic material from the other implanted organs. And when they have matured, each gland will have the...
So you're telling me that they took the balls and just put them in the neck and the chest.
Yes, it is technically stored in the balls, just not in the crotch.
Wow. The globulines.
Holy
Wow.
globules.
Holy shit.
Developed a single gene seed corresponding to each of the zygotes which have been implanted into the marine. The organs take correspondingly 5 years in the first case and 10 in the latter to mature into gene seed. The first one, usually the one in the neck, is harvested surgically when it has matured. The second one, situated in the chest, is harvested by apothecaries upon the death of a space marine, as it is the only way to harvest it without killing a living marine before his time on the battlefield, meaning that every marine created can respectively pave the way to the creation of 2 more.
Why must you lie to the newcomers?
Are you accusing me of lying on the lore?
Yes, everyone knows that gene seed is stored in the bolts.
Fast for reading our minds.
Oh my goodness. Poor
Now that
P.O.
P.O. has been punished, the last organ implanted into a marine and that completes the process of creation of an Astarte is the black carapace. It is an armored thorax with flexible sheath to protect major organs, and a neural integration film is also implanted, eventually growing and hardening beneath the epidermal layer. This is the most distinctive implant of a space marine. It resembles a film of black plastic that is implanted directly beneath the skin of a marine's torso in sheets.
Ooh,
It hardens
ow.
on the outside and sends invasive neural bundles into the body of the marine. After the organ has fully matured, the recipient is fitted with neural sensors and interface points that are cut into the surface of the carapace. This allows a space marine to interface directly with his power armor, using it and moving it as if it was a second skin, as the armor receives signals directly from the wearer's nervous system. Without this implant, many of the systems of a power armor won't function. This lets marines also interface to vehicles using a spinal intercase that is plugged directly into the power armor itself. These 19 organs are what forms a fully developed and battle-ready firstborn space marine. And now, let's talk about the 2.5 more organs that form what is instead a Primaris space marine. The difference between the two breeds might seem small, with just 2.5 organs more implanted during the phase of implantation between phase 3 and 4, but the differences they bring are pretty substantial. The first organ that is implanted into a Primaris marine is known as the sinew coils. It is the only cybernetic implant that space marines receive. The sinews of a space marine, so tendons and ligaments, are coated and reinforced with durametallic coil cables that contract with incredible force, magnifying the subject's strength beyond that of a regular space marine, and giving them another layer of interior defense. The second organ Primaris receive is known as the Magnificat, also known as the Amplifier. It is a thumbnail-sized lobe inserted into the brain's core. The implant secretes hormones that increase the body's growth functions while also intensifying its advanced systems, especially for the osmodula and biscopea. This is the half organ I was referring to, as it is just the right half of an organ present in the Primarchs known as the Immortis, or the Godmaker. This means that this organ makes marines even bigger and stronger than they were before, in fact making them tower over even the already towering height of a firstborn marine. And the last organ Primaris have implanted is the Belisarian Furnace, also known as the Revitalizer. This is an organ that stays dormant and is connected to both the hearts of a space marine. In times of extreme stress or trauma, caused usually by grievous wounds, it expels self-manufactured chemicals similar to combat steams, that also aid in the regeneration of the marine. After activating, this organ will fall dormant again, and it will take some time before it builds itself up for activation once more. And this is, at least biologically, what forms a firstborn marine and a Primaris marine. Firstborn marines can be upgraded into Primaris by going through a rite called the Rubicon Primaris, where they will be pretty much sliced open head to toe and the new organs implanted. It is a process with a low chance of success, but if they survive it, they will be upgraded from a firstborn to Primaris. Which is what happened to Demetrian Titus in the video game Space Marine 2, where he was wounded beyond repair and to be saved, he was upgraded to a Primaris Space Marine.
The wound was fatal. You survived only through the Rubicon surgery. We remade you. You are a Primaris now.
Mind though that while all of these implantations are ongoing, as they are gradual and don't happen all at once, initiate space marines will undergo chemical treatments, hypnotherapy, indoctrination, and physical training. All of this to produce a single transhuman super soldier of the Imperium of Men. The resultant space marine is in many ways no longer functionally human, but in others massively advantaged in terms of physical strength, durability, and reflexes over even the most physically adept unaugmented human warriors. Their bodies are also phenomenally efficient biological engines, resistant to disease, contamination, radiation, and poison. In addition, they are also all but impervious to the natural consequences of aging and cell decay, to the extent that other than by extreme physical trauma or incremental toxin and contaminate damage, they may in fact be functionally immortal, or at least have lifespans far beyond that of the human aspirants from which they were taken. Or this, at least, was true before the Horus Heresy.
What do you mean until the Horus Heresy?
I will gladly expand on that for both newcomers and veterans. The Horus Heresy is an event taking place at the end of the Great Crusade, when humanity was closer to victory and conquering the galaxy than ever before. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the Sons of Horus, previously known as the Luna Wolves, was declared by decree of the Emperor as War Master of the Imperium of Men, making him the supreme commander of all the other 17 legions of Space Marines the Imperium had, as only 18, and if we count Omegon, 19 of the Primarchs were ever found and reunited with their legion. To know more about the missing two, check our video on the Rangdan Xenocide. There is also to keep in mind that the legions by this point has swelled up to having hundreds of thousands of marines each, meaning that in total there were at least 2 million space marines fighting around the galaxy, every marine power armored and armed at the most basic with a bolter. Pretty much a gyrojet weapon that shoots rounds that use missile propellant as propulsion, are armor piercing, and have an explosive charge that activates when the bullet is inside you, to tear you to pieces from the inside out.
Just for when you want somebody extra dead.
But others had more devastating weapons at their disposal. All was going well, humanity was on the brink of winning. It was then that the 4 gods of chaos showed their hand. The gods of chaos are entities residing into the warp, a dimension formed of toes.
I hate that the first thing I noticed was the woman.
The boobs.
I unironically am upset that that's the first thing I noticed.
Taco, don't be
That's what-
transphobic. Slanesh is
that's what-
non-binary.
That's what he,
God damn it.
she, it would want.
This slander against my god. How dare you?
You don't have rights. You're an elf.
Shut up, knife ears.
Home.
And
Let's go
what?
That's going in the book.
No, but
I'm already on a list.
I'm on many.
Okay,
Okay.
don't show off. Jeez.
I'm going on more.
My agent keeps me off list because he thinks I'm funny.
Oh,
You're agent or you're Asian? You didn't say that very clearly.
yeah.
My agent.
Yes.
Mm.
You know, the FBI agent assigned to watch me
Still sounds like
in
you're
case
saying
I decide to
Asian,
do a
but okay.
terrorism.
oh boy.
Indeed.
And emotions of living entities that doesn't obey any laws that reality is constricted to. It is what the Imperium used and uses for faster than light travel, and it is the realm that psychers, like the Emperor of Mankind, tap in to use their devastating psychic powers. It is also a realm full of demons and inexorable horrors. This realm is controlled by the 4 gods of chaos: Korn, the Blood God; Zinch, the Changer of Ways, God of Deceit and Intrigue; Nargol, the God of Decay; and Slanesh, the God of Excess in all of its forms. At the beginning of the 31st millennium, the gods of chaos will formulate a plan to corrupt Horus and make him fall under their control. He in turn will formulate plans to corrupt or convince 8 of his brothers to join him, beginning the most devastating civil war the Imperium ever fought, named the Horus Heresy, after its war master and main perpetrator. 9 Primarchs and their legions will clash against another 9 Primarchs and their legions, millions of Space Marines and hundreds of Titan legions fighting each other on battlefields around the Imperium, with the goal of the traitor to kill the Emperor and conquer Terra, and the goal of the Loyalists to fight and kill the traitor Primarchs and their legions.
And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn.
To have a direct citation to the brutality of it, during the Battle of Beta Garmon in the novel of Titan Death, it is pretty much described how by the end of the war for Beta Garmon, you could walk from one side to the other of the entire continent-sized battlefields while never directly touching the ground, just walking on the bodies of the fallen, and the fallen carcasses of destroyed titans of both sides. This is how big the Civil War was, with trillions perishing during the 9 years the war went on. By the end of the Horus Heresy, the Loyalists, if barely, had emerged victorious. The surviving Chaos Primarchs and their legions retreated from Terra, and over time were pushed back to the Eye of Terror, even if both sides suffered Primarchs as casualties, with the Primarchs of the Blood Angels and Iron Hands dying on the Loyalist side, namely Sanguinius and Ferrus Manus, and Conrad Kurz letting himself be killed by an Imperial assassin after the heresy, as he had envisioned. This would bring the Imperium on its knees, and the Space Marines were decimated to say the least, suffering hundreds of thousands of casualties for each legion during the war. Primarch Robute Gilliman would then formulate the Codex Astartes, a book of rules and regulations that he would impose on the other Primarchs. Now that the Emperor, being wounded in his final confrontation with Horus, was entombed in the Golden Throne, unable to govern the Imperium any longer. The Codex Astartes will break down the legions into individual chapters, breaking down single forces of hundreds of thousands of marines into independently commanded smaller forces of 1,000 marines each, limit to never be exceeded if not under specific conditions. It is during the millennia from these events that all Primarchs of the Loyalist side will disappear and leave the Imperium to self-govern, that problems with the Astartes will start to emerge.
Problems?
Mutations. Some of the Marine chapters over time started suffering gene seed degradation, causing higher numbers of failures in the creation of new Space Marines, or starting to mutate the Space Marines created with it. Like organs stopping completely from functioning in some cases, or Marines mutating entirely in others. Like in the case of the Black Dragons, Salamander's successor that sport bony appendages and blades coming out from their bodies, that they even use as weapons at times.
And what caused this?
Instabilities of the gene seed, unseen flaws that started manifesting over time, degradation of the quality of the gene seed by replication.
Replication?
Think about it, Pio. The gene seed was pure in its nature when it was created, but the only way to make more gene seed was by harvesting it from the bodies of other marines. This means that the marines that were created from the gene seed of those that died were copies on a genetical level. And like DNA...
It kind of reminds me of Warframe, where the Grineer, which are basically just clones of clones of clones, the more you clone something, or the more that like you pull from that DNA, the worse off it just like gets worse. It sounds like.
Yes, that's how.
Yeah, it is actually my argument in a few seconds.
Yeah, he's literally about to say that.
Are you really? Are you?
You hit the nail on the head.
It's why cloned animals die really fast. Like even if it's a perfect clone, because it's not supposed to be
perfect.
yeah, it's not supposed to be even existing.
I saw someone in chat being like, why wouldn't you just cut off a chunk of Space Marine? Why is it stored in like things? It's not this. Gene seed doesn't modify the DNA of a Space Marine, and if you pay attention to like how the organs are implanted, most of them are grown outside the body and then implanted surgically. There's only a handful that are actually grown inside the Marine. So like what the gene seed does is it takes the specific genetic information of the organs and stores it, and then you extract that to make more. It's not like in the DNA. It's like taking the DNA of just a stomach and like taking that genetic information and using that to create more stomachs. You don't have the rest of the human DNA with it.
Fair. All right, we're gonna. I guess I have the same autistic brain cell in this case.
Hell yeah.
In genetics, nothing can replicate perfectly 100% of the time. There will always be some kind of minimal loss.
Wait, this means...
that the Space Marines that were created millennia after millennia from the gene seed of the Fallen are copies of copies of copies of copies. The gene seed used became so degraded after 10,000 years from the Horus Heresy and into the 31st millennium that Marines weren't even virtually mortal anymore. They will start to manifest signs of aging, like white hair, weakened physique, slow down reflexes, and reduced strength. It is one of the reasons, for example, that Dante, chapter master of the Blood Angels, and the oldest Space Marine still loyal to the Imperium outside of a Dreadnought, with, in his current lore, more than 1,500 years of age, each of those years spent in war, looks like a frail old man, and keeps his helmet always on in the presence of his brother Marines, ashamed of the weakness age brings. This was partially fixed with the introduction of the Primaris at the end of the 41st millennium. Introduction that happened after the return of Primarch Gilliman, reawakened and finally partially cured from the demon poison that he contracted when he was wounded in a duel with Demon Primarch Fulgrim. The Primaris gene seed is purer, and this both helped to boost the creation of new Space Marines in the Imperium, and it also helped at least reduce many of the flaws many chapters of Marines were suffering from. Some chapters had their gene seed so degraded they were even unable to reach their full strength of 1,000 Marines. For example, the Flash Terrors could reach a maximum of around 300 and 400 Marines. Their genes is so prone to failure they couldn't have an higher number.
Those are indeed very dire circumstances.
I'm sure we'll talk more about it in videos specifically targeted at those topics, but now we have covered both historical and biological sides of the real nature of a Space Marine. Just one side left to cover, and it is the most interesting if you ask me. And I want to start it by asking a simple question to both newcomers and veterans of the universe.
Oh, that's me.
Have you ever seen a Space Marine being grateful of being a Space Marine? It is rare that I decide that a segment of a video needs a bit more seriousness than usual. If you watched our other videos, you know that we like to keep things light and funny. But I feel that this segment of the video needs seriousness just to represent the tragedy of the life of a human becoming a Space Marine. A thing that pains me is that whenever Space Marines are explained to newcomers, they are always regarded as these towering warriors full of pride and honor. These angels that fight for the Imperium and protect its people. War machines created for one thing: war. The most brutal wars the Imperium fights, in fact. During the Great Crusade, being recruited to become a Space Marine was a big honor. The Crusade was expanding human dominion around the galaxy. The Emperor himself was fighting with Astartes side by side to reunite the lost colonies of humanity and expand the territory our species covered among the stars. There is even Marines we could consider alive, for how alive a Dreadnought is at least, that fought side by side with the Emperor himself. We already talked about him, but Bjorn the Fell-Ended, the Dreadnought of the former first chapter master of the Space Wolves, fought side by side with the Emperor, and even thought that the Emperor took a liking to him. Now, the Great Crusade lasted just 200 years. It was not that big of a period. But as I explained, the Space Marine legions swelled from a few hundreds Marines each to tens of thousands, and eventually hundreds of thousands of Marines by the end of the Crusade. The process so fast and perfected later on that a candidate could be trained and augmented into a Marine in less than a year. To put into perspective what it was and is required to become a Marine, let's start from the beginning, being chosen. Usually during the Great Crusade, the legions would recruit both from human colonies they had conquered or brought into compliance and under the banner of the Imperium, and on specific worlds assigned to them for recruiting. Their main source was usually the worlds where the Primarchs landed and were rediscovered. For example, the large majority of the Iron Warriors Legion, under Primarch Perturabo, were formed from boys coming from Olympia, the world they had landed on, and of which he was the king. Thing that later on brought to a rebellion on the planet, but that is not important right now. Usually when being chosen, you will be scanned for genetical compatibility with the gene seed that needs implantation in your body. After that, you will be considered an aspirant, and taken to be trained and prepared for what was coming. After the boys that were chosen spent months being trained in the hardest of ways, psychologically indoctrinated, and educated on the ways of the legion they were to join, they will move on to the elimination tests. For many legions, there wasn't failing. They wanted only the best of the best, and once you were an initiate, you either made it, or you died trying. Some legions and chapters even pit their aspirants against one another. The main example I can bring, and that will be common in the video, is the trials set up by the Blood Angels for their initiates, where they will be divided in squads and told that the only way to advance was to kill and submit the opposite squad of initiates. Usually this will mean that from hundreds or even thousands of aspirants, a very small percentage would advance to the genetical augmentation step. And from here, things only get worse. As you are trained and genetically augmented, you have already forfeited the life you were living on your own worlds. Marines can't reproduce by design, and they are created for one single reason: war. This means that a child has been taken from his planet, has left his family, friends, everything he knew to join a legion in a crusade of war around the galaxy, has been subjected already to violence of the worst kinds just to prove that he's worthy of being a Space Marine. And once augmented, you also sacrificed your own humanity all on the altar of fighting for the rest of your life. The only family you will ever know, your brothers in arms, and your gene father in your Primarch. Brothers in arms that you will inevitably see die on battlefields. Because trust an expert, there is no case of a Marine that perished of old age. Their endless lives are spent on battlefields of planets they usually don't even care to know the name of. And from here on out, I will start using excerpts of books to prove that it isn't me thinking of their lives like this. It is them that talk of their lives like this.
Have you seen the projections? The fleet auguries, the number of vessels in the local systems already. Yeah, I lost interest when the numbers became too high for me to count on my fingers.
Oh.
Altarian snorted in his own weak.
So they're just like Valve, they don't know how to count to 3.
Oh no, Altarian's being a shithead, but yeah, he's like...
Yeah.
Artarian's a very humor for a Black Templar. He has a very good sense of humor.
Oh.
Yeah, even if at one point in the book there is like a pilot that asks him because he's like he talks with the pilot and he's like, "Don't make us crash down." And the pilot goes, "Brother, has anybody ever laughed at your jokes?" And he's like, "You must do sometimes."
Also, the audio from this, I think, is directly from the audiobook as well.
Yeah, it is.
Hell's Reach is the audiobook, and then the guy who did the videos did the animations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I recognize the VA.
Yes.
Just.
Yeah.
We will fight and win, or fight and die. All that ever changes is the color of the sky we fight under, and the shade of the blood on our blades.
And I can already see the most expert of people watching this video recognizing that the clip is taken from a book taking place in the 41st millennium. But believe it or not, while many Marines were naive in the past during the Great Crusade and thought that
The X count. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. We're going through the Imperium lore right now in Warhammer. I am learning slowly. I've also brought the puddle to learn with me as well. Welcome.
Yeah, we're trying to piss off Melop.
Okay, well I wasn't gonna say that, but
Nelop has already made another video about stuff.
oh, has he put my name in it yet? I'm curious.
No, but it's about like perverted like lore tubers, and for some reason he put Arch in the thumbnail, and everyone's very confused.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, just Happy Major Kill is in there.
Tubers.
Oh, I know. Arch did a video about.
There is a lot of YouTube 40k YouTubers around that for some reason peddle either. Let's just say their fan site or straight up fucking smut art on their Patreons. It is weird.
And the only thing Arch ever did was he was like, "Hey, this Subverse game is kind of cool," and that was like 4 or 5 years ago, and that's it.
That game ended up being boring, by the way.
It did.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry. It was interesting, but it's very boring.
And he gave like a genuine like mini review of it. It was like, yeah, the story is actually pretty good. Like it wasn't just like, ooh, tits. It was like, I don't know what Nelop is talking about.
I mean, maybe he's talking about the fact that Arch likes to... Didn't Arch read like a pony fanfiction on his stream once? This is a great thing to talk about when these people are coming in.
Yeah, but that's not on his 40k channel. That's on his like other channel for live
Fair,
streams.
fair. I guess you could. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to like talk about too much about drama tonight, but
it's like Major Kill does that stuff in his main channel.
That was a weird noise.
I'm just sighing. I'm waiting for my sound bite so that I can include it. That's what I want. I want my sound bite. Whenever somebody mentions my name, I put it as a sound bite because it's amazing.
Honestly, that's a pretty good idea.
Whenever somebody mentions you in anger, just like that fucking individual, I fucking hate them. It's just like, all right, you're becoming a new super chat.
Your voice is going to be repeated. Your voice is going to be repeated every time my fan base gives me money.
Pretty much. It's a good way. It's a good like little reminder of just how many people hate you.
And how you're getting paid for their hate. It's great.
Pretty much.
His name is in a lot of people's book of grudges.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. And you know what? That's fine with me because the audience loves it as well. Let's continue, and pretty soon we're actually pretty decent way through this.
We told you we'd be almost done.
Fair enough.
Yeah, the part of the organs there is very little to comment.
No, that's fair. But
it's informative. I like it.
We chat pretty soon. We'll read some more supers as well. But yes, thank you by the way again for the raiders. I deeply appreciate it.
Would end at one point and the Space Marines will know an age of peace. Others, like Sigismund of the Imperial Fists, had already foreseen what was to come for the Astartes.
I approve of your direction,
Sigismund told Loken at once.
I'm gratified. You are watching from the galleries?
Sigismund nodded.
Prosecute the foe. Get it over with. Get on. There is still so much to be done. We cannot afford delays or time wasting.
There are so many worlds still to be brought to compliance.
Loken agreed.
One day, we will rest at last.
No.
Sigismund replied bluntly.
The crusade will never end. Don't you know that?
Loken shook his head.
I wouldn't.
Not ever,
said Sigismund emphatically.
The more we spread, the more we find. World after world. New worlds to conquer. Space is limitless, and so is our appetite to master it.
I disagree.
Loken said.
War will end one day. A rule of peace will be established. That is the very purpose of our efforts.
Sigismund grinned.
Is it? Perhaps. I believe that we have set ourselves an unending task. The nature of mankind makes it so. There will always be another goal, another prospect.
Surely, brother, you can conceive of a time when all worlds have imported to one unity of imperial rule. Isn't that the dream we strive to realize?
Sigismund stared into Loken's face.
Brother Loken, I have heard much about you. All of it good. I had not imagined I would discover such naivety in you. We will spend our lives fighting to secure this Imperium, and then I fear we will spend the rest of our days fighting to keep it intact. There is such involving darkness amongst the stars. Even when the Imperium is complete, there will be no peace. We will be obliged to fight on to preserve what we have fought to establish. Peace is a vain wish. Our crusade may one day adopt another name, but it will never truly end. In the far future, there will be only war.
Now, I can already imagine the question in the mind of many newcomers to the universe that are realizing how much of a nightmare becoming a space marine truly is. Is this sacrifice truly necessary? Is it truly necessary to condemn what are pretty much overgrown child soldiers into a life of war and misery until a violent death on the battlefields takes them? Believe it or not, yes it is. Even with the casualties that the aspirants will take, space marines are warriors of a level that no human can ever equate to. Hundreds of marines are enough to conquer entire star systems. Not alone, I give you that. Obviously they will need to be supported by Imperial Guard regiments and human fighters, but their strength is still something that is worth the sacrifice in suffering and human life.
We come to offer you our blades, our service, and the lives of over 900 warriors in the defense of your world.
Kurov stood in silence. 900 Astartes. Entire star systems were conquered with a fraction of that.
These, though, are the best conditions under which Space Marines existed. After the Horus Heresy, where half of the legions with around 1 million Space Marines at their service turned with their Primarchs against the Emperor and the Imperium, the galaxy was lit aflame. Trillions perished in a giant war that spanned almost a decade, that saw gods of destruction clashing with one another, with the Imperium barely winning in the end. The Astartes had failed their task. They had been the greatest enemy of humanity after the Imperium had formed. The Loyalist Marine legions were pretty much almost annihilated in the heresy, except for the Ultramarines that lost just half of their numbers. They had now learned of chaos, that the Primarchs and even themselves were corruptible, and now the legions were broken down into chapters of maximum 1000 Marines each, exactly to avoid a situation like the Horus Heresy emerging again. The Primarchs had stopped trusting one another, as had the Astartes. From this period, things will change. New aspirants wouldn't just be made Marines as fast as possible, but would be relegated to a rank known as Scouts. This rank didn't exist in the beginning. The new Marines were augmented and then flanked to veterans to be trained by experience on the battlefields they fought on. Now, becoming a scout meant being human or mostly human for longer periods of time, while you fought and helped your chapter usually in covert operations on battlefields. You could die fighting for a chapter while still not being even considered fully one of them. While many things changed as the chapter of Marines, 1,000 of them existing now, started developing their own cultures and rights, Marines kept getting corrupted by chaos, going renegade. General mistrust between chapters of Marine forces became normalcy, and with good reason, as falling to chaos was just a moment of weakness away. With no Primarchs left to command them after all the Loyalists once disappeared or died, the Marines were left without guidance. Many will stick to the teaching of their forefathers, like the Salamanders that are objectively the most caring of Marines regarding human life, as they have been taught by their Primarch Vulcan, or the Blood Angels that stick with the teachings of honor and sacrifice taught to them by their Primarch Sanguinius. Others instead slid into not even caring for the humans they defended, like the Black Templars, or the Marines Malevolent, or even a first founding chapter like the Iron Hands. Their duty to kill the enemies of the Imperium and avenge us against the traitorous dogs that have brought the Imperium into a dark age.
We are to remain in orbit.
We are the obvious choice to command the Astartes elements in the orbital battles.
I was wrong. I will not die in futility on this world. High Marshal,
We can slaughter the green-skinned tyrant before he even sets foot on the world below us.
I have already spoken with the other marshals, my brother. We must leave a contingent on the surface to defend one of the hive cities that yet remains ungarrisoned by Astartes.
That is not our duty, my liege.
And yet, a commander must remain.
Don't do this.
It is already done.
No!
This is not the time. The decision is made, Grimaldus. I know you as I knew Mordred. You will not refuse this honor.
I would burst the great enemy's black heart in my hand and cast his blasphemous flagship to the surface of Armageddon, wreathed in holy fire. Do not leave me here, Helbrecht. Do not deny me this glory.
You will not refuse this honor. Wait, brother.
Space Marines in general will be very rare sights in the Imperium of Men. The average Imperial citizen will go their entire lives without as much as seeing a Marine in the flesh. They would only hear of the Angels of Death in Scripture from the Imperial Church, and the retelling of great battles taught to them to learn the history of the Imperium. This will bring Space Marines at large to be considered by humans as almost mythical figures. Real angels created from the Emperor that would appear at the time of need to fix things and slay the enemies of mankind. But for Marines themselves, the perspective is completely different. We get a glimpse of this in the Book of Rings world, where the captain of a company of Marines is reaching a hive city of their own home planet to prepare to defend it by an orc invasion that was arriving to the planet.
Looking down from the cupola, his gaze passed over a gaggle of well-dressed children practically screaming with delight as the ground beneath their feet shuddered and shook. Others waved frantically from the shoulders of their fathers, desperate to be acknowledged by the armored giants they recognized from their storybooks and history lessons. Some, particularly the youngest, were terrified beyond words. Grimm saw a good many take refuge in the fabric of their mother's skirts, leaving little smears of nasal mucus there.
Ew.
A tiny malnourished girl,
Okay,
her orange rags...
that's a gross detail, but it's puts it into perspective.
Yeah. Well, it is 40k, so it is literally the minimum.
I guess, yeah, I just remember, like, when I wanted to do creative writing, like, I took a writing class, and they're like, listen, your goal is to talk about what's happening in the room, not what's happening 3 rooms over in somebody's bed. And I'm like, okay. That's kind of just like what it feels like. It's just like, I didn't need to know that the mom has mucus on her. It's good, funny, but good.
Marking her as an orphan from one of the city's many workhouses, gazed up at Grimm with wide blue eyes. She didn't scream or shout, neither did she smile or even cry. She simply gave him the smallest and shyest of waves. Grimm raised his own gauntleted hand, just a fraction, and returned the greeting. Without taking his eyes from the road straight ahead, Captain Alves barked, "Don't encourage them!" Nothing escaped his notice. "My apologies, Lord," said Grimm. "I don't care if the 12 Lords of Terror are down there. Acknowledge no one. We're not here to entertain these fools." "As you say, of course. And they are fools, Huron," Alves went on. "Just look at them. So blindly, happily ignorant. Not one of them, not a single blasted one, judging by the gormless smiles on their faces, has stopped for a second to question why we're here. None have considered for even a moment that the presence of so many space marines must surely presage some terrible danger. Dorn alone knows what they think we're doing here." Grimm couldn't argue with that. They will think of it, sooner or later, he thought. And then we'll have a panic on our hands. 200 million people on this world. 200 million lives.
There's this one really good meme, and I know I don't have it on me.
Oh, I know
but
what you're
it's like,
talking about, right?
Yeah, where it's like you
one
see
Space
it like
Marine shows up, a chapter of Space Marine shows up, every chapter of Space Marine shows up.
An entire
Primarchs are
crusade led
coming-
by Gilliman.
the Primarchs are coming back, and it's just like more and more like
Yeah, the Space Marine just gets worse and worse.
Custodes
looking.
coming in, like
The Emperor rises from the throne.
Oh no.
that's when you should just end it all, bro. Like, just I don't want. I know it's all over.
But I know what you're talking about. I've seen it.
Yeah, I really love that meme. I wish we had it dude. Damn. But yeah, I just had to mention it because it's like they don't even stop to think, and it's like, yep.
I mean, they see what they perceive as saviors, and they don't even think, oh shit, maybe we're fucked.
Well, a lot of people don't.
Yeah, like
so it's
imagine you're like
the worst.
In your
Yeah, go
rural
on.
town in the middle of America, and literally the entire U.S. military shows up one day, like literally every single soldier.
I mean, it was actually worse. Like one of the worst moments like this was just before the devastation of Baal, which is an event where all the chapters descending from Sanguinius reunited because Hive Fleet Leviathan was going to attack Baal, which was the planet where the Blood Angels still resided, and still like this was the planet where Sanguinius landed, and like. Probably over elements of over 50 chapters showed up on a single system, and like there a good part of the introduction is like from the point of view of this water merchant in the desert plains of Baal that is like doing business, and then like a space marine arrives and asks them for direction like to the fortress of the Blood Angels. There like he know and tell him like where to go, and he goes like, oh, okay, thank you humans. He just passes through, and then they start seeing hundreds of fucking space marines marching through the city, getting through like an entire fucking like a sandstorm, and they like get frozen in place and see all these fucking marines marching all in different colors and insignia. In that war, over 35,000 space marines fought. So yeah. At that point, it was like more than 30,000 space marines deployed in a single solar system, and everyone was like, "Yeah, we're fucking dead. We're done."
Take me now. Oh.
Yeah, and they were like, "Oh my god, the space marine it just passed through," and then like hundreds start coming out of the sandstorm, just marching in the same direction.
Oh man, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, do I kill myself now or later? You know, probably now. I think that's the best time.
Go see the Emperor in the afterlife.
Yeah, it's like, bless up, King.
Oh.
In the balance. It's seen what the orcs did to the helpless. It's seen the horrors they perpetrated. Thinking of this, he turned his eyes to look for the workhouse Hofen again. But someone had shoved her to the rear, and she had disappeared behind a dense forest of adult legs. An image appeared in his mind, and his brow furrowed in furious denial. He gritted his teeth. In the image,
It's just... Okay, that's the image I had when you guys were talking about it.
Have you not heard the song, Occo, for that? That's
I
from?
have.
Okay.
Fuck, it
I
doesn't
can't
open
find
it.
the fucking meme, but it's I
Oh,
know the
for
one you
fuck's
guys are
sake.
talking about with
Why
the
doesn't it,
guardsmen.
like- I wish it would
the
just.
guardsmen like space marines show up. They're in green armor, but they're wearing hoods.
Yeah. It's good enough. It's literally just this.
Yeah, you should shit your pants when you see this coming at you.
Yeah.
Hatred is the Emperor's greatest gift to humanity. I don't know what you're talking about.
That is a
The last
space
time
thing,
I
but
saw-
it's the same feeling.
The last time I saw that, somebody put like the Dark Tide soundtrack over it, so that's all I can hear when I look at this.
There's an actual song that was made for this image if you want.
All I can think about is the 8th Mace. I want a speech from it for the battle.
Yes.
Here's the thing. I'm now been okay. I used to be a big cosplayer, so now I'm thinking I should just make hate maces. And just if you want, I can send this one to you. Make you glow
Can
up.
I get one?
You can get one too, Mizu. Don't worry.
Oh goodness.
It should
So
be
the
pretty
girl
easy to
look-
make.
Yeah, it is a pretty easy model.
Oh, it definitely is. Make Pio use the name. You finally become a VTuber.
Pio is just an 8 Mace that is a lot more depressed.
Well, wait,
The question is, do I make it out of foam where so you can actually beat people with it if you want to have fun? Or should I make it just 3D printed?
No, make it 3D printer so that if I hit people, it hurts for real.
And just get,
I gotcha,
take a bowling ball and like super glue like a stick to it.
Well, I mean, here's a cool thing you can do with VTube Studio. You can like put stickers of things on models. You could just like put the head of Pio on the model, so it looks like it'd be perfect. Anyway, let's continue.
looking at him again, but her blue eyes were lifeless. Her blonde hair burned as he watched. He saw her flesh crisping and realized she had been speared. She was being cooked over an open fire. He saw a massive orc, a black-skinned warboss of prodigious size, pull the spit from the flames and sink his tusks into the meat, devouring her as if she were little more than a snack. It was no idle daydream. Grim had seen the evidence of such abominable crimes all too often on other orc-blighted worlds. "In Dawn's name," he growled quietly. "Not here. Not while I draw breath."
Space Marines know what they are full well. They are necessary monsters created by the Imperium of Man and the Emperor to try and protect humanity. But they too know that in the long run, they weren't or are enough.
My hands curl into fists. I am strong. Born only to slay for the Emperor and the Imperium. I am pure, wearing the blackest of the black, trained to serve as a spiritual guide as well as a war leader. I am wrath incarnate. Living only to kill until finally killed.
It's kind of a sad existence
I
to
am a
live,
weapon
but somebody's gotta do
in the
it.
eternal crusade to forge humanity's mastership with stars. Its strength, purity, and wrath will not be enough.
And if this wasn't bad enough, Marines commonly lose memories of when they were human, or even memories of the people they held dear before they became Astartes. As we can see with Grimaldus himself during the Battle of Elsrich, where he will comment,
Humans, they are a mystery to me.
and if you think that is an isolated case, we can see it again in the Book of Dante, written by Guy Haley, when one of the teachers of the young Dante, as he ascended to the position of scout, was a retired space marine, composed mostly by bionics so much he was wounded in battle. And he had the task of teaching the new scouts the arts, as all Blood Angels are renowned to be stunning artists of various kinds. They would have this exchange.
"Neophyte Dante!" Dante looked up. He had become so mired in self-reflection that Caphael had come up on him unawares. Caphael spoke over the clatter of tools in the workroom. "Why do you sit inactive?" "I played a statue to honor my father, but as I draw, I realized that the work will far surpass his own, and this seems arrogant, as if I will deliberately belittle him." "You cannot belittle Sanguinius," said Caphael. "I meant my other father." "You have grown beyond him and all other mortals," said Caphael. "It does not mean I love him less. You must put him from your mind." Caphael rested his calloused hand on Dante's shoulder. "You have a new father now. The memory of your life before will fade in time." "Will I forget?" "Some do. Some forget everything. Some remember. If you held your father in such high regard, you will never forget him entirely." "Do you remember?" asked Dante. Caphael's face softened to near humanity. "No, neophyte. I can recall nothing from before my insanguination. I do not remember remembering. To my mind, I've always been a blood angel. Now, let's have a look at your sketches. You are to attempt a bronze?" "Yes, my lord. It seemed fitting. Although I would like to make the wings from ribbon if I can get it to look right. That's what my father used. When I was a child, I used to like the way they fluttered in the wind. It would be good to capture that somehow."
But eventually, for how much he tried, even Dante would forget his name as a human, and all the people he cared for.
Dante's soul withered in him. Another choice between two evils. He had thought of his earlier years full of hard-won victories. The difficulties of those times were nothing compared to the dilemmas that tormented him daily. As he read and reread the missive, his composure broke. Dante howled in fury, ran at the wall and slammed his perfect golden fist into the mosaic there, destroying a portion of ancient artwork a yard square and denting the metal beneath. Shot the tesseract tinkled to the floor. The doors burst inwards. A pair of Dante's sanguinary guards came in, weapons raised. Arafeo came after them. "My lord," said Arafeo. "Commander," asked one of the sanguinary guards. Dante swayed back from the wall, his hands up. "It is nothing, brother Dontorial. Return to your post." "As you commanded." The sanguinary guards scanned the room a last time and left. Arafeo did not leave, but approached carefully. "What is it, my lord?" "Dire news from Astorath. A new threat as bad as the Devourer." Dante's armor felt unbearably claustrophobic, and he sank into a crouch. He had a fleeting memory of a boy who had sat like that habitually, but he could not remember his name. "Will you convene your brothers, my lord? You have but to ask, and I shall pass on your summons." Behind Sanguinius' mask, Dante closed his eyes and bowed his head in reflection. The purring whine of his armor systems irritated him. He longed for the dry silences of Baal. "I must think on this a while. I shall speak with them after we are free of the Aegis. We can do nothing for the time being but fret at the problem, and I need to consider this carefully before I make any decisions.
Dante is the oldest space marine currently alive and outside of a dreadnought in the Imperium. It is no surprise he will forget, but it is a thing that weighs on his mind all the same. Space marines over time will grow to become...
What?
My chat mentioned there's a clip where a Space Marine's mother was crying and begging him to remember her, and after walking away, his friend had to tell him who she was.
Oh, I remember
That is not a clip. It is part of a book.
No.
It is in the Night Lords trilogy, and that is actually not the end of it. She was killed after he walked away.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
They were shot by, because they were on parade, and there were multiple parents just calling out the children there who were now walking in the parade as Space Marines of the Night Lord Legion.
He had
And
no
one of
idea
the
who she
women
was.
came over and mentioned, saying, "Oh, Talos, where are you?" And then she walked up to one of them, and she recognized him, but just he did not recognize the woman at all. And then one of his best friends at that point, he just looked at him and said, "Talos, she recognized you. She was your mom. Don't you remember?" He's like, "No, I did not." With a stern face.
Yeah, and then she was killed as he walked away. Yeah, she was shot.
It gets even worse the more you read in it. I recommend highly the Night Lord trilogy. That's one
it's
good
really
opening
good.
Ricky has.
Yeah, I mean, the Night Lords are not good people, so what the fuck did she expect? But yeah.
Well, this was during the Crusade, though, during that thing.
Yeah, they were still
Yeah, but but the Night Lords were used into killing people for any reasons. They were considered monsters even by other Space Marines.
They were the Terror Legion. You brutally mutilate 1,000 people to get 1,000,000 to comply was their motto.
Yeah.
They were the terror. The method of war were terrorizing planets to be compliant.
Yeah, if I remember
even the
correctly,
name-
I don't remember exactly like the context of it, but there was like a planet that was fighting for independence, and like at one point the Night Lords and the Imperium deemed it like it was not worth it to fight so much to retake it. So what the Night Lords did pretty much was, as people celebrated their independence, they saw these Thunderhawks like flying high in the sky, and like to celebrate their independence, Night Lords started throwing pieces of like mutilated children out of this fucking.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
they're a bit more sadistic than that. They blur the horn of the ship that they usually do normally to celebrate victories. And while the people of the planet, the capital, was celebrating, they start raining down bodies that were skinned alive.
They sent a ship to intercept the Night Lord's fleet, and then the ship returned and it did its big horn in celebration. And then the Night Lords opened the airlocks and threw out the bodies of the crew.
I love the Night Lords. They're beautiful.
They're
Conrad Kurz is a misunderstood boy.
He's an asshole.
I never said he wasn't an asshole. I'm an Iron Warriors.
Literally, like one of the main things that you learn, like from his primary book, was from his life on the planet of what? How was the planet called? Nocturne. No, Nocturne is the salamanders.
Sorry, fucking Nostromo, yeah.
Nostromo, yeah. Every time I get them confused, but yeah, you are learning about his backstory, and once because on the planet he was applying so much terror tactics that crime pretty much went to zero. He was pretty much sadistic Batman. But what happened was at one point a woman, after her own I don't remember if it was boyfriend or husband, died. She was so depressed he wanted to commit self-delete. Let's avoid YouTube gods. And what happened was Conrad Kurz stopped her. And you will think, okay, he did it because he didn't want this woman to hurt herself. No, he did it because he was against the law of Nostromo to actually end your own life. Yeah. So what he did was, to show her the value of life, he then tortured her, skinned her alive, and hanged her from the wall she tried to jump from.
Yeah, his rationale is like, you're taking away resources and labor that
made
can
her
use to
to an
help other
example
people.
for the rest of the planetary.
She's like suicide is illegal, and the reason I'm making it illegal is because you're going to take away resources and labor and make the lives of people around you harder.
It's quite interesting when you go to his methodology to some of the Primarchs, especially the Chaos ones. Has very interesting.
Before Conrad lost his mind, he was interesting.
Like crackheady Tachi, the Primarch.
Yeah, like
but
Conrad.
We can go over them. I can spare go then on a different day. But they are pretty interesting.
Yeah, he did Batman so good that the entire planet was crime free for like years after he left because they were so scared of him.
Yeah.
Nice.
Literally scared straight of planet.
As soon as they left, the planet went shit immediately.
No, it took them a while for the rebellion, but it did happen. But...
Probably scared to like sneeze wrong. Like he's right there. Fuck.
Is it illegal now? I don't know.
I don't know. You wouldn't take the risk.
No.
You wore a hat on Thursday, the wrong color.
Could make you.
Yeah, there is actually a very good chunk of memes. There is actually a meme where like Conrad goes to the Legion of the Night Lords and he's like, okay, by the way, guys, know that we have joined Horus, so we are evil now. And the Night Lords just go, we are evil now?
Yeah.
As like a Night Lord in the corners, like playing a corpse.
A lot. There's like another like guy who there's a guy who does a lot of these comic skits because it's called Mick or Mike, and he has the thing where it's showing the legions before and after the heresy, and you see a lot of them just go from, you know, one legion, the Emperor's Children, being very much like perfect, have beautiful artwork, being perfect looking, and then they just like BDSM, like with a lot of like pornographic art everywhere, and then you have Death Guard who are just kind of bog standard, and then you're becoming like Nurgle infested, and then you have the Night Lords have skin human before, and then still have skin human before. Nothing changed.
Alright guys, on this planet it's illegal to wear pink hats on Thursday. But my lord, isn't it Wednesday? No, if you account for the rotation of the planet, it's Thursday now. Flay the city.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. I'm gonna read a few more super chats and then we're gonna finish up this video here.
Yeah.
MommaOcco simp for 5, praise the Emperor and our beautiful dark MommaOcco. Thank you. And then they also became a member. Thank you. Mercenary for 5. Hey, Echo. I'm assuming you meant Akko. You show the Italian and his friend, the guy who basically had a meltdown on Lumi. It must be wild to see that for the first time. I'm pretty sure Matthias knows.
I mean, I had a meltdown against another VTuber. I think like Lam should have mentioned that even. Because like I don't remember even the username because it is how little I give a fuck, but this was an extremely retarded fucking VTuber. And like to the point that in her mind, difference of perspective in books meant unreliable narrator. Because like, her entire argument was, if I read a book from the perspective of the Imperium, they see themselves as the good guys. If I read a book like Lords of Silence from the perspective of the Marines of the Death Guard from Nargol, they see themselves as the good guys. And I was like, yeah, that's how perspective works. But the problem is you have to put it in context. On one side, you have the fucking humanity, you have humans that are trying to survive in the galaxy against endless horrors. On the others, you have chaos fucking zombie space marines. Which ones for you think are the good guys?
Okay, so, was it this one?
No, I don't think it was this one.
You don't think it was Madara?
Why are you showing my Oshi?
Because I'm pretty sure she said something like that.
What was her username?
Her name is Madara Khan.
Okay, can you repeat it? You lagged.
Matara.
Khan.
She's a cockroach girl.
I don't remember, to be honest. I remember.
Given how close she is with Bricky, she probably would say that because she doesn't know what things.
Yeah, but no, it was like a VTuber with 50 or 70 viewers at the time. I don't think it was that giant. But yeah, it was Turtle something, and Tortoise I think. But I don't remember. But yeah.
Merge my Oshi Akko.
Well, because I
hate people talking about unreliable areas. They don't know what this word means.
Yeah, but the point is, unreliable narrators are a thing, but they need to be set up in a narrative. Like when you're thinking the Caiaphas Cain series, that is like purposefully written from an unreliable narrator. It is memoirs written by Caiaphas Cain that are being edited by Amberly Vale, that was his Inquisitor girlfriend, and that has pretty much confirmed that she's embellishing and adding stuff or jumping stuff she doesn't know. This is pretty much just generally she's altering the like the memoirs of a guy that wrote them after decades that these events happened. So they weren't like precise to begin with because of the passage of time, but she's censoring and embellishing them and such. So it is something that at that point you can apply the unreliable narrator. But by the opinion of this fucking stupid VTuber on my ass, every single book of every fucking perspective was unreliable. Pretty much 40k doesn't exist. The entirety of the universe is unreliable narrators.
I hate it so much.
I feel like it's few and far between that are reliable narrators, because they all have like the idea like, oh, I'm doing the good thing.
Well, no, the
point is unreliable narrators are not like someone that is completely unbiased and such. Unreliable narrators are a very specific are a very specific narrative tool. They can exist only under certain conditions and need to be hinted at or outright said to be there to be even valid as an explanation. Like, first thing, if the narrator is not a character, if the narrator is not a character in the story, so it is omniscient, it cannot be unreliable. If the narrator is a character in the story, but the story is happening in the present, and there is no reason in which the story that is happening in the present could be misinterpreted, then it cannot be unreliable. If you're adding narrative reasons like the warp, drugs, psychosis, or any kind of other thing that can alter his state of mind, at that point it can be unreliable, but it is something that needs specification. You cannot just point at a random book like this one was doing and say, oh no, but there is a difference in perspective between these two factions, so they're both unreliable.
I think I meant more like reliable even to themselves, reliable narrator, and then just completely like doesn't know what the fuck's going on, like completely unreliable. Like it's like they know what's happening around them and have a grasp on the reality of the situation. They might think it's right or wrong, and that's more their perspective. And then there's just like characters that just completely like are just out of their minds, and they're still trying to like pose themselves as, oh yeah, I know it's happening.
No, but that is fine. The main point is unless there is very specific conditions, you can trust what you read. If you don't have any reason to doubt the testimony that you are reading, because as I explained like in my video about the it was the video about the other lore YouTubers, because they use this excuse a lot. Unless there is something that tells you that you cannot trust anybody, the story is happening as you turn the page from the eyes of the character you are watching from. So it is happening in the present from the eyes of the character that you are literally seeing through. So at that point, you can trust what you're seeing. Unless there is very specific hinting that you cannot trust it, like it happens very often in 40k. But if we ignore those conditions, literally everyone and everything is an unreliable narrator. To the point that the opinion of this fucking VTuber was, oh no, yeah, but everything is unreliable in 40k. Don't you know the unreliable narrators? Yeah, I know them. The point is I know what they are, you don't. So, yeah.
I was agreeing with you on that one. It's like
I know and you don't. That's the difference.
I think my brain hurts to think that she thought like everybody in 40k is a reliable narrator, and I was just like, my brain started short circuiting. Like, does she understand the definition of reliable? Like, what the fuck? Huh?
No, it makes me laugh because she also used like the excuse of the Imperium, like everything you read from the side of the Imperium being propaganda that is being embellished. And at that point, okay, and I brought up a couple of examples, and I was like, okay, can you explain to me if everything we read from the Imperium is propaganda that is being embellished and not exactly what happened, so we cannot trust it? Why in the Damocles Gulf Crusade books there is pretty much a paragraph where Corsaro Khan, the one that was fighting against the forces of Shadowsun, pretty much mentioned that if they weren't on opposite sides, he will fuck her. Why was that part in propaganda of the Imperium of Man? Can you tell me why in Rin's world they left inside like the testimony of the war that the main thing that killed half of the fucking chapter was one of their own missiles malfunctioning, coming back, hitting the one of the ammo deposits of their own fortress and blowing it up to pieces together with 500 Space Marines? Why did they leave that in propaganda? And she was like, oh no, I don't know. And then you're fucking wrong. It is very easy.
Yeah, it's like the people who talk about the Terminus decree and be like, oh, the Remembrancers got it wrong. It's like, how do they know what that is?
Yeah, the Remembrancers got it wrong. Okay, how did the Remembrancers know that it exists? And how did they read it? Nobody knows what's written on it.
Like, the Remembrancers specifically said that only the Grand Master knows about it, but they're writing it down in like official records.
Again.
No. That is even more specific. The Grandmaster knows it exists and knows how to access it, but he has never read it. So even the only guy that knows how to access it doesn't know what's written on it. And yet people were like, oh yeah, the unreliable narrator, it is somebody from inside the universe, actually, that had misinterpreted it. How? How did they read it?
The only person who knew about it was Malcador, and he's in a box.
Well, his ashes are in a box, which is even worse.
I know, right? Okay, go ahead, Akko.
Oh, you're good. Overture saying over on Streamlabs donated $5. Thank you. Quote, no little German boy, don't join the Black Templars. Oh mein Gott, their codex is ein bunch of bullshitsies.
No, it is more specific because the Black Templars are like a big German codex, like Helbrecht, Grimaldus, Jurisian, and such. There is a meme of like, I think it was an Ultramarine going, oh no, little German boy, don't join the Black Templars. And there is the little German boy, oh my God, their codex Astartes is a bunch of bullshit. As he becomes a Black Templar.
They don't like Gilliman's little blue book.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Lord Bruticus. At the cost of throwing the conversation off, what are the 40k teachers' opinions on the Siphius Kane stories? I probably said that wrong.
Siphius Kane. They're interesting reads. It is misrepresented a lot in media. We like the fact, he's just a meme commissar. No, he's actually very fucking competent. The only problem is that he suffers from imposter syndrome. Other than that, yeah, it is one of the few series where you can say there is an unreliable narrator because it meets all the criteria. So it is good propaganda, but don't trust everything you read.
Mm-hmm.
His secret agent girlfriend is editing his memoirs to make him look cool.
Yeah, but the guy had the courage to actually fuck an inquisitor, so
yeah,
the guy had balls.
I like crazy. I also like living.
Fair.
Yeah, like the Kane books are very nice. I like them. I'll list to all of them, and I forgot. Now I have to go through the side stories they have too.
Fair.
Mercenary for 5. You got to remember, guys, GW is owned by Hasbro executive that's running things and a few other people who are really, really into BlackRock. Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
But reliably, how much longer is BlackRock going to have that? I'm just convinced that BlackRock is going to run out of money one day and nothing is going to happen.
It's going to be like a massive economic crash.
It's going to be a crash for them because almost all their big returns from like Disney to GW are not getting money back.
Yeah.
Well, again, and I think Kirsch talked about this once. It's not about making money. It's about creating ideology, and that's the thing. Is you have to withstand the creating.
Ideology if you can't pay people to create ideology,
right?
Like
and
they're going to run out of money to do anything.
And my point is, you have to hold that long in order for that to happen. So as long as you can hold that long for them to run out of money, they can't create the ideology. That's why you have to keep pushing back until they are destitute.
Oh yeah, like because I don't need money to think the way I think, but they do to make other people think the way they think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wolfsbane for 5. Unless you're Gunther, he thinks Sid and Queen are the same person. I did not know that deep lore. That's funny.
Gunther, it's a meme. He thinks Queen is a figment of my imagination.
Oh.
He uses a very weird, obscure Indonesian, I think, term called a tupla for some reason. I don't get it.
That's
Tulpa.
Tulpa. I don't know.
Your wife is fake.
The creepy pasta thing.
And somehow your wife that is fake is like sewing yippies to be thrown out into the wild.
No, it's just Sid sewing them, putting on a voice.
Man, I wish I could sew that good. I'd make so much money.
All right, couple
more.
more.
You can make little Warhammer plushies and get sued into oblivion. Isn't that
Hell
fun?
yeah. That's the way I always wanted to die.
Yeah.
Couple more and then we'll continue. Internet Zen for 5. As a guy working in shipping, IKEA furniture is crap. Crap, I tell you that, and Sweden's so uncivilized IKEA doesn't use standard cardboard boxes. Well, Attari, do you have a rebuttal for that?
What was the full question again?
It's not a question. He's saying that IKEA furniture is crap. I tell you that, and Sweden is so uncivilized. IKEA doesn't use standard cardboard boxes.
We use correct stuff. You just gotta readjust yourself a bit more.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
My state has the GDP of your nation. Don't speak.
Mercenary says, no, Luminous, deep fry them first, then deep fry them in chocolate. Is there not crispy like Fairgrounds fried food she ain't interested in? I'm assuming you're talking about Lumi.
Yeah, he's talking about Lumi's toes.
God damn it.
No, all right, thank you, I guess. Let's see here. Cam Dune for 2, is the melon chrome broken for Korax and the Ravens?
Yes, that's why they're like deathly pale.
Yeah, they're pale, black eyes, black hair.
I think it's a little weird at the Blood Angels because they're like all super pale, but I don't think it's as prominent.
No, but mainly the main thing that they do usually is that they become beautiful after they become Marines.
Yeah, it's a funny, unique thing. They're all stunningly beautiful, universally every time. Doesn't matter how
in the next video you will learn how that can be their downfall. One of the stories that nobody ever talks about during the Third War for Armageddon is actually about a very specific Blood Angel. So,
yay, lore.
Okay. All right, one more and then we'll continue. Internet Zen again. My God, Space Marines are the Balchinians from Men in Black. All right, we got about 8 minutes left on this video, and
another 3 hours in the stream.
Maybe.
Oh, fuck, it's
Maybe.
oh my god, it is. Holy fuck.
Listen.
I didn't realize.
It happens.
It's like time dilation. I didn't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, we'll try and we will
autism
barrel through this, and then we'll finish up here because I want to make sure that everybody that needs to go to bed gets their chance to go to bed or finish waking up for the day, whichever way you want to go.
Thank you for thinking about knife here for once.
I wasn't thinking about you. I was thinking
Italian is on the same timeline, so
I was thinking about Saturn and Pontius, but I'll think about you too.
I took a really long nap today.
Oh, good.
I'll think of it, Attari. I'll think of you in a negative way.
I took a 2-hour power nap since yesterday.
Attari, that's your fault.
What do you mean?
It's your fault.
I mean, like the day before that, I was up about like 20 hours because like some
shit happened.
Before that, I was playing
dummy
VR
shit.
being stupid in the
And the crazy.
Like, I'm tired of all this dummy shit keeping me up at night.
And
like,
the crazy shit, Saturn, is it still going?
I know it is. Like it's absolute crap. Like it's dog shit, bro. Like, I'm tired, my mods are tired, Nines is tired, Ken Dog is tired, we're all tired.
Ray's just in the background having a panic attack.
I just think it's funny that this whole drama got the Nazi back together with everybody.
Dude, it's insane when you make that guy look better than you. How the fuck do you do that? Like,
it's kind of hard to do.
What are you doing, bro? Like, oh my god.
Pontius is just staring like a deer in headlights.
Yeah, there's some deep lore here. All you need to know is that a guy that might be a Jew that is pretending to be a Nazi is now on everybody's side, which is not something that anybody expected.
Because
I went from 0 to 100
because one bitch is so awful that she looks 10 times worse than him now. Imagine what kind of person you have to be. You have to imagine how twist you have to be. Google Docky, by the way. Google Docky.
Oh, is that coming?
Google Encyclopedia, you mean?
Yeah, Google Encyclopedia. Yeah, that's more accurate.
Yeah. Please don't make another 1,000 pages. All right, I just got done with the last 1,000 page book. I literally read my own codex in the form of a fucking like Google Doc. I don't want another one. All right, give me some time in between.
No.
All right.
I'm gonna disappoint you with that one, my then.
Let's continue.
So arrogant and detached from their own humanity, the same humanity they considered a weakness and the biggest opening of chaos to strike, that they will need to learn to be humble, and what it truly means to fight not only for your own honor and gratification, but also to fight for the survival and benefit of humanity.
There is nothing to like in them. They wage war to defend, to preserve. Everything in their way is devoted to maintaining what humanity already has. I mean no offense to them as warriors, but Drop podding into the city purely to defend civilians? Madness!
Elsrich is a rampant example of this. Grimaldus arrived to defend Elsrich with his Black Templars, an arrogant reclusiarch that wanted only to find his honor in battle. Angered that he could not fight in space against the orcs side by side with his brothers. And seeing humans as lesser and weaker, almost a nuisance often throughout the book. But by the end of it, he had truly learned what it meant to be a space marine, and what a true space marine really stands for.
Very few left. There will be enough. Have faith in your brother's blades, Bayard. I have faith. I am sanguine with my fate, Chaplain. My rank is Reclusiarch. Use it. By your will, brother, of course. But we stand vigil over the city's death, with a handful of bleeding humans, Reclusiarch. I am sanguine, but I am also a realist. Have faith in the people of this city, Champion. Such condescension is beneath you. These people are fighting for more than their homes and lives. They are fighting for their ancestors' honor, on the holiest ground in the entire world. The survivors of this war across the globe will take heart from sacrifice.
I think if I didn't spend 2 years as a missionary, I would have a hard time understanding how they're talking, because I've read the Bible enough that I feel like I can translate what they're saying.
It's not on the subtitles, so they're all subtitles, so.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. I mean, but it's just
I
like.
thought you meant like their vocabulary.
No, the vocabulary itself. I'm just like, okay, I can only understand this because I've read the Bible multiple times.
Yeah.
I hate to inform you, Akko, but it's not actually that complicated.
I like it because I was an addict to Shakespeare, so I would just like read stuff like that all the time, and it's like, oh, I love that language.
Mizu, you know I'm special.
I know. I just feel like we're kind of in a Rick and Morty situation here, where like I am just very smart. It takes a very high IQ.
Oh no! I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I think. Listen, as somebody who is definitely not that smart in some cases, I think I would be confused if I didn't have done some previous reading.
This is made by the thousands destined to die here. Blood of dawn, Bayard. The Imperium was born in moments such as this. My voice was one of the few that spoke against your ascension to Mordred's rank. I would have said the same in your place.
And by the end of the war, the last survivor of his own squad, having fought until the end with the human defenders to try and protect the city of Elsrich against a green sea of orcs, Grimaldus will come away having learned that honor doesn't come only from the blood you spill in battle, but from the light you brought to the most obscure moments of the people you protect.
We are judged in life for the evil we destroy. It is a bleak truth that there is nothing but blood awaiting us in the spaces between the stars. But the Emperor sees all that transpires in his domain. And we are judged equally for the illumination we bring to the blackest nights. We are judged in life for those moments we spill light into the darkest reaches of his Imperium. Your world taught me this. Your world and the war that brought me here.
And to show you to what level being an Astarte truly is a sacrifice, and not the giant honor and great destiny that many think it is, I want to focus more on the character of Chapter Master Dante for a moment longer, to show you the perspective he has for the life he lives as a marine. Dante, with his more than 1,500 years of service, is by this point an old man, that has fought in every corner of the galaxy in countless wars. So many, in fact, he doesn't remember all of them. Dante is depressed. Dante also wants to die. He's not seeking death, don't get me wrong. He will not charge against an enemy gun just to end his own life. He wants to fall in battle honorably, being bested by an enemy. The amount of wars he has seen, endless. The amount of people he saw die in battle, even more endless.
He's like One Punch Man. He's trying to find that 2-punch, but he can't ever get it.
Yeah, but in this case, it is even worse than that. It is usually you are in a dreadnought because they refuse to let you die. I'm still around normally because I'm too strong to die. So
we are not the same.
And then when he did, his dad was like, "No."
Yeah, he technically did die during the devastation of Baal. Like, we don't know if it was actually something that happened or like an hallucination he was having, but like he saw Sanguinius and Sanguinius pretty much sent him back, and he woke up on the operating table of the apothecaries, thrashing around and punching his own marines in the face as he pretty much was having like a panic attack. So yeah,
he's begging. It's actually a really great like scene because he's
it is a very sad scene. He's begging his own father to let him die so that he can rest. Like he wakes up screaming for Sanguinius to take him so that he can finally rest. So yeah.
Woke up because God sent you back.
Unironically, that's basically what happened.
Oh man.
More proof Blood Angels rock.
More proof as to why the display of Sanguinius in Memoriam is actually extremely cool, and I have it, so suck on it.
I guess I have to.
You're gonna have to sleep with one eye open if you keep talking like that.
At this rate, we're never gonna see the release of the Armageddon videos because you're gonna die before you upload them.
No, it will be fine. I will work on the audio editing in these days, and then finally we go in the editing. I was tired of fucking. I narrated for an entire fucking week straight. I was tired.
Yeah.
He has been ordering PO to gather up the mines to lay around his house.
Listen, I get it. Editing can burn you out sometimes, and you got to recover. So I get it.
Yeah, but the problem in this case was research and writing. It took almost a month to write the script out of the material I needed to cover.
Yep, I understand that too. I should try that too. When you have a perfectionist mindset.
Feels that he has not made a difference in this galaxy. For every war that ends, 2 more start in its place. But he feels like he has earned his rest, and he's just waiting to fall on a battlefield so that he can truly find peace. Dante also suffers from an identity crisis. The helmet he wears a death mask sculpted to the visage of Sanguinius, not only to hide his age in shame, but to bring hope to the battlefields he fights on. But this, over time, started making him question his own identity. Is he Dante, or is he Sanguinius? Is he, as a space marine, enough to bring hope to the hopeless? Or he needs to be a facsimile of his Primarch, so that the poor people in the wars of the Imperium have a sliver of hope that they will live to see another day. This conflict will be resolved when he will face death during the Book of Devastation of Baal. Don't worry, it is not a spoiler, as he does not die there, but his character will finally reach a resolution to this conflict, as he readied himself and all the marines left fighting at his side for one final charge in the hope of stopping a threat that will consume endless more lives if not stopped.
For millennium.
Oh yeah, thank you.
I have worn this mask. So long that mortal humans on 1,000 worlds equate Dante with Sanguinius. One has become the other. I have no need of a mask any longer. I need not wear our Lord's face. He is in here, in my heart. I reveal my face to you, long hidden for shame of the weakness age reveals. I shall wear this mask when I fight, in honor of our Lord. But I go into the final battle, not as a poor facsimile of our father, but as Commander Dante, son of Baal, son of the great angel, whose living body is the host of the Primarch. What say you, warriors of Baal? That we let slip the red thirst one final time, and fly upon the wings of wrath with our Lord into battle. I commend you all, O ye mighty, to the protection of the great angel, for the Emperor, for Sanguinius. There is no more beauty to be had from life, so let us then seek a beautiful death.
But what if I told you that the same marine that is preparing to die in battle in the defense of the Imperium, that embodies all the valors of a first founding chapter, and is regarded as the greatest son of his Primarch, and a warrior without any rival, also had this in his mind before this battle?
He stared through the glass, his lined face superimposed over Sanguinius' ageless mask of gold. The two were a near match, for Dante had taken after his sire closely during the blood change. He blinked as Sanguinius' golden mask never could. The Primarch's mouth remained open in a howl of righteous fury. It was such a shame, Dante thought, that this most thoughtful and dutiful of the Emperor's sons should be remembered by his image of wrath. There were thousands of representations of Sanguinius throughout the Blood Angels' fleet and their fortress monastery on Baal. But this was the one most new, a roaring fury descending from the heavens to mete out death and spill blood. If only there was space for his Jim father's gentler nature to be celebrated. If only there were not such an endless need for battle. If Dante could have any wish granted, he would have chosen to be made obsolete by peace, to become a museum piece himself. He wished this not only for the sake of others, but also for himself. With peace will come rest from his labors. Peace will never come. War was without end. The only rest he would ever know would be death. That was how Addison had said it all those years ago. That was what the sanguinary priests still said at the time of choosing. How bitter it was that he should come to know this better than any other. His fingers caressed the touchpad. The case opened, and his servants emerged from the shadows. He must become his Lord Sanguinius once again.
Being a space marine is a curse. To have your human form and human soul ripped from you to become a sentient weapon that will fight until it can't fight any longer. That will lose all of its human feelings and experiences in the process of fighting endless wars in the protection of the people of the Imperium. So to all the people that until now thought that being a marine was an honor and a privilege, that fighting as one of the Imperium's angels of death was a life worth living, that dying in battle as your final fate was a worthy death, I want to ask, is it worth it to sacrifice everything that made you human to protect humanity?
It's a good question.
Yay, we're done.
You act like you didn't like it, man. That was a good
No,
video.
I did. It's just I know everyone's tired.
Well, at least I slept some hours, but it is Sunday, so at least I can go back to sleep after I'm done. So.
Hey,
But it's
man.
a sleep. Sunday is down as a sleeping day, resting day. So
Not for me. It's my last day of work tomorrow, so I gotta
Oh,
go
boy.
to that. But that was a good.
But yeah, this was the general explanation of the Space Marines as both like historical, as how they were created, genetical and scientifical, technically on how it worked for like making them, and then like spiritual in what they were and what they have now become. Because like there were so many people, oh, yeah, being a Space Marine is so cool. When actually, when you look into it, it's actually pretty fucking sad. It's a depressing life.
Yeah.
Makes it put it into context to the people who say why don't we make female space marines? Like, yeah, I don't think you would know what you're asking for.
I just fucking face palmed so hard just then. Like I was, ugh, I can't.
I always take that as okay. So you're a fan of torturing women now?
Yeah.
Yeah, one word,
Why
homunculava.
not?
There we go.
Oh God, please don't, dude. I couldn't finish that one. I got halfway through and I actually threw up in real life, and I just.
I will be real. Not my proudest fap. No, I'm joking.
Yes, please give Fabius Bile fucking female marines. I'm sure that's not going to result in man-made horrors beyond our comprehension.
Isn't that what he likes? The. Around comprehension.
Hot take: Fabius Bile's a twat, and I don't think I like him that much.
That's crazy.
Everyone is like, oh yeah, Fabius Bile could make them. Yeah, and Fabius Bile is also a fucking monster that tortures people for his own fucking experiments. What do you mean he could make them? Is that a good thing?
The thing is, Fabius Bile talks so much smack about every other character, like Abaddon and everything else, yet he gets fucking bitch slapped by Abaddon and like forced to do everything he does, or he fucking gets like well, we can talk more about that at a different time when we go to Chaos at one point, but
Of course, the
But
Dark
yeah,
Eldar
Akko
doesn't
and-
like the Emperor's Child. Emperor's Children.
I do like the Emperor's Children. I just don't like that specific guy.
I smell cope.
He's a hypocrite. That's why.
Well, I do feel like this is better informed to me. I mean, I still feel like if I were to choose a faction, choose a favorite faction, I still need to do a little bit more looking into it. But I do like I thought that was pretty good. I appreciate you, Pontius, for coming on and taking your sweet time. I know that it's very precious to you, and I appreciate it.
I'm fine whenever, unless I'm fucking editing to the point that I'm becoming hyperfixated. I'm always open to like explain lore to people.
No, for sure.
No, Pontius. I'll send you images later on as payment.
Oh my gosh. Well,
I'm not legally allowed to do that anymore.
I have a few more super chats, and I'm gonna go through them. I don't know if any of them are directed at you, but you are more than welcome to leave if you need to at any point.
No, it is fine. After we're done, I'll go back to sleep. So.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. I do want to say thank you to everybody that showed up today. It's very much appreciated. You know, like I said again, last time I did this, that like I actually do feel passionate about this, even if I may never feel like I can justify touching the actual tabletop game. I do actually want to like actually get into the world and actually like. Maybe it sounds autistic and retarded to say I want to actually help get new people that are actually interested in something into it, not just like have people that want passing mentions in it, but like so I do appreciate this. So
there are alternatives to the actual tabletop if the game actually interests you for free.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the only thing I play and that I also like suggest people to play is the is technically the tabletop RPGs, because there are a lot of them in 40k. Imperium Maledictum, Wrath and Glory, Rogue Trader, Death Watch, Kill Team, and like generally you can choose whatever you want and just make a story on that. But the narrative stories, to be honest, at least to me, are a lot more interesting than just using a fucking ruler to measure the distance of the table and then having fucking discussions as if seeing the top of my gun actually counts as being able to shoot me. That is a lot more boring than just a narrative campaign.
That is actually a conversation. Have you actually had that happen to you before?
Oh, cover.
No, I actually never fucking played, but I followed like Reddit for a while on the problems of this kind of stuff. There was a Reddit that was open to this kind of problems, and like, oh yeah, I could see the top of a dreadnought, but because the cover was actually an eye wall, even if I could see the top, I could not shoot it. Why?
Cover rules are really stupid. Yes, they are.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I haven't done the tabletop either. I do the video games and I read and then I write and I just...
Yeah, it's fucking... Oh, what's that? Your Space Marine's out in the open completely, but his sword is covered by the ruins? Well, I guess I get a cover save. It's like, you're retarded.
Yeah, I mean, I looked into it too and it's like, you know what?
I need to find
I don't
know what you should do. I feel like you should just look at the base and say, oh, is the base covered by the thing? No,
I used to, and then people would complain.
Well, they're just little bitches.
Judge, I think that his minis are 3D printed, Judge.
No.
Fuck you, man. They are going to be 3D printed, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Anyway, we don't have very many here, so I'll just start.
Well,
go ahead.
How many do you have?
Like 5.
Okay.
Internet Zen, to paraphrase Fabius Bio upon confronted by a vision of Slanesh, quote, silence, you do not exist, unquote, because Fabius is that committed to being an atheist.
Yeah, but the difference is that Fabius believes like Chaos Ghosts don't exist, they don't are like sentient manifestations of war powers. Then when he like witnesses Slanesh, he said, oh yeah, you do not exist, and the moment Slanesh looked at him, he could feel his fucking organs starting to shut down in his own body. So yeah, she might not exist, but she was killing him. That's for sure.
Yes, I don't exist, and your heart now doesn't exist either.
I don't believe you exist. You can't kill me.
He's
oh, you don't exist. Skidato skidudo, your dick is now noodle.
Exactly.
The thing is, true, but like Fabius Bard understands that gods get power through emotion, like from the Materium, and so he understands that sense. So in sense he's correct, but he's not, considering they can inflict actual thing, as Pontius mentioned. So yeah.
Here's Saturn. I posted the cover meme that everyone uses in the TTS server. You'll have you cover.
My fucking god.
Okay.
Just this pinky toe behind cover. No, you cannot shoot me.
Oh no, it's not even that. His save is just better. You could shoot him, but it's not going to be as effective because his sword isn't covered. Don't shoot.
It reminds me of the clip of the very old Disney cartoon where like they shot each other through like space vessels, and there was like the warning bullet that arrived and just like deployed a flag that said, yeah, surrender or we will blow you to pieces. And then the guy shot back the bullet, like answer bullet to ultimatum. It opened and it just blew up in the face of the guy that looked. That's pretty much what it reminds me.
Okay, let's see here. Internet Internet Zen again says, to be fair, this was Night Lords. Them being less than human toward even their own parents is par for the course.
The ruin is too high. We can't shoot each other.
I fucking hated that when I was playing it last time week. Jesus Christ. Oh.
Mercenary says, hey Pontius, did you ever meet someone who's a fan of 40k that basically says everything GW does is great and you should never question it and goes crazy for it?
Yeah, they
take your pick between Arbitorian and Goobertown Hobbies. You have a very big of a choice. So
the way you know who's more like of a GW cocksucker is who gets more free stuff.
I get no free stuff, so I imagine nobody here gets free stuff, so everybody here isn't good.
I wish I got free stuff and I would brag about it and be like, yeah, no, I got a contract.
No, I think we're probably sooner get a cease and desist than free stuff.
They can cease and desist my nuts.
Oh, that means they wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
They can't handle it. They're freaking British.
Wow. Okay. Reaps for 2 Australian. This is gourmet level autism. You're welcome.
I try.
You're welcome.
Cam Stalker bolters, right? No, I'm kidding.
Cam Dune says being LDS really does help with the old English grammar. Latin is more fun though. And it's more just if you read the Bible, you tend to be able to read some more older English a little bit easier, in my personal opinion. But that's just me. Cam Dune again for 5 says, Pontius, thank you for getting me to 40k with your video on
Cacodominus.
The Cacodominus. Oh, well, how in the fuck did you get into 40k with a video on the Cacodominus? that is what, like, one of the most unknown pieces of fucking lore on the entirety of the 40k universe. So, like, glad I got into the universe, but my question is, how in the fuck did you even learn about it?
They're dyslexic and they were looking up cacodemons.
So that is some A1 autism right there, my guy.
Yeah, because like, okay, yeah, your video on the Space Marines, your video like on the Rangdang Xenocides or stuff, but the Cacodominus specifically, I have not even seen like the fucking other YouTubers even mention that guy existed. How in the hell did that video got somebody into 40k?
Oh goodness. Let's see here. Mercenary again says, fell Pontius about the Custodes army. I borrowed from a friend that some buttermilk Bob destroyed because he was cheating and then blamed it on me.
Oh yeah, I heard that story I think in my Discord, but Jesus fucking Christ, destroying an army because you get angry about it, that is grounds for... In Italy, that would be grounds for a mafia hit.
Unironically, depending on the value of the army, that may be a felony of like destruction of property.
You know about felonies. If you're committing a felony against me, I have the Second Amendment. I can protect my property from...
I didn't get this concealed carry permit for no reason. I bought the 19 rounds in the magazine. I'm gonna use the 19 rounds in the magazine.
I could imagine the Florida man story now. Man gets shot over $10,000 in Warhammer minis.
Oh man,
deemed self-defense.
But ironically though, like with the value of some armies, if you were to destroy all of them, that may rise to like felony destruction of property values of dollar damage.
Listen, I believe you.
If you play Guard, that is for sure, because you need a fuck ton of models.
I believe you.
Felony destruction of property in most states is like $500 and less sometimes.
Oh, yeah, you're folded.
Like I know in some states like felony destruction of property is closer to like $200. So like I mean in California it's like $1,000 or maybe $2,000. And then in places like the South it's like $200 or like $300. I believe one state even has it as $180. So
like when your army value is so high that even in California they get charged with a felony, I think you've invested too much.
Yeah.
I saw a model with an item called the Skull of the Cacodominus and I looked it up and your video popped up. Jesus, that is a very specific fucking way of finding out about 40k lore. I didn't think that something like that would happen, to be honest. The Cacodominus is a very old piece of lore that nobody knows. So
that's funny.
Yeah, GW is doing weird shit with new models.
Yeah. But it is actually a very funny piece of lore because the Cacodemonius skull technically is still active and emitting like the scream of the death of the Cacodemonius even after it died. So like even Psykers that approach the Eternal Crusader, that is a flagship of the Black Templars where the item is stored, can feel its presence. But if you get closer to it, it will unironically start screaming at you. So yes.
All right. Chat. I appreciate chat, but I want to go to bed. Mercenary for 2. It was over a 2,000 point army 2.
Oh,
Jesus,
no, that's a I'm gonna hate crime you if you did that to me.
Oh,
I could that. Jesus.
And Internet Zen for 5. Quote, deem self-defense, unquote, guarantee you this event would happen in Florida or Texas. Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
And again, they would get off scot-free because if it was felony destruction of property and they're allowed to defend their property, yeah, they're getting off with it. All right, we're done here, chat. Thank you so much for coming tonight. It's very much appreciated. I'm not trying to push everybody out, but like, if you pays it, I say that. So I'm trying to get out of here.
We can hear it.
I'm gonna send you guys over to Doki Bird.
The Europeans that got up at 4 a.m. to be just staring in silence.
Well, never mind. Doki Bird is doing
Europeans aren't people.
I'm sending you guys to Hypnotic, and we'll be back for Dogwave tomorrow.
Bye, everybody. Have a good one.
Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night, everybody.
Peace and love, everybody.